It is our first Twitch broadcast of the new year.
Yes, and for those of you who have seen our Twitch sessions before, welcome back.
Welcome back, and if you're new, welcome for the first time. And
it is lovely that you are here.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many people
Happy New Year,
get
kitten.
this early in New Year, but Happy New Year.
It feels like a great New Year.
I hope it's a lot better than 2018.
2018 wasn't the best year. We're going to have a fantastic 2019.
I had some very good highlights in 2018 but
Definitely.
A lot of it,
hey, Grinchy.
The rest of it, I don't know.
Hi, Ricky.
Hi, Ricky.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi, Lisa.
Lisa Isabella Russo.
What's that, baby?
Lisa Isabella Russo.
Oh, yes.
I said her name really
quickly. You
quickly.
have to say her whole name each time.
It's great to see you.
Thank
and
you
I hope
for
you guys
us.
can hear us okay.
Yeah.
Again, we are not audio awesome professionals.
We are not.
No.
Also, we've had today has been kind of a very hectic day, so we didn't get a lot of time to set this up.
I just barely got our Twitch set up.
I know it was like 2:58, and we were trying to still.
Yes, we were scrambling.
So hopefully everything is working.
For all of you here, thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us.
We're here. We get to see Jasmine paint. It's going to be a fun time.
Should be.
We're going to be here for 4 hours.
Yeah, be here
so
for 4
pop
hours.
in and out if you like.
Yeah.
And it should be a good time. Thank you so much, Lainey.
I heard a magic noise.
We got a tier 1 sub. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First subscription of the year since I've been broadcasting at least.
Yeah,
I don't really know how Twitch works. So
they can do that after when we're not broadcasting.
It's still
Jasmine and I have no idea how that works.
I don't know how anything works.
You know, we've been twitching for
use a computer.
Gosh, I think 8 months.
When did we start? When was it?
I don't even know.
Was it spring of last year, or was it the year before?
It was around spring, and
I know it was spring, but was it last year or the year before?
I'm a bit envious of some Twitchers because it seems like a lot of those, most of what they do is Twitch. We do a ton of other things.
That's a good point.
So Twitch is kind of like,
it's kind of, I wouldn't say it's secondary to other things, but it is part of my plethora of different things that I do in a day as far as my art empire works. Oh,
hey, Shadow Dancer.
Noise.
Hey, Kitten. Or I already said hi to Kitten.
You can say hi
hey,
to
Ian.
You were talking to Sunshine that time.
Yes, that's true. I was talking to Sunshine.
Aww. Who might join us later.
Good day from a wet and windy San Jose.
Oh, really?
Really? Ooh, 8 months in a row. Thank you so much, Shadow Dancer.
Thank you very much.
Lovely of you.
I wonder what I'll be working on 8 months from now.
So, yes, again, Happy New Year to everyone. We're looking very much forward to a new year.
I think last time I broadcast, I was working on this painting. I haven't really gotten to work on this one a whole lot because we have been in Kansas City over the holidays visiting family. But last time we broadcasted, that was right before my Pop Gallery show, right? Or it was kind of before it.
Yes, I also want to mention to people that now, I mean, we used to do question mark raffle. Or not question mark, exclamation mark.
They changed in the new year. It's a different thing.
It's hashtag giveaway. I believe that I can change the word.
Oh.
But I'm very, it's a little bit new. So please type in hashtag giveaway.
So like the little pound sign.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Twitchling Buddy got the boot out of the stream.
What's that mean? Oh, well, he got kicked
out, but he's back now. So we're happy to have him.
Okay. Well,
we're
that's
50 viewers at 3 o'clock, and it is our first Twitch session of the new year.
First Twitch of the new year, starting the new year off
yes.
right. This is, again, for those who missed it last time, this is the devil painting for the card for the 78 Tarot Elemental Oracle, or Tarot deck.
Yes, and this is a
really
important card.
Because I'm probably the last person working on their card. Yeah.
I know there are probably a lot of tarot enthusiasts in the room.
Yeah.
But what does the devil card mean? What's the meaning behind that?
Fight those wires. Well, it depends. That's one of those cards that has a lot of meanings behind it. It's people always think it's an evil card and that sort of thing, but it's kind of more of a I don't know. I'm not very good at reading tarot off the top of my head, but it involves this one. The card, at least how I'm envisioning it here, is kind of more being tied to an earthly realm or being
new beginnings,
concerned.
like the new year.
Yeah, that's kind of like the death card more, but it does kind of tie into that. Hey, something is ending and starting. This is a circle. It's a cycle. It is something that is. If a person is too involved with something that is material, they're kind of breaking away from that. If you look at I have the Rider-Waite card, for example. All our cards are supposed to be loosely based on the sun, very, very loosely, but it shows the people here chained to this column with this kind of demonic force over it. And I've kind of taken the chains and put them onto her, and I'm kind of using her. I'm making her more tall and narrow than a lot of my characters because I'm making her also the column instead of just having the Baphomet sort of guy
clever.
there. Yeah, so
I noticed this
her.
one, much like your Unseelie Court series, is remarkably symmetrical.
It is. The circles, I forget if I did that while we were broadcasting, but there are different plates I had here in my studio. I think this is my palette in the middle circle here, and then it was a big platter thing I had there. So I very much measured it. I don't always do that with paintings, but this one, since it is going to be on a card and it had very specific proportions, like on the tarot card itself, I think about 2 inches off each side are going to be chopped off in the actual card, but I wanted to make it a bigger 24-inch painting, so I wanted to kind of fill it out. So I've got a lot of background I'm going to be putting in there that won't be in the actual card, but it will be on the painting and the prints. And so a lot of the major symbolism I've tried to keep towards the middle of the card, which also makes it seem more columnar and makes it seem more like the Rider-Waite card a bit too, because that's our inspiration is supposed to be the the usual public domain Rider-Waite sort of thing. So if somebody is a very good tarot card reader and they do have the 78 tarot, which is 78 different artists interpreting in different ways cards, they would be able to say, hey, that's the devil card, just by the symbology in it, as opposed to trying to guess and say, what is that? It's got an elephant and a flower and I don't know what's going on. They would say, oh, these are things that are from that card. Yeah.
We're getting Happy New Year's right and left in the chat room. Yeah, just wish everyone a Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everyone.
I like Happy New Year's.
Yeah, I do too. New Year's is actually one of the holidays that I tend to like more than others.
Yeah, because
well, first of all,
it's a new beginning.
It is.
You can make this year what you want it to be.
And usually by the end of the previous year, I'm kind of done with it. So I like the idea of a new year. It ties in with the idea of cycles and circles and new things starting, and holiday-wise too. I enjoy celebrating it more than something like, I don't know, more than Christmas even, really, because it's more laid back. You kind of we always have like a family New Year with all our nieces and nephews. We don't like go out and party or anything. We just kind of stay at home with my family, and
we have champagne.
In Kansas City, we have champagne. I mean, we don't go to like party, like nightclubs and fancy things, but we have it at home with our plethora of nieces and nephews in Kansas City, and we play charades and we play apples to apples and board games like that all ages can play. And we get kids champagne and grown-up champagne, and usually I do a bunch of the cooking, and I typically make little hors d'oeuvres. Like this year I made...
it's very snacky.
Yeah, it's like, snacky stuff that we kind of set up a buffet at my sister Amber's house, and everybody kind of just nibbles on it.
Elhurt says they love apples to apples.
Apples to apples?
That's a fun game.
We have made our own cards
a grown-up
for it.
version, but we have a lot of children.
Yeah.
So we play the apples to apples.
We've taken some cards out because there are small children, but...
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that's one of the first things we did with that deck was to sort it out and say, we don't want this card in there. We're going to be playing with 4-year-olds. They won't know what that is.
We actually had a really good time. We also have a habit of making our own cards.
Yes, and we let the children make their own cards too. So there are some funny ones in there because we just put index cards in there and you just see the backs of them. So we'll have silly things like it'll be, Uncle Matt's one of the cards. So it's like, name something that is handsome. You can pick Uncle Matt, or you have to pick what that person.
But the only problem with
it's very subjective.
Uncle Chris is in the room too.
Uncle Chris is in the room.
If you have the Uncle Chris card.
It's like, if you had the Uncle Chris card and the Uncle Matt card. I don't know.
Sackagordies? I don't know that game.
I don't know that one either.
Huh. Must be one I don't know.
I love playing board games. I don't often get to, other than things like New Year. But
this is kind of cool, Jasmine.
What's that?
The new Moobot thing.
Yeah.
It says how many people have joined the.
The raffle? Oh, you could tell people their Vegas odds then, couldn't you?
Yes.
Theoretically.
Yeah, I guess I could, but I'd have to figure that out. I'd have to leave chat for a little bit.
That's true. This is such a large painting. I might be moving it around a bit because I can't show it all on the camera at once. For those who don't know, I work on a drafting table as opposed to an easel, so I can't really set up a camera like on a tripod next to it because it's kind of at a weird angle and my head would totally block it. And I have a window next to me that I can't really put a camera over there, so I move around a lot if you have not seen this before. I'm trying to put the part I'm working on, I can't see the computer from where I am, so I try to put the part I'm working on aimed at this camera where my finger is, and the other one is theoretically aimed somewhere at me, so you can look at me while I talk and see all the cool stuff behind me.
Yes, yeah, very cool stuff.
I got cool stuff.
So
yeah.
one cool, I don't want to call it a toy, but it's like a science fun thing, kind of a toy that our nephew got. I'm very envious.
Oh, is it that Fox got for Christmas?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is a rock tumbler. I don't know.
That was my best friend when I was a kid. Was a rock tumbler.
Rock tumblers are so cool.
I loved my rock tumbler. Matt and I are planning to purchase one for ourselves and do some rock tumbling. We'll keep you posted if we do. We can show you what we've tumbled. But I'm very much a rock hound, and I'm very into fossils and semi-precious stones and non-precious stones. Not so much fancy jewelry stones, but I like unusual, pretty things like that. I like tumbling rocks.
Amy Morgan asked if we got her Christmas card.
Wait, what was it? Was it through the mail or was it one from Pop Gallery?
Just let us know, Amy.
Yeah, let us know, because I have gotten some things I have not even quite gotten to open yet.
Yes, we still have a stack of mail since we've gotten back, and we have
our
P.O. box was crazy.
It's like Miracle on 34th Street.
Yes, we leave before Christmas and get back after New Year's, so our P.O. box.
Oh my gosh, I feel bad for our post office. But
yes.
For those who don't know, when we were doing the Pop Gallery show at Disney, we left. I think we woke up at like 3 o'clock in the morning, and we left Pop Gallery at like midnight.
The next morning.
We had literally 3 hours in between that Pop Gallery show and the start of our new day on our way to Kansas.
Yes.
So it was anything that happened in between that and Florida, we have not caught up on yet because we are just now here. I'm glad we're able to do a Twitch though. I wasn't sure originally. We were like, oh, what day could we do it? Because we're in Kansas till like early January.
Oh, hey, Kieran has a proper broadband connection
excellent!
now.
I remember last time
their
new house.
Kieran.
I'm glad that's working. I know you guys like to chat with us.
I know it was a bit dodgy last time.
Yeah.
I immediately go into my Brit speak.
You start saying dodgy.
Brits. I say
is
dodgy
that
and proper.
specific if you say dodgy? Is
dodgy
that a British thing? Or
dodgy is
I say
pretty
dodgy
much
all the
a
time.
British thing
a lot
to
of things
say.
are dodgy. Yeah.
As well as ruddy.
Ruddy.
Yeah.
We'll keep it to that because we're
okay. Amy, we have a huge pile from our P.O. box. We will be going through that. I promise.
I might have already. I know it's hard. I don't want to show people everybody's addresses and things because I've gotten quite a few lovely Christmas cards from everybody.
It felt like Miracle on 34th Street.
I already said that.
Yeah, it's totally true.
It was very. And I cannot thank everybody enough.
That is very. It makes us feel very loved.
It really does.
Particularly Jasmine, because I'm mentioned here and there, but
Aww.
It's because of Jasmine, and I appreciate that.
I think a lot of people are here because you're very good at DJing thing. If it was just me mumbling,
I laugh at me.
Cussing
Actually,
at the
I do
cats,
laugh at me. Sadly,
you do laugh at you. I've heard you practicing the audio recording and laughing at yourself when I wasn't even in the room. So,
I was practicing an audio record. Oops, I just bumped my desk. I'm sure everyone heard that.
Probably.
Ooh, last Twitch before surgery, says Siren Moonbee.
Oh my goodness.
Well, good luck to you.
Best wishes on
good
that.
Luck.
My goodness, I have several friends who are just getting ready to get surgery of some sort.
Oh yeah, Taryn. Yes, isn't that the funnest thing ever to wire wrap beautiful precious stones?
Yeah, that's actually when we were talking to Fox, my nephew, about the rock tumbler, about things you can do with it. It's like you can wire wrap, you can make keychains or jewelry, or there's so many things. And especially if you did it, you found the stone and then you tumbled it and polished it and then you put it yourself. That's a pretty neat little thing to have.
Hey Jasmine,
yeah,
can you say goodnight to Gabriel?
Oh, goodnight Gabriel. Is he going to sleep? I guess it's a lot later over there, isn't it?
Maybe the little guy's tuckered.
Yeah.
I had a rough year.
Yeah.
He had to hang out with us after all.
He did, yeah. Hey, he kept us company. Speaking
of, says that she's here for both of us.
You can tumble sea glass in a rock tumbler. Speaking of.
Yes. So I am pressing hard for a rock tumbler.
Yeah.
Don't
send us one, guys, because we're picking one out ourselves.
No, no, please don't send us.
Sometimes when I say something like that,
I know, we have to be careful what we say. I apologize. Yeah. But I'm wondering if there's I know that Fox's is like a hobby grade. I'm wondering if there's something a little bit more professional.
Well, there are ones that like gem and mineral companies own, like for massive scale things.
Something in between, sweetie.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. Me neither. But
Never
I'm excited.
Look at her
also, if Jasmine and I found some rare stones, we could
Yeah.
add them to her curios.
Oh yeah.
You guys see a little bit behind
You
you.
don't see much
a
of my
little bit
studio on
Jasmine's curios.
camera here,
But,
but I have lots of natural wonders of various types. I have some stones.
That would be a nice thing actually to add to the slideshow.
Yeah, that's true. It's not really art specific, but a lot of these things that I have in my studio are things that I paint, that I use for reference materials, like a lot of the bones and stuff. It's like, wow, or the chalices. It's kind of an inside joke in my family. I have that little kind of bronze gold looking chalice, like the one in Oak and Mead or Fall of Atlantis. And it's like in every painting I've done, because it's a cup that my dad gave me for, what was it, my 19th birthday or something. My little golden chalice. So. It appears in so many of my paintings, or like my Nautilus cup, or it's like, that's
your own
stuff
personal
I have
motif.
here
Jasmine,
that I can look at. Yeah.
Kieran asks,
yeah,
how was Christmas?
Christmas was...
Now, tell him particularly, how was the weather on Christmas?
The weather?
That's what
okay,
really
well, again, we were
about.
traveling from Florida to our house in Kansas, and often we've had very bad luck with that. But this year was not bad. It was in the 50s one day, which for Kansas is pretty good. There were no blizzards. We didn't lose power once, which is... Losing power in my studio there in Kansas is something that happens very often. We do have a backup generator for the property, but it still happens a lot. Every time I get there, it's like all the clocks are flashing because the power has gone out. But it went well this year, and we got to see everybody. I think we got to spend more time with my side of the family, because a lot of Matt's side of the family has moved down to Florida now. So
of course, we saw the lovely Luke and Lexi.
Luke and Lexi, my niece and nephew. All my nieces and nephews on my side of the family. Got to see all of them. Quinlan, my step-nephew.
We have a few questions in here.
A couple of step-niece.
So that Nintendo guy says,
yes.
Looks like I gotta make a new t-shirt. Exclamation raffle was so 2018.
I know, right?
Actually, that Nintendo guy, this is a little bit new to me. I might be able to
change it
exclamation
back.
raffle again.
So if
so
that
hold
is
tight on that idea.
Yeah. Or otherwise, you'll be one of the old school, like, hipster people who have
totally.
you're like, oh my god, I was there back when it was exclamation raffle before it got so popular,
Yes. So, actually, let's talk about those raffles.
Oh yeah, we keep talking about raffles, but I haven't even talked about what they are. You guys will like them. Since we just got back and we barely had a lot of time to set up, we are doing pin giveaways, but we're doing some interesting pins. I think we've got 2 of one pin that will be for the first, oh golly, what did we start at, 3 o'clock? So like in about, I don't even know what time it is, I can't see from here. But anyways, the 1 hour mark after we've started, we have Strangely Lonely. We have 2 of these. We've done some pin trading, and also we got some when we were back home with family in Kansas City. This was the special pin we did for the Kansas City Renaissance Festival in 2018, Strangely Lonely. So she's not an insanely rare one. You're not gonna like buy a new car with her or anything, but she's a hard one to get now because she's no longer made. She's retired, and she was only available to people who were there in person at the Kansas City Renaissance Festival. And she's, of course, got the little Celtic cross and little Celtic nutwork. And she's got really cool red and black hair, kind of like my devil painting, but more stripy instead of ombre-ish. So that will be the first 2 giveaways. We actually have 2 of those.
Right.
And then after that is... Y'all are the first one to see her.
Another Strangely Lonely.
I said we're doing 2 of those.
Then we are
the first
doing
hour, second
Alice
hour.
in a Dolly Dream.
Alice in a Dolly Dream. You are the first people to see the pin of her.
It is so cool.
She turned out so cool. It's probably not. I'm probably like putting my thumb over or something, but she turned out so neat. I wasn't sure at first with the mold if you'd be able to see the numbers on the clock, but you can totally see the numbers on that clock and that clock. And got the little stopwatch thingy with the ants in it, of course, inspired by Salvador Dali. And this is, nobody has this except for me yet, and this is mine, so I'm going to give it to somebody. And I will sign these too. I'll sign the little backs of the backing boards. But she will be the pin exclusive that they are selling at the Pop Gallery tent at the Epcot International Festival of the Arts, which starts on January 18th. I'll be there on the 19th. And I'll be there for many visits throughout January and February there at Epcot. But the Pop Gallery tent will have these the whole time. Hopefully. Right. It's really hard, while supplies last, it's hard to judge how many to make of something like that for a 6-week long festival at Disney where it's open every day, open to close, and you never know how many people are going to come and buy it or whatever. But anyway, she will be there only for people in person at Epcot to purchase at the Pop Gallery tent. There will also be the Wonderground Gallery tent. I've got 2 tents at Epcot for the Festival of the Arts. The Wonderground one will have my Disney character-specific artwork. Not this Alice, they'll have my other Alice, and they'll be debuting 3 new Disney paintings of mine. And then the Pop Gallery has my personal artwork, and that's where the pins are. So if you're looking for pins, go to Pop Gallery tent. But you can go to both tents because they're right around the lake, and once you're in Epcot, it's an easy, lovely walk with many food and wine booths throughout. And our final pin for tonight giveaway will be a pin also.
Seashell Collector.
Seashell Collector. And this one, of course, is my one from December from the Pop Gallery show that we're just getting ready to do right before. That camera's better. Can you tell, Manny?
Everything you've shown so far looks good to me.
Okay. All right. But anyway, Seashell Collector was one that was a giveaway to the first 200 people at Pop Gallery at my December show. So you can't even buy her. She was just a free one.
We made a lot of them.
Of which
That's
ones?
How many dollies we made.
Oh yeah, I'm not actually even sure. So
yes.
We have an account set up so it can be reordered if Pop Gallery needs more of them. Right. So from the factory. So but this is just mine. This is like the one that I get to look at and say, oh, the colors look good, and that's the one I'm going to take pictures of and I've scanned in to put on my website and everything. And I'll sign the little thing in there. Hopefully I won't get too much paint on it, unless that makes it more valuable, maybe. The hand embellished, but anyway, those are the pins that we'll be giving away tonight. So it's all pins tonight. You Patreon people are going to be excited tomorrow because I've got 7 random surprises. We don't give giveaways at Patreon. We do random surprises for patrons. Yes, we do.
Would you like me to help you out with that?
Sure, go ahead. I'm going to keep working on this.
Thank you so much. Kindred just subscribed with Twitch Prime, and Wild Elf Fairy just subscribed for 8 months more.
Oh, wow.
Thank you so much. You guys are sweethearts. Aww. We appreciate it. And Happy New Year. Thank you very much.
And very, very Happy New Year.
Oh, I think we got another one.
Wow. It is a Happy New Year.
I'll have to see if it pops up.
I heard the noise for it.
I heard the noise over
there. Unless it was, Billy's.
Maybe it was the last one. I will help you out with that too.
Thank you. Yeah, a lot of you guys are Patreon patrons, and I'm doing a kind of New Year's random surprise for 7 people up there tomorrow. I'll do it at 8 p.m. and I'll post it as soon as I can. Now it'll be really obvious what they are because it is January. And
yes,
I want to make sure the last of my calendars are handed out because nobody wants a calendar after January. You got to start off at the beginning.
Twitch
a lot of you Twitch guys probably know these already, but
some
these
of
will
you
just be.
Probably have won it.
I'll be so quite a few of you probably already have one. If you do, give it to a friend, donate it, or tell us to give it to somebody else. But here are all the pictures on it, and this is the 2019 wall calendar, and I'll sign this one too. It's very lovely. Made by Brush Dance.
Yeah, all the Patreon things will be signed.
And everything at Patreon will be signed. And all the ones I'm giving away, all the pins today at Twitch will be signed.
Of course,
and then there'll be 3 of those, 3 of these. Again, calendars by definition have a shelf life of a year, so it's good to get them up there. But this is the
big one.
And again, all Patreon people are entered for this automatically. You don't have to do anything. This is my original Disney color proof for Tinkerbell at Skull Rock.
These things are like the ultimate collectible.
There is only one of these ever made. It is basically after I do the painting, Disney sends me the color proof to say, hey, Jasmine, do the colors look right? Do they look like you're painting? And I say, yes, Disney, it does. And they say on them, not for sale. It's Disney. So they're just for me.
I don't roll that one up.
Matt sends them flat. So
it's good for framing. I would recommend framing it.
But she's about 8 by 10, so you could take her to like Frame Shop or frame her yourself. She's about 8 by 10, and she would look. And I'm going to sign her also. And I can't sell these, and neither can you. So if you win her, you can't put her on eBay or anything. So I have to give her away. Either that or just keep her. And my house is only so big, and I like collecting other people's art. So.
All right. I'm sorry for
that. So those are giveaways. Yes. All right. Yeah, I know you could probably hear Matt mumbling in the background, but.
All right, I am.
So those are the goodies.
Now.
Again, the Patreon ones. If you're a Patreon patron, even if it's the $1 subscription, you get entered automatically into any sort of thing. And I randomly surprise people with
Jasmine
original paintings up there too. I've got one of them. Yeah.
Human and such wants to human ass. I'm not sure what they're accent. 21.
I can't see.
What's the current painting you're working on?
This is, for those who are just joining us, this is the illustration for the Devil Tarot card for the 78 Tarot Elemental card deck. 78 Tarot is a group with which I think I've done, what is it, 6 maybe? 7?
Oh
like
gosh,
more.
you know I can't
A
even
bunch.
keep track
We've been doing
anymore.
it for years.
I have helped out with one of them.
Yeah, Matt did that writing for one of them. Every year, the 78 Tarot Project, which is run by art friends of mine that I've had for many years, Katie Welsh, and a lot of you guys know Delphine, she helps with that too. They've been doing a 78 Tarot, which means that 78 different artists do one painting each for the tarot deck. Because a tarot deck, a traditional one, unlike an oracle deck, has 78 cards. So they have artists from all over the world. Each person gets assigned a card. So I've done a different card for the past 6 years, and this year I've got the devil card. And this is the devil painting. Good way to start off the new year.
It truly is.
It truly is. But if you look back at my previous, was it my previous 1 or 2 broadcasts? I don't remember how many I've done up here at Twitch that I've already shown the devil one, because I remember sketching out part of it. Was that 2 Twitches ago or the last Twitch? Anyways, if you look at the Twitch archives, or if you look at youtube.com/Jasmine Becket, Becket has 1 T, and it doesn't say Becket-Griffith because they don't let you have a name that long, and my name's just all sorts of wrong. So
Jasmine's name we describe around the house as unwieldy.
It's long and unwieldy. If I were not a teenager and were to change my name again, I would have picked something a lot easier to spell and without a hyphen in it. But
it is basically a long sword in the hands of a 4-year-old.
It is.
4-year-old human.
Yeah.
Or squirrel.
There you go.
Is that old for a squirrel? How long do
squirrels
live?
People have, I know that in captivity, I think they can live to be around 10. I don't know if they can be older than that, just based on what has happened before.
Oh, Kay Harmon's, I'm sorry to interrupt. Kay Harmon's excited for Planet Comic-Con.
Planet Comic-Con, yeah.
They have a 3-day pass. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no, that's fine. I should
Back
probably
to
talk
squirrel
about
talk.
that more than my
Squirrel
lack of
talk
knowledge
is
about
very
squirrels, but yeah. No, Planet Comic-Con, that will be in Kansas City coming up in March, the end of March, as Planet Comic-Con, which has combined with Spectrum and Fantastic Art Live. So they're going to have a really cool art show, because it's going to be like Spectrum for their art show, which is just, if you guys, anybody who follows contemporary fantasy, sci-fi, horror art, that is going to be amazing. It should be pretty great. So I'm actually going out there because usually my sister Amber and her husband Chris and their family run the Planet Comic-Con booth for me, and I've never been there in person. They just have my artwork there. But I'm going this year because they're going to have Spectrum for their art show, and we're going to get a big booth, and we'll have a special pin, and this painting itself is going to be at the Planet Comic-Con Kansas City. So when she is finished, in addition, of course, I'll scan her in and they'll make the tarot cards out of her. The actual physical painting herself will be there. If you'd like to go look at her and you're in Kansas City, come by Bartle Hall, and that is March 29th, 30th, and 31st, I think. Whatever that weekend is, it's a...
I have your calendar.
It's 29. It's got to be the 29th and 30th and 31st.
Yeah, you're right.
My booth will be open all day, all 3 days. I myself will be there for specific signing times because I actually have to be at my studio in Kansas during that time working on a different painting, but I will be there at Planet Comic-Con in person to sign stuff for
There's
at
a
least a couple hours a
90%
day.
chance I'll be there.
And there's a 90% chance
most
Matt will be
likely
there.
I will be there.
Yeah. I like the level of forecast you give to different shows, whether or not you'll be there or not.
God, I'm bad with numbers.
I'm not.
Oh, Tammy is working on Planet Con.
Oh, really? For those who know Tammy, she helps set up a lot of shows, concerts, fun stuff like that. So I guess she's working Planet Comic-Con.
So the cool thing about Planet
behind-the-scenes
Comic-Con
stuff.
this year, guys, if you've seen Jasmine at Spectrum,
Yeah.
You have seen a million, well, I don't want to say a million, hundreds of
A
other
couple hundred.
fantastic
Yeah.
artists.
Like some of the artists that you see if you go to a cool movie, you're like, wow, those are neat concept art, special effects. Who did that? These are the people who make these.
Would it be safe to say that those are basically the movers and shakers in fantasy and sci-fi today?
I think they would probably enjoy being worded that way.
Yeah, I would say that that's the case.
Yeah.
Spectrum is just a phenomenal amount of talent.
They
in
do
one
a
room.
printed book every year, and then they do the art show.
It's kind of
also.
ridiculously humbling.
It is. When I was a teenager, I would always buy the Spectrum books, and that was one of my goals as a high schooler to someday get in Spectrum, and I got in the books. It took me a few tries. I still only get in there like half the time because they have a very specific jury, and about every other year I get in. But then they do this live art show, and they're combining it with Planet Comic Con.
This was after her very achievable, easy goal of marrying a guy named Matt.
Yeah, that was
another
random goal.
Jasmine
Popped up, it happened, and
Aaron
still
asks, will you be coming to Colorado anytime soon?
Colorado. You know, I may be, but probably not for any scheduled specific
You know,
events.
I'd love to go. I'd love
Colorado.
to go to the Four Corners area.
Yeah, the whole Four Corners area, the American Southwest. I like heading out there and just camping and rock climbing and things like that when I can. I love hiking, but I don't know of any shows coming up specifically that are in Colorado. There is a gallery called the Sally Centigrade Gallery in Denver.
You do sometimes show there.
They do, and Amber and Chris, they wholesale my prints there, and I've had originals there before, but I almost got to go out there for a signing, but I forget. It was the same time as something else, because almost every weekend I have to be somewhere. So it might happen because I love Colorado and I like going there. If I do, I will definitely let you guys know. You can always check up at my Facebook on the events tab or up at strangeling.com on the little calendar.
Yeah, we tend not to make these things a secret.
Yeah, no, as soon as I know something, I tell everybody. I still don't have the times nailed down yet for my California Disneyland event in March, but I made the event page for it. So that is March 8th and 9th in California. I will be
Jasmine,
there. Yeah.
Will we be attending Whitby at all this year?
Not Whitby this year. We do Whitby every other year, but I do have 3 other UK events already scheduled. The first one will be in May at Tintagel. Then in the autumn, I don't have the specific times and dates yet. There will be Glastonbury, the Fairy Fair for
always a
autumn.
favorite.
I love that one. And then also right around that time, I'll be in Bath for a coloring book convention, which it's more of a convention, not like what we'd call a con in America, like Comic-Con sort of thing. It's more of a sign up, take classes, see lectures, and maybe buy something because there's only like a few tables, but you get to spend time with the artist sort of thing. I don't know a lot of the details on that, but it's being run by Coloring Heaven magazine. A lot of my UK people probably know me from Coloring Heaven magazine, and they will be sponsoring it. So I will be there to sign stuff. Actually, my new coloring book, my Alice one, should be out by then too. I think that Coloring Heaven is going to do a special magazine that has illustrations from my Alice in Wonderland coloring book from Blue Angel, and they are going to have them there at the show. And then I'll be there and signing them.
I think that's the case, sweetie.
Yeah, I think so.
And that should be a fun show. That'll be very interesting.
Yeah, it's just laid back.
Actually,
is it just one day or 2 days? It's not. It's
I don't remember.
It's right around the time Glastonbury is, and I'm like, that's not far from Bath. I'll just go in.
Just a week after, right?
Yeah, I forget. They haven't announced the date yet.
Okay.
So
I don't know.
I don't know yet because I don't know if we'll stay in our London place or if I'll just I don't know, stay somewhere around Bath. Or I've not really been to Bath, so I don't know. It looks really neat from what
I just like saying Bath.
Bath. Say Bath.
I'm a moth in a bath.
Need a ladder?
I need a ladder.
Yeah.
Kate Herman says, I had to buy my niece her coloring books after a very good try of walking off with them.
Oh, no.
Oh, my.
How old's
You
your
are
niece?
either a good aunt or a bad aunt.
I was going to say, does that reinforce bad behavior, or does it?
Oh, Buddy says I should be in London in September this year.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe I can plan it around Glastonbury. God,
You know
Buddy,
what?
it would be strange
that would
to
be
see you there,
awesome
but
to
I'd be
see
so
you in
happy.
England. That would be fantastic. I'll let you know as soon as I know the dates, because that would just
Buddy,
be too wonderful
if
to
that
meet
happens,
up with you.
shoot us an email, and I will tell you what's cool around there. You'll definitely want to go visit the Abbey.
He knows London, I think. He's been there before, hasn't he?
Well, if he goes up to Glastonbury.
The Glastonbury
I don't know if he knows
specific.
Glastonbury.
Oh, yeah. I know Glastonbury like the back of my hand. But,
the people
or also,
there
too,
are very sweet.
if it's
You'd love
not
them.
during Glastonbury, Buddy, I might be in London randomly anyways, because I do like to go there a lot.
We do that
and I have
sometimes.
a studio
Yeah,
there. And
shoot us an email.
But yeah, let us know.
Husky says, my New Year's resolution is not to make a resolution.
That's a
They
good.
seem hard to
that's
live
a
up
good
to.
resolution. You know, I think resolutions you make that are not at New Year's are allegedly
Like,
better kept
maybe in
than
June.
ones that are
Maybe
that
right
not at
halfway
New
through the
Year's.
year. Wild Elf Fairy has no New Year's resolutions.
None at all.
Angel Girl says,
Really?
if you ever have time in your busy schedule, Ohio has some great fests.
Well, Ohio's not too far from Missouri, where I'm from, and I have a studio there in Kansas City still, so it might happen.
Happy New Year, Lady Cat.
Happy New
Thank you
Year.
so much. It's been a great New Year so far. We're very happy here.
Yeah.
And we had a really great Christmas.
But yeah, we did. Yeah,
We
somebody
had
asked
fun
earlier.
visiting
We
families.
did have a very good Christmas. Got to see our Let me think. I'm trying to. Do we have 2 new babies this year from last Christmas? No, one more. Sonia's, and then little
Just the one.
Felix. Felix is
from the previous year.
Yeah, he's from the previous year. Just barely, because he was a December baby. He was tiny.
I have too many nieces and
we
nephews.
we have the perfect amount of nieces.
Will you be doing pins for all the UK events?
Not for the coloring book one, because like I said, that is a convention in the true sense of the word, not like a place where you go shopping so much. So and I think it's limited to a very small amount of people. So I'm not going to do pins for that one, but I will for Glastonbury, and I will do for Tintagel also. Tintagel, I think, is just one day too, isn't it? Isn't it just like Saturday or something?
I think it is. I know it is a one-day event. I'm not sure on the
I think it's a Saturday.
So
I will make the event page for that soon. But we will have a pin at Tintagel and at Glastonbury, but not at the coloring book.
Ian has no New Year's resolutions.
Oh, see, you guys are awesome. You're just
And
perfect.
Hey, Herman
already.
says 8 next week. I'm trying to. What does that refer?
8 nieces and nephews?
Maybe next week.
Wow. Well, maybe
Wow,
they have
you might
7.
be
Maybe
are
they
you a
have
cat?
7, and their sibling is due to have a baby.
Yeah, maybe their sister is a cat, and they will have 8 children.
No, maybe they already have 7.
I don't know.
I don't.
Fandom Fairy says, any plans for the next Patreon exclusive pin?
Oh, actually, there are vague plans because we are getting low on, which is, if you're actually after this one, I always recommend signing up at Patreon and joining the pin tier, but you might want to do it sooner rather than later for strawberry cupcakes because we are running low on her. She's the Rococo little cupcake girl with the strawberries and little cakes kind of Marie Antoinette thing going on.
I love her.
But anyway, she's the current one, but when we run out, that is when we switch over to the
I just shot Jasmine over the numbers, and
I was like, oh my gosh, we are
running
running low on inventory, so
Yes.
it will. The next one, what I've decided to do is pick a few different ones and have a poll, like a vote. I don't know if
I like that idea.
I'll probably do it at Patreon itself, but I'll post it in the pins group too, so the people who are in the pins group can go vote. Also, I'll keep it
people
open
in the room
at
like that
Patreon,
idea
yes.
too.
So
Tigger, I'm going to type in. It's
a new.
It's not
new
exclamation
They
raffle
changed
anymore.
it on us.
It is
for New Year.
Hashtag giveaway right now. In the
Hashtag
future,
giveaway.
I might be able to change it.
We can change it back to exclamation point
Right.
raffle. I'd like
I'll
to.
definitely let
but
you know.
We didn't know they changed it until like a few minutes
Oh,
before
thank
we
you so
started.
much.
Thank
That's
you.
sweet. People in the room are helping out.
Oh, thank you guys. You're very supportive.
Buddy says my resolution this year is to listen more.
Oh.
Gosh, I could do that too.
Well, Buddy's
I think
already a good
all us
listener.
guys can listen a little bit more. We're kind of bad at that often.
I'm
To be
terrible.
more present and focused.
That's
That sounds
good.
good. And to be more fully immerse myself in whatever I'm doing.
Those are actually very good resolutions
that be
because
bad?
they're not like,
That's
hey,
great.
I'm going to save $200 in 5 days.
Yes,
It's not
unless you're a
specific-
serial killer,
yeah.
those are phenomenal.
Those are
resolutions. I appreciate
That's very
that.
true.
And if you are a serial killer, I will probably enjoy it on TV in about 3 years from now. So there you go.
I'd say 20 years, but
All
yeah.
right, there you go. Yeah, I like the old school.
Yeah.
Evangeline and Penelope say hello.
Hello, Evangeline Penelope.
They yelled it. Aw,
Yay.
hello.
Hello.
That's sweet.
hello. Right now, as you can, I don't know how much of this you can see. I'll pick this up so y'all can see it a little bit better what's happening. I've got this cool kind of cave that I've sketched in here that is based on a lot of these are historical paintings. This is a John Martin painting that we saw at the Apocalypse show at the Tate, Britain, and I liked it a lot, so I took a picture of it, and it's public domain, so I'm going to kind of make a cave in the background that looks like that for up there. And then in the upper right corner is, I don't think I can show it because I'll knock over the camera if I move it. There, you can kind of see, it's from one of the cantos. Is it 36, 37? Probably should have written it down, but I printed out a picture of it.
Yay for old literature.
Yeah.
Jasmine, while you're looking for that, I have a quick question from Muriel.
Oh, what's that?
She's saying if you do 3 selections for voting, will you do the other 2 in the future?
I might. Usually if I pick something as a selection for voting on something like a pen or
That's
a
a
painting
good
design,
question.
it's because a lot of people have maybe suggested it to me.
Or maybe
Or
not.
because I think it looks like it would be a neat pin. Like, hey, that one, especially paintings of mine, it's like, oh, you can see their whole body, their arms and legs, or, oh, that would be cute. Sometimes my paintings like this one are so complicated, it would be really hard to cut down into 6 colors and make metal outlines on it and make it 1 inch high. But the reason I choose those options are because I think they would make good pins. So I might end up doing that. I think the last time I had a vote, it was for the Patreon one that ended up being the Scarecrow, which turned out really popular. And that wasn't necessarily one I would have thought of as a pin, but it was one that was suggested, and I made that into a voting option, and everybody picked it. Here we go. Let's see. Oh, Alberto Zardo. He did these illustrations for Dante's Inferno that are they're kind of like the Doré ones that you love, Manny, the Gustave Doré ones.
I love
those. Are lovely. You like his Ancient Mariner one too, the colored ones. But anyways, this is the lithograph that he had, and I'm kind of taking the devil from this and putting that up in this corner, so that will kind of be it's black and white because it's an etching, and it's from 18th century, 19th century. Anyways, old enough that if I want to knock it off in my painting, I can. But since it's black and white, I'm going to be kind of making it cool toned to kind of offset the reddish pinky stuff that's happening up in the Hell Cave there. So we're going to have, that's going to kind of give the dichotomy of it that you see in the Rider-Waite deck. Is not especially brightly colored at all, but it's got male and female elements, it's got a fire element, etc. So I've got to have like two things that kind of balance each other out. So I'm going to do kind of red, warm tones, blue, cool tones on this side. I'll make it reflect in her hair and look all cool.
Love it.
And then in the middle, it's going to have a little bit of purple, which I'll tie in somehow with all the little demon fellows that are at the bottom here. I don't know if I've shown
Jasmine,
that part. Yeah.
I'm going to simplify this question from Princess Bullet. Are you going to do any variations on pins?
I do, and I've done so already with a few. For example, at my little dragon head, I did the little rainbow dragonling portrait. I did a version that was in the DragonCon colors, the purple and gold, and I did that one for the DragonCon exclusive this past year. Or I did Pale Medusa and Dark Medusa, where Pale Medusa was very almost albino, sort of white hair and pink eyes, and then the Dark Medusa looked like a zombie. She had green skin and like black eyes, and it was really neat. Red eyes, very zombie eyes. So I have done that a few times. I don't do it a whole lot because I have a lot of fun.
Super cool.
I want to do them more because a lot of people ask for them, and I do think that is very neat. And a lot of the earlier ones we did not keep the molds for, so I have to redo the molds and repaint them or whatever. So I theoretically could do with some of them, but I also have a lot of fun designing new ones. So that might be something I do more often for special events, because that way, if you aren't able to attend a special event, you can still maybe get a different colored one, but the same mold from
Jasmine,
the website or from Patreon. Yeah.
A Phantom Fairy 83 said, "I would love to see Voodoo and Violet."
Voodoo and Violet would be a good
you know
one.
what? That is one of my favorite pieces from you.
Voodoo and
I love
Violet?
all the Voodoo ones.
She's just a tiny little one. I love her.
I'm a big Voodoo fan.
You know, Voodoo Fairy, the first Voodoo one I did, with the little skull wings that are kind of blue and gray, that would be a cute one too. But Voodoo in Blue was one of the first 5. I did 5 pins when I started Strangeling Pins, and I just had them just as ones people could buy it before we had a pin club or anything. And that was one of the first ones I did. So doing some other ones in that series. Also, there are pins in its Voodoo. That would be, good synergy for branding there. But I've thought about, I don't remember if I still have the actual mold for it, but I could probably use some of the same line art and do a similar one and maybe do a Voodoo and Violet. I also thought about doing some other colors with my Biohazard, which was the very first Strangeling pin, because that was very simple line art. It wouldn't be hard to make that mold again, but to do it with very different colors, or maybe do one that glows in the dark. Or I've done a few different versions of miniature paintings and Faces of Fairy, etc., of my Biohazard girl, who's also, of course, in Scavengers and Hazardous Beauties, etc. That sort of look to her that has the gas mask, and I think that would work really well with maybe a bright orangey fire sort of color, or a glow in the dark one, or a glittery one, or maybe even a metallic one with metal or silver.
Another Biohazard would be awesome.
Yeah, because I don't have the exact mold for that one, but I could probably, again, the line art on that was very simple. It was the first pin I ever made.
Ooh, glow-in-the-dark alligator girl.
Glow-in-the-dark, that's another one. I probably
you
do
get
the
the
mold
other,
again,
right?
But yeah. Or I could make her facing the other way and just draw her out again and flip it like in Photoshop or whatever they do for the factory. But that'd be pretty neat.
Yes, the other day Mother Teresa came to life and asked me for an alligator girl.
Oh my goodness. It was great. Somebody up at the pin group just started, joined the pin group, the Strangeling pin group on Facebook, and the only pin they had was Alligator Girl. Because that was the first pin they got. They just randomly got it for free at MegaCon. And now, of course, you see them on eBay for the one with the original painting. What did they go for? Like $5,000 or $6,000?
Yeah.
It was insane.
Something
It was
like
like,
that.
oh my god, I wish I had some of them. Why didn't I make like 10 extras and keep them? You know, and just.
Oh, that's not.
No. I decided a long time ago I would never sell the pins myself, like the exclusives. Otherwise it would be temptation to like make extras and put them on eBay. When I have extras of these and I make extras on purpose, I always give them away. That's why we have Twitch. That's why we have Patreon.
That's true. Jasmine.
Yeah.
Can you explain why you wouldn't maybe do a Disney pin?
Oh, well, I'd love to do a Disney pin, but I would need Disney to contract me to do so. So far, Disney has pretty much only contracted me to do original paintings for the Disney galleries and theme parks, and also concept art, things like figurine designs and stuff for the Bradford Exchange that are Disney branded. When I do a project for Disney, it comes from them. They send me in the mail a physical piece of paper contract that says, Jasmine, we would like you to paint this and this and this, and we sign it, and it goes back and forth, and they approve the colors, and they sign it again, and like 8 times we get emails, and then finally a year or 2 later it comes out. So I can't just randomly say, hey, I'm going to do a Disney pin. I know people do things like that, but I don't want to get in trouble or go to jail or lose my job. So if Disney would like to do a Disney pin, that would be really cool. And Disney, if you're listening, I have an insane collector group for pins, and I think that could only help add to the Disney brand. So I've got all those paintings I've done for Wonderground. Those would make great pins.
Also, we love Mickey Mouse.
And we love Mickey Mouse.
That's just
and,
me throwing that in there.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm very fond of Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, I've probably got one lying around here somewhere, but yeah.
So now Pop Gallery has a policy, I believe, for how many.
Are you talking about an
Alice in a Dolly Dream at Epcot you can purchase?
Which is probably the
I don't want
closest thing
people.
to
I don't want
Disney.
people to mix that up because that's
No, again,
it's a Pop Gallery
it is
item.
complicated. At Epcot, which is in Disney World, I will have 2 tents with my artwork at them. One is the Pop Gallery, which has my personal artwork I do for the Pop Gallery. And both of these places are also at Disney Springs, and one's at Anaheim too. But anyways, then there is the Wonderground Gallery, which is where my Disney character art is. That's where my new Cruella de Vil, Princess Tiana, and my new Cinderella will be there too. But over at the Pop Gallery, which is, I don't have the map yet, but it's going to be within like 70 feet or so probably from it, just around the lake there at Epcot, is where the pins are. And this is not a Disney-specific Alice. This is actually from my Alice Salvador Dali painting I did many years ago. It's not Disney's Alice, but it will be at Epcot at Disney World. And it's a pin, but it's a Strangeling pin. It is not a Disney pin. But it is, of course, based on the persistence of memory and on my painting Alice in a Dali Dream.
So Jasmine.
Yep.
Pop Gallery obviously have a tent there at Epcot.
Yes.
But also, Mary just reminded us that there are going to be 3 really fantastic new debuts.
Those are the ones I just mentioned, I think, while you were talking. But
well,
yes. Oh no, I will mention
them
it again. Yes, absolutely. There will be 3 debuts at the Wonderground Gallery tent at Epcot, and that will be Cruella de Vil. It will be Cinderella leaving the ball, and it will be Princess Tiana from Princess and the Frog, which probably my favorite of the 3 paintings. It's probably it might be the best Disney painting I've done so far.
That Nintendo guy's asking, can you show us Cruella by chance? Did we happen to have
I don't think we have
any sort of print offer.
I haven't gotten a color proof yet for her, have I? Or wait, did I? Did I get those from Disney? I can't show them because Disney put them on the Epcot website.
I will look in the secret cabinet.
Yeah, look in my magic art cabinet because Disney posted. They didn't post the final images, but Disney on the Epcot website, if you look up there for the Festival of the Arts, it has pictures of all of the paintings on my easel. The same easel you see here, like on the Epcot website right now. It's pretty cool for the Festival of the Arts.
Okay, we're good.
Are they okay? I can show you.
Oh my gosh, we have the worst memories ever.
Well, it's not that I don't. I have. Like 5 studios. Thank you for asking because I probably would not have even thought to show you.
All right.
Because I'm just not very good at keeping
she
things.
She is gorgeous. This could be a future
Cruella.
Patreon.
Okay. Yes, I was gonna say this is a color proof. We're not giving away yet. These are the ones. Again, these are from Disney. Disney prints them out. There's Cruella. This is my one they sent me to show me
And show the
to
cute
match the
little
color.
puppies.
The puppies, the worried puppies.
Look at the anxiety.
Look how worried those puppies are, man.
As well they should be.
And there's
and
a
Cruella is
lovely...
beautiful. She looks like Jasmine.
She looks a little bit like... And also, the street looks like a little bit where my London flat is, but... Okay.
Don't look in the window.
Don't look in the window. No,
oh my gosh,
no, there's not. No, I actually put a light on in one of the windows, though. And there's also lightning because when I was painting her, it was a terrible lightning storm, and it's the first time my studio started leaking and water coming in. Remember that, Maddie? And water was coming through, and it was starting to drip on Cruella, and I had to call you over to check it. Yeah. Anyways. But that's Cruella. Do you have the other ones over there?
I certainly do.
Okay, well, go keep them coming, man. Yeah.
Let me see if there are any questions.
Yeah, make sure there's. But these, they're
I'm
debuting at Epcot January 18th at the Wonderground Gallery tent, and then I think probably after the festival, which is in mid to late February, they will start popping up.
Yes,
all the
Alice
other
in
Disney
Wonderland
places.
is public domain, but
yes,
if it's
Disney's
a specific,
Alice is not.
if it's a
yes.
specific Alice,
Yes. Which is why this one, for example, is public domain. And I've done probably 100 Alice in Wonderland paintings, but I've only done 2 ones for the Walt Disney Company. That's specific with the style sheet, with her hair color, her proportions, her outfit. When it has, oh, this is Pantone blue number, whatever, and this, that. That is Alice in Wonderland, Disney's Alice, with the Disney branding. And that's what makes it different than all the other weird Alices I do that have nothing to do with Disney.
So this one is amazing.
Okay. Oh, yes. This will be good. Again, these are the color proofs. They might end up looking slightly different. I think I approved all the color proofs. These are from Disney. And these are on the Epcot website, Disney. So you totally showed it before I did. But this is Cinderella leaving the ball, and it's a second of the Cinderellas I've done for Disney. Some people refer to the first one I did, Cinderella's transformation, as the holy grail of Jasmine Disney art because it was like one of the first ones they tested out. I don't have one. They are very difficult to find, any of the prints, and I don't even know if they did postcards of that one. But anyways, they have me reprise my character, but in a very different setting from the same film. I remember painting these magic stars. These are all done by hand. This is not Photoshop or anything. This took me forever to layer on all the whites and yellows and things. This is just a print on canvas. The originals on wood. The stairs, yeah, you were gone for a while, and I painted. It's like, man, come back in a couple weeks. But there, you can see there's a little glass slipper there. And the sparkles kind of come from that. And you can see the background of the castle. You can see some hallways and things. These are just again, these are not the actual prints and they're not the actual painting. These are the color proofs that Disney gives me to say, hey, we're going with this color scheme for making the giclées and the fine art prints and postcards and t-shirts and mugs and whatever. And here's Tiana. This is the final Tiana. It says final on it. And eventually I'll probably give these away too because I can't sell them and they are very unique in that they are the first print made. And they're the ones they sent to me. Yeah, there's Tiana, and she's got Naveen in froggy form. There's Naveen and Mia, honey.
Oh my gosh,
lovely little frog. And you can see Mama Odie's house up there. I don't know how much I can show here, but yeah, she's lovely. I don't know what the camera's picking up. And all the little flowers kind of glow. And then this looks suspiciously like the swamps around our house here in Florida. So.
You do live in Florida.
Yep. We live in a bunch of swamps. We got frogs in our yard.
So Mary's asking Jasmine about how does the purchase process work with the Alice and Dolly pins at the Pop Gallery tent at the Epcot event?
Okay, I think you said everything. Well, first of all, I don't know entirely because I just make the pins. Pop Gallery is a separate company from me, and they're also a separate company from Disney. And within Disney, there is Epcot, and with Epcot, there is specifically the International Festival of the Arts. So we're talking about like 6 different governing bodies involved with the decision making there. So I don't know entirely sure, but as far as I can tell, and Matt might know more about this than I do, or somebody else watching might know more than I do, that's very likely. I believe they will have them at the tent at Epcot, at the Pop Gallery tent. Only at the Pop Gallery tent, not at the Pop Gallery at Disney Springs, not at Anaheim, not at Wonderground, but at the Pop Gallery tent at Epcot. If you are there in person, since it's a tent, it's like an actual fabric tent. It is not like a store that can mail you things. It is a tent. So you can't order it online or call them on the phone. They don't have a phone in there. It's a tent. And it is at Epcot. And if you go there in person, you can purchase, and don't kill me if I'm wrong, but I think they said a maximum of 5 pieces. I might be confusing it with Kansas City, but I think it's a maximum of 5 pins at once per person per day. Does that sound right? Per person per day?
You know, I'm going to pull up Pop Gallery's phone number.
Okay, yeah.
And,
So
if anyone needs to call them...
put the email address up there too,
Yeah,
in case
I'll do
people
all
live in a different country and they don't want to call international. But yeah, it will be the Pop Gallery tent, which is not run by me, but of course has my artwork and stuff at it. It is run by the cast members who work at Pop Gallery, and this will only be at their tent that is at Epcot. Good news is, I think it's 5 per person per day, and you do have to get into Epcot, so you can't just go to Disney World and say, hey, I promise I'm only there to buy the pin and not to ride the rides.
So that means no phone orders either.
Yeah, no, they do not have a telephone in there. You can inquire
over the phone, but you actually have to be...
You can call them about what their policies are, but they probably don't know yet because they're probably waiting to hear from the Epcot people and from the Disney people and from the International Festival of the Arts people. But as far as I know, it will be a limit of 5 Alice in the Dolly Dream pins per person. I think they're not free ones. They're actually like an item you buy. They are...
Okay, so Cheryl says 5.
5, okay.
I thought
she
so. Probably talked
okay,
to them.
Good. See, that's what I mean. Y'all probably know more than I do. But I think they're $14.99 or $15.99. They're around $15. They are...
And the prints be bought after Epcot. I would imagine.
Oh yeah, are you talking about the Disney prints? I know about that. So not the pins, but the prints.
Right.
The prints of the 3 new Disney paintings that Disney has already debuted on their Epcot website, Cruella, Cinderella, and Tiana, will be available through Disney after the festival ends. So in the meantime, you can buy it at the Epcot Wonderground tent, which is the other gallery, the one with all the Disney stuff at Epcot. That will be during the festival, which runs through, February 19th, through the middle end of February. And then after that, those 3 images will be like how the other images you see of mine are at Disney. You might see them at like a gift shop when you're leaving Tower of Terror, or you might see it at the Wonderground Gallery at Disneyland in California, or maybe you'll see it at the gallery at Epcot, or it'll be wherever Disney wants to pop them up. But they'll have them online, and you can order online like you can now at Shop Disney or the Shop Disney app. Or you can call on the phone sometimes. I think their merchandise line, Disney Parks Merchandise, will be handling that. Also, Your WDW Store is an awesome website. Can you pop that up now so people who don't know my existing Disney stuff? To. They are not an official Disney website, but they are a local company here in Florida that basically has all the stuff that's at Disney World, and they are a shopping service. They say, hey, here's all the stuff at Disney World right now, and they are very particular, like, oh, they've got these mugs up, the mugs they changed size, now they're this mug, and you can order them from them. They add on a couple dollars to pay for their gas money and to make profit. They literally drive to Disney World, find it, buy it, and mail it to you. So they cost a little bit more than they do at Disney, but they ship worldwide, and they can get stuff that are sometimes sold out, or they'll get things that are like from older stuff that they've gotten from like cast member sales and weird things like that. So I recommend them, and they are usually pretty on the ball. They will most likely have the Epcot images before they're at the galleries, like while they're still at Epcot, because the people who run that shopping site are probably either cast members or annual pass holders, so they go to Disney all the time. They might be able to grab those at Epcot and mail them to you before anybody else has them. And then that's when I'm going to California on March 8th and 9th. Disney says that they should have my 3 new pictures there at the Wonderground Gallery in Anaheim. Those 3 I just showed you.
Perfect.
So those will be there. And then, again, they'll be at the other random places. I don't often even know. I'll just be, like, getting off the Haunted Mansion ride, and I'm like, oh, they've got my mugs here. You know, I don't know. After I do the painting, it's all handled by the corporate people, Disney people, etc. So I get to find out with everybody else. But I will definitely keep you all posted, because as soon as I know, and after, you'll probably hear us talk about the Epcot Festival a lot once we start on January 18th. Again, I start on the 19th, but they'll have my artwork and the pins and everything on the 18th. And I will be telling you guys how it's going. I've got 7 or 8 appearances, I think.
Oh, we have the
another
giveaway.
Magic noise. So this will be the giveaway for the first of the 2 Kansas City Renaissance Festival exclusive, except for
this, and I will
Switch,
figure
obviously.
this. It's a
Strangely
little bit different now,
lonely.
and I will figure this out in just a moment.
Yeah, again, it's got a new system that they surprised us with in the new year, and it was like a few minutes before we started up with the cameras and everything. So
no problem.
You might give us a minute.
Manage this thing.
We have to. We'll use a random number generator, but we'll figure out a way to do it. In the meantime, I'll show you. I don't know how much of this has been shown, but I've been trying to figure out, like I said, the upper left-hand corner is kind of reddish orangey. The upper right-hand corner is kind of cooler tones, blues, greens, and in the middle, I'm making it kind of violet. I will be going over probably in the end.
There we go. We got a winner.
50. Oh, who was it?
Storm Wind. I think she's won before.
Well,
And
congratulations
I know I say that a lot.
again. Yeah. Well, we get a lot of regulars, and we broadcast once or twice a week, so it's the odds are very in your favor. You can always just pop in and type in #giveaway.
Yay!
And this is for
and I'll send my
Strangely
little
Lonely.
note.
Congratulations. And also, in right at an hour then, that means that we'll have another one of these Strangely Lonely pins. And then after that will be Alice in a Dolly Dream. Again, that's the Epcot one, so that you will be the first person, and I'd say other than me, but you're basically taking mine. So you will have her, and I will sign her for you.
No problem.
And then the last one, around the time we sign off, it'll be on our 4th hour. We have the Seashell Collector, who is from Pop Gallery.
I love that
Again,
one.
I don't always
That's such a
do
pretty
like
one.
all pin giveaways, but we just barely made it in and signed up for Twitch and got our stuff from Kansas City. So I'm just happy I had something to give away.
That Nintendo guy, it does look like Moobot did reset in that one. I'm trying to figure out a way to have it not.
Oh,
because
maybe it
We have
does.
100 people in chat right now.
Oh, wow.
So I set the other one for a 3-hour one, and we'll see how that works.
For 3 hours?
Yeah, so I think I can pick entry.
Oh, you can pick like multiple people.
That's the theory. If
Okay,
not, I'll
again,
use a random number
we didn't
generator.
know there was new software until a few minutes before I said,
Oh, it was
hi,
like-
are we online?
I had
I'm
about
like,
an hour
oh my
before.
god,
It was
everything looks
crazy.
different online. What's going
So,
on? So,
no matter what,
yeah.
it'll be a completely random as always.
It is always
and
random.
I will make sure there's always a winner. No harm, no foul.
Yeah. At any rate, so I've taken a color that's kind of like the darker version of the shadows that are in our face tones, and I'm combining it with kind of the blue side and the red side, so it's almost a violet. And I want it to turn in eventually to kind of a black. So when it hits down, let's see if I can knock over my camera. When it gets down to where all the little demon fellows are chasing around the ladies, that's going to be very high contrast, very sculpted looking. Again, that's the one that's kind of based off the Boulanger illustration. So, but with different people in it. So that's going to be very dark. So from the top, it's going to be kind of a bright red, bright blue, fading into purple in the middle, turning down to almost black in the corner. So that's going to make her face even pop out more because that will be a high contrast to the bottom part of the painting.
I don't know how you figure
and
all
it'll
that
make her
stuff
look even. Well, I decided it while I'm painting. I didn't
Pretty
really
cool.
plan this, and that will make her seem even more columnar because both sides will have different colors, but there'll be something that ties them together. And again, I've got it looks like I think I talked about this last time. I'm making this sort of magic circle here. Again, I was looking at spell effects printed out from like movies. This one, I think it's from Doctor Strange. Here's some special effects like from EverQuest or something. I'm not making them look like that one specifically. I'm just looking at that as an idea while I'm working. I'm not gonna steal Doctor Strange's things here, but there's one from a magic book. I don't know what that's from, but these are just pictures I found online and I'm looking at make a cool circle. I got a kind of devil sigil thing in there and gonna have what would normally be like a goat's head in the middle. I'll put a goat skull up here. I'm going to. And I don't know, part of it is going to be showing through her wings. I want her wings to kind of look like bat wings, like in the card that I'm supposed to be referencing from the Rider-Waite deck. The Baphomet here has got kind of leathery looking bat wings, sort of like dragon wings.
Also, I love how I'm kind of going off in a tangent here. I love how Tenacious D had that as a cover of one of their albums.
I've got one on a shirt from Tenacious D.
Oh,
I got
I love
it
that
at a
shirt.
concert. Yeah, I do too.
I'm a big Tenacious D fan.
Yeah, I like Tenacious D also.
Don't send me any
They're wonderful.
DVDs or CDs.
We have all of them anyway,
good.
so. But yes, send us Jack Black though. He's great.
Hey, he
comes to the
frequents,
Corey Hopper
the
Gallery,
Corey Hopper
man.
Gallery.
I love Jack Black. He's fantastic.
He is fantastic.
If you're watching, I love you. Anyway, so this should actually talk about t-shirts. Somebody asked earlier on Facebook if this might be a t-shirt, and I was going to let you guys know I don't have the link is not finished yet. But People's Choice Apparel, the people who make my t-shirts and blankets and stuff, have redone their website and are in the process of rebuilding. And I think they're taking orders already on their Amazon store, not for this painting because it's not painted yet, but all the previous ones I have done. And this would probably be one that they are doing t-shirts and stuff of, because it's a very iconic image. They've done some with my My Unseelie Court series, for example, they did Unseelie Court War, Unseelie Court Pestilence, a handful of them they've done. So this would kind of fit in really good. With those two, they usually, I don't know if it's because they look more sinister or less traditionally feminine, I don't know, but they make them for unisex and male t-shirts also, like athletic cut for boys and etc. So I'm not saying you have to get one, Maddie, but you can. Yeah.
I might.
Yeah, I might. I got a free sample.
Taryn says we threw her back into memory when you mentioned EverQuest.
Oh, EverQuest.
Yes, she calls it Evercrack.
Oh my gosh.
That was the first game, and I'm like, make people divorce.
I remember people being EverQuest widows. Yes, I remember that. I was in school when EverQuest was out, so I actually, somehow in between my painting business and school, I found time to play video games back then. I can't even imagine finding time to play video games now. But I played EverQuest. I had a character named Strangeling.
Jasmine,
she probably still exists.
Yeah. Web address for the shirts.
Is there a link there? Like I said, People's Choice Apparel, I don't think the actual website is popped up yet, but I think their Amazon store is. So Maddie, if you are able to, I don't know if you have a browser up, and if you Google People's Choice Apparel on Amazon, or go to Amazon, or just go to Amazon, search Jasmine Beckett shirt. Because I don't know what it's going to think about how many T's or a hyphen. Everybody gets the T's wrong. And then copy that URL, because it will probably, that'd be the best way to do it.
It immediately sends me to Kindle stuff.
Are you sure you went to Amazon and typed Jasmine Beckett shirt? I think that's true.
As soon as I opened Amazon.
After you've typed Jasmine Beckett shirt and made the search results a URL, I don't think it did. This is not a paid placement ad for Kindle.
I just thought it was funny.
Man, there you go.
Oh, that's lovely. Yeah.
Okay.
I will put this link in.
Save that link too, Maddie, so people ask for shirts again. Again, this painting isn't on there. Okay. A lot of people are like, "Do you have that as a shirt yet?" And I'm like, "No, I haven't painted it yet. That would be
describe
impossible."
Their printing process, because people were asking
yes.
how it works with the seams.
Yes,
because people didn't understand that was on purpose.
It is an unusual printing process, and there are a few reasons for it that I'll get into, because I like to talk about things. But they are made in America. They're actually made in Los Angeles. It's very close to where the Corey Helfer Gallery is. It's a family that owns this company, and they make them here. And they print their own fabric using dye sublimation, which means that it will look pretty much exactly like the painting, but it is done with a big flat press, like a giant. It's not an iron-on, because it actually soaks into the ink. They use environmentally friendly organic inks and everything, so they're not the synthetic stuff that you would get from like a cheap t-shirt, which is why they cost a little bit more, but they're super nice. But since they do them flat, if you have a t-shirt and it's already sewed together and you like print it flat, places like, I'm not wearing one of them now, but places like under the arms will look like the white t-shirt. You have to do it on a white t-shirt. It has to have a certain amount of, what is it? There's a certain type of polyester cotton blend that will be the only type that will accept that sort of organic inks. So they're very specific. So each one will look a little bit different. It doesn't quite look tie-dyed, but in places where the seams go together, it's like buttering a piece of bread. If there's holes in the bread, the butter's not going to get in the hole. But on the front and the back and the important part of the painting will look fantastic. If you've seen me and Matt wear these shirts at shows, they're definitely some of Matt's favorite shirts. He wears them all the time.
What I will say about those guys is, if you are a frequent traveler like me, and I know Buddy is. Yeah. I think Buddy has some of the shirts, actually.
He's got shirts.
I'm not very comfortable on a plane. I wear
soft shirts.
I wear those shirts specifically when I fly, because they're so comfy, and they feel like a blanket, and I'll be on them for hours. So that's my little
very comfortable
testimonial.
Yeah. They're comfortable. They're made by real people here in the States, and they are environmentally friendly and are very well done. They put a lot of thought into the color, and they also put a lot of thought into the designs. They're all over printing. A lot of them are. Some of them are just like on the front, but a lot of them are all over printing, which means that if you have a rectangle like my painting, it's hard to say, oh, well, what do we put on the sleeve? I mean, that's the front, that's the back. Brian there, the graphic designer, he will take parts of the painting, like maybe take the cool mushroom cloud from the background and put it on one arm, and they're very good at laying out the graphic design on them. Oh, also, I think somebody was asking last time, the company Haute Totes, who does my really super fancy handbags that have my artwork on it, They are not up and running yet, but they will be again. So those of you
That's
who
good
really
news.
like the purses, and those are another one. They're all handmade, elaborately stitched, extremely well done. They sometimes have them at the Pop Gallery, even at Disney Springs, but hopefully those will be up again soon. So I was very happy to see they were coming back.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
That Nintendo guy says, I wanted to let you guys know we keep finding Jasmine's merchandise locally.
Oh, yay!
Second and Charles and Michael's, just to name a couple, some of her
Excellent.
coloring books.
Oh,
Paradex
good.
and her new Forever Strange book, getting
Yay.
JBG all the way in the mitten.
That is fantastic. That makes me very, very happy to hear. I just heard from somebody who's visiting in England. They're like, I saw your stuff at multiple stores here. So I'm happy that's happening on both sides of the pond now.
Hey, that Nintendo guy, is it freezing up there?
Oh. It's cold here in well, not cold. Actually, it was 71 today, which is not that cold.
It's
but
not, we can't
it's
do it,
cold.
Jasmine.
No, I know. I
It was cold this morning.
It was like 49 this morning.
Yes.
I mean,
Well,
I still don't have a proper
By the way,
shirt
Jasmine,
on, but-
it's 4:12. We're at 96 viewers.
Oh, fantastic. I've got a lot of people in the new year. We're off to a good start.
Yes.
Wasn't sure. I didn't really tell people much about when I was going to start. I kind of just did it last minute.
Oh, 40s. That's not too bad.
Oh, that's not awful.
Good.
No, that's like
I
this
hope the
morning
sun is
in
shining.
Florida. Yeah.
Or shining for another hour and a half at least.
Yeah.
Hey, but you guys were past the winter solstice, so
We
that
have
means
done.
it's the sun will keep
The
creeping
days
out
are
later
getting
and later.
longer.
It is
Yeah.
sunny. You know, sunny makes all the difference.
It's true. I'd rather be in like 50 degrees sunny than 60 degrees slimy.
Okay.
Except England.
Catch you
maybe.
later, Taryn.
Yeah. Bye, Taryn.
Yeah, and take care of your girls.
Aw. Okay, so I've taken this kind of mixture of the pinkish red and the blue, and then some gray and black, and don't know how you can tell, but it's getting darker and darker as we go down there. I want to do some more work on her face, and also, I don't know if you can tell, the circles that I sketched around and kind of went over with white paint are not perfect circles, and I want them to be, so I will be refining that a bit. I might, I'm not sure. I might at this broadcast too. I have a mini painting I started on yesterday. I might work on that a little bit at the end. That I might be putting up for auction either here or up on eBay. We'll see if people want to see mini painting or if they want to see more double. I'll ask you guys when it gets closer to that time. But I'm gonna see if I can. I'm gonna lower my desk here. Sorry if the camera bumbles around. I don't know.
Hey, it's your painting.
Yeah.
You paint how you need to paint, sweetie.
Yes, I will. Okay. Hopefully maybe you can see her face better. I don't know. And she is not naked, I just haven't painted her clothes yet. She's got the little chains, and somebody emailed me, and they're like, "Do you have prints of that one with the chain bikini yet?" And it's not a chain bikini, really. Those are just the chain links I've drawn in to put the chain in. That
Those of you who grew up with Princess Leia and Jabba the Hutt.
Yeah, and so it won't be see-through. I've just kind of drawn anatomically a bit of her shape. So I want her to have kind of a sheer dress that it's probably going to be kind of raggedy looking because look where she lives, it looks very dangerous. But she's, it's going to be kind of connected. So you might see her belly button poking out, kind of French cut stuff. We'll see. But it's going to eventually turn into the bottom part of her dress will basically start turning into these little figures as I get closer.
Somebody else said Leia.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, thanks, Carrie, for the
Oh, is that the magic
subscription.
knife?
Also, Buddy asks, are there any collaboration paintings in the works with Tiger Pixie or Michael Banks?
Oh, not specifically. I have, I'm going to sound awful. I have quite a few people that have asked me to do collaborations, and I'm still trying to work out when and how some of those are going to happen because I've really enjoyed the ones I have done, but after I did them I got a lot of requests from people I've known a very long time, and there's a few people I'd very much like to work with, so we're trying to figure out a time of when we can make it work, especially when I don't live by people, or if something like they work in oils or I work in acrylics. There's a lot of confusion as far as who has to go first, etc.
Jasmine.
But I'm hoping to do some more things like that. Yeah.
Seth is in and out of the room real
Okay.
quick.
Yeah.
So can you shoot him a hello and a
Oh,
happy
hi,
new year?
Seth. And a happy New Year, Seth.
Yay. Hi, Seth. It's nice to see
Howdy,
you.
howdy.
So, let's see. We had a question up here. Mary says, what are you putting on top of her head? The unpainted part.
I'll show you. Can you see that? What I've painted so far, actually a picture. Oh, I don't have my photo. I drew it. It's based off a skull, actually. It's a little like ram's goat skull thing. I don't know if you can see it. I kind of drew it as a hair ornament, and I've taken the kind of curly Q that's in the horn, of the animal, and I'm going to kind of turn it into like, I'll darken it a bit here with a bit of paint and bit, I guess. Kind of make a little curly hue. When she was bad, she was horrid. Going to kind of continue that sort of design. So that's going to be hair up there, but I want the hair to kind of take a form to it that goes with the sigil behind her, and also the bits of the horns. So we're going to see the little curly Q there, curly Q there, curly Q kind of here. So I'm going to outline it a little bit so it'll look like it's a little bit of a shadow. It's kind of an oddly lit painting because obviously she's got magic spell attacks happening around her, and then she's got two very distinct color light sources coming behind her. But she's looking at the viewer, and I want some sort of some sort of omnipresent light coming from the front. Not like a spotlight, but kind of like a vague footlight coming from the front.
I think that is a good answer.
And then some very bright background and side effects coming in. So I haven't painted the top part of her hair yet. It's going to be dark hair, but it's going to have some kind of ambiguous forms in there that will reflect the things around her.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Jane's asking, she said, we might need a crystal ball for this answer.
I gotcha.
But when we go back to Whippy Goth Weekend, would it be the spring or the fall show?
I don't know yet on that one.
So far we've only been to the fall show. But that doesn't necessarily mean we wouldn't be to the spring one.
The reason we tend to do the fall one is because we do have a lot of events in the States that happen in the spring. And we often don't know the dates on something like MegaCon, which is our big Orlando show, until sometimes not too long before the next MegaCon, and it tends to be in the spring, so I usually try to avoid booking that up at any given time. And also Planet Comic-Con is at the end of March, and since they're combining the Spectrum, and it's in Kansas City, and obviously I have a studio there and a bunch of employees to help me out there, I tend to do Kansas City things if it makes sense too. So if I were to really look, do I have a crystal ball? That's some amethyst. I'll look at these. Ooh,
looks like
amethyst. Well, what is amethyst? Is the birthstone for, what is it, January, February?
I love Whitby.
But I'm still saying fall. Sorry, amethyst.
Cold
but probably
in Iowa
autumn.
Today. Brr.
What is it?
It's cold in Iowa today.
Oh,
says
I
Husky.
bet. I don't know, man. I always cold. I go to Iowa fairly often, believe it or not. And
Jasmine was wearing a little robe during Christmas. She looked so cute.
I did. When I was in Kansas City, I have my night sky robe. It's black and has little stars on it. My mom gave it to me.
But we forgot to put you in your little Santa hat.
I didn't. Thank God.
Oh, I
Who
love
needs
you
more pictures of that up at Facebook? But
yes.
I do have a lovely black Santa hat that I sometimes wear to entertain small children at the holidays.
Ooh, so Buddy is talking to Mary. He says in the room, I was on their wait list a couple years for a tightrope mini frame print.
Oh my gosh.
In stock. They only had the one, but he managed to get it.
He ended up getting it. Oh, yep. Yes. I think you told me that.
Because they do kind of have a, hey, it's not here, but
yeah, if it's something that's sold out or gone. I think there's about 1 million people on the one for the Evil Queen, the Snow White villain. That one is so hard to find. I'm not sure why. I think it's because I came out with a lot of paintings there around the same time, so they kind of like, this one, and we'll do this one for a little while for the summer. Or was that D23? I don't know, whatever it was. Sometimes Disney will have it just for a limited time, and that makes it really hard to find. And if somebody just discovered my work this week at Disneyland, they're like, oh, how can I get the Evil Queen? I'm like, wow, you bring a couple $1,000s and go to eBay. I hate saying that to people, but I don't get to make those prints myself because they belong to Disney. Disney prints them, Disney makes them, Disney sells them. But your WDW store is good, as Buddy just testified.
Yes, thanks for the testimonial.
They're good at, they are good at taking your name
Mono,
down.
Thanks for coming to see us at Pop.
Who was it?
Mono.
Oh, hey. Good to see you again in the new year.
Or it was almost New Year here.
It was almost
chat.
Well, it's New Year now.
Yes,
yeah.
that works now.
We have established this. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and put some.
And Little Pet Ali says that you are their favorite artist.
Thank you very much, Little Pet Ali.
I like your name too.
It's a cute name.
Oh, okay. So that's Monica Hurley.
Yeah.
Again, I don't always know people's names, but
yeah. Sometimes I'll have like family members up here, and I'll be like, "Oh, how did you know where I was on your?" And I'm like, "Oh, that's you. I didn't know that was you."
And so many people I recognize from their sometimes their little
Their little
You call
icon.
it handle here? I don't know what you call it. Your chat name here
Your num de plume.
in Twitch.
Num de
I
chat.
recognize that often in email addresses that I see a lot of orders come through.
Yeah.
So thank you all. You guys are very supportive here. We always appreciate it.
Oh yeah, a lot of y'all I know from real life and for Patreon and from Facebook, Instagram, etc.
Monocot was a college nickname, and CPC is my job title.
Monocot, like monocots and dicots.
I don't even know what that is.
The seeds of a plant. It's a monocot or a dicot.
Wow, I usually kind of know something about something, but I don't know that.
Kind of as we have established in previous episodes, I am kind of nerdy when it comes to plants.
I guess so.
Yeah. You've been
Angel
to
Girl
Kew
says-
Gardens with my father and stepmother. You know how it works. Yeah.
So I was thinking, I'm pretty sure I have this job after 3 interviews in 4 days. I was thinking to trying and sneak a print, or maybe a Camus Cutie into the office if I get it.
Oh, I hope.
Which prints do you guys think I would get away with in a corporate setting?
Corporate setting, probably not this one.
Yeah, I would something cute. That's always Darling Dragonling number 4 is always a winner.
I was gonna say Darling Dragonling number 4. Any of the Darling Dragonlings, any of the ones where a girl with an animal like a cat, like Princess with a ragdoll cat, or any of the Disney ones are pretty hard to argue with.
I would go towards
the more
less
cute,
visceral, more cute,
less nakedy Satan-y and more cutesy dragony.
Probably wouldn't have too much of an issue.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of pictures people send me of their
sweet.
cubicles.
She says your art is great.
Oh, thank you very much.
Monocots are flowers with an odd number of petals. How lovely!
Like 5 petals usually. And dicots will have.
Okay. So Mary has the monarch painting
6.
up in her.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
That monarch is a lovely one. I've had a lot of people send me photos of their cubicles or their offices at work or their little telephone station, or even like people who have to wear lanyards will put the pins on it, or the little strangeling lanyards if you have to have an ID card at work, and that makes work kind of more fun. If you can
so Monocot has Luna Moth and releasing fireflies in their cubicle.
Oh,
wow.
Those
Luna
are both
Moth's
very
new.
good ones.
That's
yeah.
nice.
Well, they were at Pop.
Yep.
Yeah, they got one. I should show that because the Pop Gallery's taking orders now for shipping everywhere. This is when I started painting up here. Actually, I painted a lot of this on Twitch. That all blurs together. But yeah, I definitely did. I remember talking about Luna Moths and how we kept finding just their wings outside our house. Luna Moths is the one that we just debuted at the Pop Gallery at Disney Springs right after our last Twitch. So this is the first time this is actually being at the gallery since I've seen you guys. But this is available through Pop Gallery. They have the paper prints like this one that are just this size. And what are they, Maddie? Are they like $19? I don't remember.
I don't remember.
They're exclusive to the gallery, so they're a little bit more than the than I would usually have on my website, but that's the only place you can get them. You can't get them on my website, and I painted them just for that gallery. And yeah, I remember painting this because I remember talking about the confusing lighting sources, and then I remember I added the purple magic light source like afterwards, and I was like, oh, I'd already been complaining about how I put too many light sources on it. That's how I roll. But here she is, and she turned out lovely. The original painting is available from Pop Gallery. I know I incorrectly initially we thought she was sold to somebody, but they didn't come through. So the original painting, this is just a piece of paper, the print, but the original painting is big like this one, and it is available from the Pop Gallery. They will ship worldwide, and they will do installment plans if you would like to contact them. So if anybody's interested in the original painting of this one, the one I painted here at Twitch, Luna Moths, she is hanging at Disney Springs at the Pop Gallery. And you can go see her in person if you're here in Florida, or you can call them or email them. I think Matt probably posted the info before. You can also find it up at, if you just Google Pop Gallery Disney, you'll come up. And they will
make sure
ship
you
anywhere.
do that at
Pop
Disney
Gallery at Disney,
Springs.
because Pop Gallery is,
Disney
there are
Springs.
other galleries throughout the world that have taken the name Pop Gallery also because, pop art, etc. But the correct one, not the correct one, but the one that my stuff is at Disney Pop Gallery, Disney Springs. Pop Gallery Orlando, I think, is their official name.
Are the postcards limited to only certain events at Pop Gallery?
I
don't know.
Do we have postcards at Pop Gallery? Oh, we have the mini prints. Or are they talking about Wonderground Gallery?
I'm not sure. I think that maybe...
If you're talking about postcards you send in the mail, those are ones that are at Wonderground Gallery.
Right.
Those are the ones of my Disney characters. And also we do sometimes have them at Run Fest and stuff like that. The ones
because
that Amber and Chris make. Because because we don't make the postcards ourselves, so we have to get those made at a printer. But
Yes, if those are ever seem a little bit more pricey, we apologize. We make zero money off those.
yeah, I
That's just for
actually
you guys.
lose a bit of money every time somebody. But no, I think I make like 8 cents or something. That's okay. I'd rather people have the postcards. But anyways, the mini prints that are about postcard size, but they're made out of stuff that looks like photo paper, like this type of shiny paper, but it's about the size of a postcard. The mini prints, those they do sometimes have at Pop Gallery. I don't know why they have them sometimes and why they only have them other times. They might be just special at some events. But if you're talking about Luna moths in particular, that painting in any form, as far as prints and canvases go, is only at Pop Gallery. So I wouldn't, for example, have prints of this one at DragonCon, and I won't have it at Strangeling.com, or I wouldn't have it at Spectrum or anywhere at Disney World other than the Pop Gallery. It's exclusive to that gallery because I did the painting for that gallery. So that one, I think this is a small size you can get her as, I believe, is the 8x10. But I think it's around $20. I really should. It's so much stuff I can put up here.
Someone was asking about your Epcot dates. I'm going to go ahead and put up your events page.
Oh, please do. Yeah. Yeah, I have, I think, 7 or 8 different Epcot event nights I'm doing before I head to California. And let me think. Starting on January 19th, going through February something. Yeah, the tents with my artwork and like the pins and stuff will be there every day. It's a 7-day. It used to be the festival's only on weekends. Now it's there 7 days a week for 6 weeks. So I'm only there in person for those whatever dates Matt's posted there on my event page. Does it show on Facebook? I don't know how it works.
I am checking it right now.
No, you didn't address my question. Does it show the events page to people who do not have Facebook or aren't logged into Facebook? Okay. If you don't see it up there, I don't know, the Amber is added up to Strangeling.com or not yet.
Actually.
Also, it might be on the Epcot website, the Disney website. Often it's not up there yet, and that's why I make an additional website with the specific times on my Facebook page.
There is the events page.
Because some people need it to
So I'm not
export.
sure. Actually, I'm not logged in to Facebook right now.
Oh, and
so
can you
I think it would take me there. Let me check it
see
out.
if it works.
Let me check it
Because
out
I tell people about that, and I'm like, wait a minute, I don't want to make people sign up for Facebook if they don't want to, for heaven's sake. So I just like to give them the information, and it's kind of an easy way to do it.
Let's see.
It's all on like one page. Also, you can export it like to your calendar, apparently.
It does have, it says, I can see the main page here.
Can you click on
I
the
do
Epcot?
see dates.
Okay,
Yep.
click on the Epcot date and see if it lets you click on it when you're not logged in.
I'm not logged in.
That's what I mean. Don't log in and do it. You've clicked on the Epcot event, not the events page.
Yes, I've clicked
not
on
the events page, but the Epcot date. Okay.
Yes, I see all the dates here without being logged in. Perfect.
Yay. So you can look up there. And those are the dates. And I think it's the same time. I think I asked both galleries to keep. Because at first they're like, can we do 5 to 7 and 6 to 9? And I'm like, no, let's do it the same at all of them because I'm not going to remember, and not let alone for having Matt drive me there and everything. It just also to explain to people on Twitch, on Instagram, on wherever, saying, hey, it's going to be 6 o'clock until 8 o'clock. Each of those days, that is the time I will be there signing stuff. And you can buy stuff anytime you want. They'll have all
Pet Ollie's asking if we ever come to Pittsburgh.
I've been to Pittsburgh before, but I have not done a show there. I've done a few events in the Philadelphia area. Other than that, sometimes I used to typically do the FairyCon East in Baltimore, but now that is always at the same time as either Whitby or Glastonbury. So it's like I have to pick between those 3, and I'm usually in England at that time of year, so I am typically going to choose Whitby or Glastonbury. It's hard when I have to make decisions like that, and no matter what happens, everybody ends up feeling bad. But no, people are happy because I'm there. But
Life Freedom
hard.
says, are you going to have an exclusive pin when you're at Disneyland?
Disneyland California? No, so far there is not a gallery. They don't have a pop gallery at Disney in California, which is where I do my pins in Florida at Disney World, and they don't have a pop gallery there. So they do not have my pins as of yet. They might in the future. I do know when I do the shows at Corey Helford Gallery, which is in Los Angeles, but not at Disney. It's in downtown Los Angeles. It's we did my show there several months back, and that's where the Porcelina pin was, and we had an exclusive pin there that was just a giveaway pin. So the next pin I have in California will probably be a Corey Helford one. unless Disney decides to do some pins there, or if a gallery opens up there that happens to, or a shop at Disney or something that sells my pins.
There you go.
But I'll have some artwork at. I've got a few Corey Helfer Gallery events coming up. As far as me being in person, I know for sure I'll be at my solo show, which is in 2020. And I have just barely started to work on that. It's going to be much like how my Magical Thinking show was a big solo show in the giant room there at Corey Helfer Gallery. It hangs up there for a month. And I don't know when in 2020. It will be autumn. But I might pop up there. They're having their 14th. When is their 14th anniversary there, Maddie? Is it in May?
I don't know.
They're having a special show and like an artist dinner and stuff. I forget.
Yeah, I
can't
might remember right
depending
now,
on what else
sorry.
I'm doing, I might fly out for that. So I might, and I'm gonna have a piece in the show, but it would just be like one painting. I don't think I'd have pins and stuff, as far as I know. But yeah, if any people who do the Disney stuff decisions are listening to this, people want the pins at Disney, so take some of my Wonderground paintings and make them into pins. They would be very, very, very
cool.
popular. Yeah, and then they'd be Disney pins for people to collect, and they could also put them with their Strangeling pins. And
yes,
they could
and I don't
either
know how
do all
we'd
Disney or they
handle
could do all
that.
Strangeling. What's
Personally, Disney would just sell them, I guess.
that? Yeah, exactly. Because
Yeah.
I don't know if they've done that with any other gallery artists.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Princess Bullet wants to see Oak and Mead.
Oh my
The pin.
gosh, I have it too. Give me one second.
And that will be shipping out this week, guys.
Yeah, this is the January pin of the month. And some tea. I don't have my big giant iced tea because I have hot tea today. As I established, it's cold because it's 71 degrees here in Florida. So hot tea. Okay. Oak and Mead. Hey, she's an example of one that has that chalice. It's actually a cup that's in my kitchen.
There you go.
But here is the pin, and she turned out glorious. I don't know how well it shows up.
It's pretty cool.
It's one of the neatest pins I think I've done so far. I don't know how well it shows up on the camera, but she sparkles like awesome. She's got a very Art Nouveau sort of continuation of her hair design, kind of like how I'm talking about in the devil painting, how her hair, it's not necessarily a crown, but her hair kind of turns into a shape. And this shape in particular is filled with like an enamel that is like a really deep,
That is so
sparkly
cool.
gold glitter. Yeah.
Yes, it really
and then
does
she's
sparkle.
it's almost it looks
It's kinda
magic in real
magical.
life. It doesn't have lights or anything. It just glitter. And her little chalice she's holding that has the oak leaves going into it is also glittery.
You know what?
Yeah.
Might be fun.
What's that?
Maybe a little later, unless these things just sell out like crazy.
Yeah.
I would be happy to print off the story
Oh yeah.
and have a signed
It's
copy.
that's
For those of you
true.
who don't know,
It's an illustration.
I wrote a story
Yeah.
called Oak and Mead, and Jasmine created this fairy.
It
from
was
that
an
story.
illustration for Fae magazine,
Yes.
which is a British fairy magazine. And
So they commissioned me to write a story, and I, since they love Jasmine's art, they said, "Hey, can
have
Jasmine do the
a
art?"
painting. Yeah.
And absolutely, Jasmine was happy to, and
Yeah.
it was a sort of collaboration between myself and Jasmine.
And the painting is it's a great painting.
Yeah,
It's a
so
very popular painting.
I could print off
Oh, that's
the
a
story
great
and,
idea.
maybe-
yeah, I
yeah,
could
maybe
sign
we'll do
it,
that.
and yeah, that's a very good idea. Because it's an open edition pin, so maybe we could do something where an extra $1 for shipping or whatever, and it comes with a little story. That'd be lovely.
well, it's not
Or
going to come
however
with a
many.
story each time.
Well,
That'd be
yeah,
like a
that's what I
prize.
mean, a special
Yeah.
like limited edition thing or something. But
Yeah.
the pin itself is open edition, so we
Right.
could theoretically do more of those if we wanted. She's the January pin of the month, so people who are already Patreon pin collectors, you will be getting her. What do you say, Maddie? You're going to be shipping her out in about a week.
This week.
Within this week. Okay,
Yep.
so she'll be on her way shortly.
Yeah.
She is the January pin, and if you're just joining Patreon, you'll get her, and also the Strangeling lanyard, which I don't have here, but you can imagine it, and it's lovely. And then you'll get the new pins each month, and like we talked about earlier, we're going to have a vote for the next Patreon pin. So whenever we have Patreon pins, you get those automatically. You get a new pin every month. You get any lanyards that come out. And also, when I do random surprise giveaway things at Patreon of leftover pins, kind of like we do up here at Twitch, I send pins out if I have leftovers to my Patreon pin collector tier. So if you are a pin collector and you're not up at the Patreon pin collector tier, you should go sign up, because also you get a discount. You end up saving a ton of money, and it includes shipping and stuff too. And you also get to see all the other cool Patreon stuff, like all the behind the scenes things. I'm still working on gathering all of my Vietnam photos, by the way, for those of you who have the behind the scenes tier access at Patreon. I'll be posting those. I'm waiting to maybe snag some from my brother-in-law who's going to be posting his. I'll be sure to credit him because he's a professional photographer, but I will show you guys our lovely photos. So you see stuff like that up at Patreon too. Stuff you wouldn't see. I don't put a lot of personal stuff up at Facebook. And,
if we get some time, what you and I should do is put up another, because these guys have seen this same slideshow for a while.
On the Twitch channel?
Yeah,
it's very easy.
I'm sorry, Twitch, I apologize.
Yes, you can add...
I'm sure they'd like to see some of our, of course we can vet it.
Yeah.
Some of our photos from our trip. From... shows we've done.
Yeah, we should put more photos
different
of
behind the
stuff
scenes
like that.
things.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, like I said, a lot of it is content I don't really put up publicly. Things I put up Patreon, but there are definitely stuff from like when I do live events or.
The Gundam Fairy wants to know about. They say, "Will y'all tell us about your Vietnam trip?" I'd be happy to.
Yeah,
Jasmine, why don't you tell them how we geographically how we started up in the north and went to the south?
Definitely. Also, too, if you haven't yet watched our last broadcast, we talked about that for quite a while.
Yeah, it was
a couple hours on there. But yeah, we started off. I was with a musician friend who's going on tour through Vietnam, so we kind of tagged along. We travel sometimes and go interesting places, and we started up in Hanoi in the very north part of Vietnam, and we traveled through Hoi An and Nha Trang and went all the way down south. Ended up in Saigon, so we got to see pretty much the length and breadth of the country. I feel like I've really gotten to know Vietnam since I was there.
We were there for a few weeks. Are amazing.
Vietnam is a wonderful place to go on vacation. It is absolutely gorgeous. The people are extremely friendly, very laid back and groovy people there, and food is awesome. We're vegetarians and we found tons of great vegetarian food everywhere. Beautiful architecture. It's very tropical there, which is easy to forget about. Or you think about Vietnam, you might just think, mountains and jungles, but it's they've got huge, beautiful beaches that are almost deserted. Some of them. We went through Ha Long Bay, which is 1,979 islands that.
Yes, 1969.
Or 69.
I just remember because it was before me. I wouldn't remember it. Definitely was your birthday.
It was 69. Yeah, but it was almost 2,000 islands that pop up through this beautiful bay. It looks like a painting. It doesn't look real. It looks like things you see in old Asian idealized landscapes that you'd see painted on a little fan or something. I mean, it's hard to believe places like that exist. I've traveled to a lot of countries. I've traveled a lot in Asia. I've traveled a lot, pretty much almost every continent. And it's one of the most beautiful places I have ever seen in my life. And monkeys are there. We went kayaking around Ha Long Bay. We did a 2-person kayak, just me and Maddie, and we saw a monkey.
They were so cute.
Yeah, they were adorable. They're like hanging out on a little branch right over us. We went in. There's a lot of very nice natural wonders around there. Caves and beautiful.
Mimi says Vietnam is a great place to find chai foods.
Yes,
I think I pronounced it right. I learned how there's a low tone, a high tone.
There's a lot of tonal,
that language is complex.
Inflections. It is a very complex
It's
language.
An amazing language.
It is handy how they do use the Latin alphabet as opposed to a lot of other Asian countries where you've got to know the ideograms or just, carry little cards and explain to people things. But but I know
just
chai,
lovely.
Chai, yes, and everybody was very accommodating whenever we asked for help or lost or anything. It felt like everybody was a tour guide almost. It was everybody. There aren't a lot of places you visit like that.
Yes, it's pronounced right. You're both doing great.
Chai.
Yay!
It worked.
Well, we have to.
And they're like, okay, we'll not put prawns all over your food then,
because
otherwise they will.
Do those people love their prawns?
Do they love them or do they hate them and they're just genociding them?
I don't know. But I have never seen. Of course, the people. Our
friends who are traveling with are
pescatarian.
So it's like they were vegetarian. Yeah, so it's like
so Jasmine
they
would
would
eat
eat prawns,
outliers.
and we'd be like, no, we're vegetarians who don't eat prawns.
I remember,
but they knew chai meant no prawns.
Right before they bit one of their heads off, they said how cute it was,
oh
and then
God,
just right in the mouth. I was like,
very
oh my
different.
gosh.
Yeah.
Well,
But I could not recommend Vietnam higher.
It's amazing. Yeah, it's a fun country, and people
it's also
don't know.
Very inexpensive. Like I think I was talking about last time, we went to places that have what they call fresh beer, which is beer they make in-house, and they serve it to you for 15 cents, U.S. cents, like 15 cents, a nickel and a dime. it was in Vietnamese dining that it was 15 cents for a beer. We'd go to nice sit down fancy restaurants and spend like $3. It's hard to imagine that places like that still exist.
Prawns.
Oh, yes.
And you know what? Do you know what else
What's that?
Vietnam has?
What's that?
The world's most cutest doggies.
Oh my gosh, cute doggies everywhere. Mostly people have tiny doggies, usually like in shop fronts or in front of people's houses, and they don't have leash laws really, so they might follow you around for a little bit. You're not supposed to pet them, but
yes,
it happened a little bit.
I took a picture of some kitties.
Oh yeah.
And we didn't see them as often. Though.
Not as often.
The kitties,
no.
They hide.
Yeah.
The doggies were running around and so cute.
Lots of beach doggies.
Yeah.
And doggies who like to hang out like in front of a shop.
Looking
dogs. A lot of corgis, a lot of chihuahuas.
We usually do the around the middle of the month. We have the pin of the month for sale.
Yeah, we originally started doing it on the 15th, but it was around the time that the U.S. Post Office started getting slower. So I think we actually send them out usually like around the 12th or something.
Oh no, when they're available.
Oh, when they're on the
purchase.
website. Oh, I see what
15th.
you're saying. No, on Strangeling.com, they're usually around the 15th when we pop them up there. So if it's an open edition, the only one of these that's actually an open edition is actually the Oak and Mead one, the Sparkly Friend here. So she'll be the pin of the month. So if you're Patreon, you'll get her automatically. But other people can buy her probably around the 15th, maybe
once
the 14th.
Once people see her in real life, they're gonna kind of fawn over.
I
her.
know. I
can't believe that turned out so well.
I know. Well, it took some doing. I had a few test versions I did. Originally, I thought instead of doing the glitter enamel, I wanted to do like metallic gold. And I did that, and it looked neat, but it didn't look magic. So I decided to say, hey, let's try out some different glitter enamels, and this is the one that we decided on.
Yes, and it actually
turned out so neat.
Once folks read the story, they'll see how the glitter. It's kind of a glamoury thing.
Yeah, it is.
It'll make sense.
It's all about fairy glamour.
Yes, and she's
in
just
the true
as
sense of the
cute
word.
and evil as she's supposed to be.
Exactly. But no, she's very adorable.
Yes.
And all my pins, somebody was asking about this on Facebook. They have 2 posts on the back. A lot of these are about 1.5 inches. Some of them are almost 1.7 inches. So I put 2 posts on there, and I always send 2 locking backs. If you are a pin collector, you know that locking backs are important so you don't lose your Mr. Toad pin in the middle of St. Louis, which happened to me with the Disney one.
No.
But I know. But I found them though. Remember when we walked back from the Grand Fund?
So sometimes they're a bit of a butt.
They are hard. You've got to like
Stay
squeeze
on.
them. It's not that hard, but they pop on easy. Boop,
Actually,
and then you squeeze
I
them.
think the ones we've gotten recently have been even more.
Yeah, the new manufacturer on the backs, I think, are easier to come up. They stay on just as good, unless you want to take them off. Then you squeeze the middle. It's like a little barrel, and they pop on just like a regular pin back. But that stops it. Literally locks it in there, and that way you don't lose it. Especially if it's, like a $5,000 pin or something. You don't want to lose it if you're wearing it on your backpack. So.
Okay, so people are hungry about pins in the room.
Yeah.
A few different questions.
A lot of pin people. Yeah.
We'll address the pin questions first.
Sure. I'll talk about pins all day.
Will you be using more glitter in the future? Another one, any idea what painting February's pin will be based off of? And also, Nightingale and the Rose would be an interesting pin design.
Ooh, that would be a neat one. Okay,
anyone
so
want to answer
glitter.
this?
Yes, especially since, when I was a kid, you would see glitter enamel pins in the 80s, and it kind of looked like Elmer's glue mixed with like glitter from Joann's, and it didn't look that good. The new enamels that we have now, like soft enamels for pins, are awesome, and they actually look magic-y instead of like macaroni glitter art, you know what I mean? They actually look really good. So I was at first not wanting to do a lot of glitter, but since I've seen a lot of the new enamels and they actually look really good, I probably will be using more glitter. Also, we were talking about variants, doing variations of existing pin molds. I think that's always kind of a neat idea to have a pin and then maybe have the glittery version. Especially like with the little dragons, like we had the rainbow dragon portrait one, like we did a rainbowy glittery one, or did like a silvery glitter one. There's a lot of options there that I think glitter makes it a little bit different, especially if it was like a limited edition. The other question was February pin of the month. Was it Maddie February they're asking?
Yes.
February, yes. I'm actually just finished the painting on that one, so I know what it is. I haven't announced it, but I'll announce it now because you guys are here. Heart of Nails is February. Heart of Nails will be the February pin of the month. So if you are wanting the oak and mead one and you also want to get a really cool pin for February, sign up while it's still January so you can get oak and mead. You can get the strawberry cupcakes one, and then also in February get Heart of Nails. And we might have the new Patreon one by next month, but it probably would be March. I haven't designed it yet. That's one we're going to vote on. So depending on how long voting, etc. takes it, that will either be in February or March. But for sure, Heart of Nails next month, which is one of my most popular paintings, and it's also, I know it will probably be around Valentine's Day or after Valentine's Day when it actually comes out. It's kind of a Valentine's themed one. It's kind of a grumpy Valentine. She's got a little Valentine, but it's got nails in it like a voodoo doll. So there you go.
Jasmine, I typoed shipment as chipment. And now people are mocking me in the room.
Maddie, how dare you?
Will it include chipmunks or chipment cookies?
Such
smart Alex.
What were they actually asking though? Was it a real question?
I was just talking about.
Oh, you were okay. Gotcha.
Shipments of pins.
I see.
We have many people in the room are pin people.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So we're just
well, hey, they
shipments.
picked a good night. We're doing a lot of pin giveaways.
Yeah.
And giving lots of pin news and showing off pins. Like I was saying, I don't think I've shown the finished ones of these, like in the pin group with the Alice in the Dolly Dream and Oak and Mead. A lot of blondes this month. It's not intentional. It just worked out that way.
All right,
They're
and
not
the other
same
question
blonde,
that
but-
was not
what
pin
was it?
related
Yep,
is.
yep.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What was it?
Hey, did you get any great ideas from Vietnam?
Oh, I sure did. I took a lot of the photos I took, I don't necessarily post because they're not very interesting photos. They tend to be things like, wow, I really dig the way that leafy branch is kind of blocking out that part of the cave, or, a lot of nature photos and interesting terrain, reflections of water. I did definitely, while I was there, hear a lot of interesting fables and folklore and mythologies that are different to other mythologies I'm familiar with. We don't get a whole lot of Vietnamese culture here in America. We do have a little Saigon area of Orlando, but a lot of America doesn't seem to have as much as you hear, like Japanese mythology or Greek mythology, etc. But so a lot of interesting stories. And what was that lovely one about the snakes we read about, Maddie?
Oh, that was actually on a plane.
That was
I read
snakes on a plane. No, sorry.
Not the cut.
That was on Vietnamese Airlines. The
what
cut
was it
and the
called?
chopped.
The chopped.
The long and the chopped.
The long and the chopped. It was about two snakes that were kind of like deities that lived along a river. It was a very strange fairy tale.
Yeah,
You could tell it was translated.
Yeah,
it was a bit odd.
Yeah, it was in
neat.
Vietnamese, and then they had an English one on the
enough that I
airplane. I was like,
recommended
I
to
have not
Jasmine.
heard this story, and I kept coming across things like this. Or we'd go visit an island, and they'd say, oh, this used to be a dragon, and that's where his backbone is, or this used to be a cave, and this is because this dragon did. A lot of dragon themed things, which I tried to take notes on, and definitely will be researching, looking up later, because obviously I paint a lot of dragons.
Well, guys, I don't know if we know what the Planet Comic-Con pin will be. You guys are being a little bit frisky here.
That's okay. I said come and ask anything, so I will not complain about any question you ask.
Maybe it might be in Jasmine's head.
I have a few ideas for it, but I'm not going to say any yet because I sometimes have to test a few things out. For example, with Oak and Mead there, originally I was going to do her earlier and do her with gold medal, but I didn't think it looked magic enough, so I decided to change it, and I did change it to glitter like a couple times on her. So I sometimes don't like to announce something until something is set in stone, at least from my perspective. So I don't get people saying, hey, what happened to such and such pin? What was wrong with it? Did it not look right? I like to try to remove myself from that. Yeah, but I'll let you know as soon as I know.
Most important question of the night, Princess Gold says, do you know what the November pin of the month will be in 2023, please?
Yes, I do. No,
yes.
I know.
Yes, we do know that.
No, not for November. I don't know. I could probably guess. The thing is with the pins,
encourage your guys' initiative.
I like the enthusiasm. You guys ask all you want. I mean, I will tell you
lovely,
if I know.
but,
and if I don't know, I'll tell you I don't know. So that's fine. Yeah.
You guys are on top of things.
Yes. But the thing with pins too, often...
I think a horoscope / astrology set would be cool. That'd take like a year.
It would, well, it depends. I could do it like the limited edition thing. The problem with that, anybody who does branding, merchandising, selling stuff with horoscope things is it limits your audience to 1/12. And with a lot of things like paintings, that doesn't bother me as much. But if it's prints, it's fine. I can paint those all day. But with something like pins, where I physically have to hire a factory, make the pins, do this, do that, and I end up barely making a profit on it. And then I'm like, oh, what if only 1/12 of the people are Aries or whatever, then it's like, oh well, I'm probably just shot myself in the foot. So if I did it, I would probably do it as some sort of special giveaway as opposed to like one that is for sale. Because there's no way no matter what, I would probably end up losing money on it because I have to pay out of pocket. That's not a company that makes those for me. It's not like the Bradford Exchange. I do those myself. So it's like I just have to think, oh, here's $40,000. It's hard to reconcile it with. But that is one of the things people like to get. And I know, and I'm probably just shooting myself in the foot more. I did talk to a place that we were talking about stones earlier, birthstones, because I thought, oh, that would be kind of a neat idea. If I was going to do zodiacs, I might combine it with a birthstone, because then it would be really special, and maybe I could charge a little bit more to cover the perceived profit loss by putting some sort of semi-precious stone in it, like, hey, it's June, we're going to put alexandrite in it, and it will also be a Gemini. But the problem with that, which I don't know if we talked about it here before, is with birthstones are based on month typically, as opposed to zodiac. If it's a traditional Western zodiac, is based on not quite. It's a lunar month. It's the 21st through the 21st. So if you're at the end of the month, you're not going to have the same birthstone as the person at the beginning of the month, even though you are the same zodiac, but you would have the same birthstone. So I'm kind of trying to figure out solutions to that because I think it would be really cool, and I want one. So. I'm a Gemini.
You are
it's
a
probably
Gemini.
Probably obvious. Yeah.
I call her a Gemini.
Aww.
She's a Gemini.
There you go.
Yeah, but that's a very good point about because would I be?
It's like
if I had a sister or a mom.
Would you buy the Scorpio one
right.
if you're
I'd buy it for
Pisces,
maybe my nephew.
And you might if it was a family member. But then if it was a set of 12, would you want to wear all 12 of them or? And yeah, I don't know. And again, since it's something I have to buy and pay for up front out of my own pocket, and it's like that's also the pocket where grocery money and rent comes from, and stuff like that. That one's
Hey, Jasmine's
harder.
a good cook, by the way. Don't steal the grocery money.
Don't steal my grocery money, man. That's my main goal as an artist originally, as far as money goes, is to not have to worry about grocery money, and I have definitely achieved that. I don't pay a whole lot of attention to
I do
grocery
buy an
money.
extra orange every now and then.
That's vitamin C. Man.
You could make a set of birthstone dragonling pins. You already have ruby dragonling.
I do. That's true. If I might do that. Again, I might do that as something like prints. Thing with pins, if it had very obvious, like I said, zodiac symbols, it would be, hey, I'm a Scorpio. Why would I buy Aries? And then all of a sudden 11 out of 12 people don't want it unless they've got a family member. Like Matt says, you get one for your nephew or whatever. But if it was something like they were dragons and they were just loosely birthstone, like everybody has a ruby dragonling. I mean, I think 150,000 of you have ruby dragonlings, the actual statues.
Jasmine.
But yeah, that would be an easier sell, I think, with the stones. Yeah.
This is not a bad idea.
Oh,
that Nintendo
keep
guy.
them coming. I like
that
good
Nintendo
ideas.
guy.
Yeah.
He says I may have asked this forever ago.
Oh,
but would
that's
Jasmine ever consider doing the Strangeling logo?
Oh,
pin
yes,
possibly in
you
a
know
pin set?
what?
That would
You
be
are
really
not
cool.
the
You could
first
do it
person to ask
sparkly.
that. Yes, we've had several
That's a
people
good
have
idea.
asked that, including Paul, my UK distributor, has suggested doing that. I thought about maybe doing it as maybe one of the Patreon tier ones. So it's like if we saw people at a convention and they had the Strangeling one, I'd know they were like a cool Patreon person, or maybe do it as maybe a Twitch one or something. That was because people aren't just going to buy that unless they're a fan. They wouldn't say, "Ooh, look how pretty that S is." It's not something casual like, "Hey, I collect Siamese cats." It's like, "Hey, that says Strangeling on it." So I think that would be a really neat one. So I'd probably do it as either a freebie for Patreon people or maybe an exclusive for a special event, maybe at a show or something. Ooh, maybe at like the Corey Helper 2020 show. See, sometimes I do think ahead a couple of years with pins.
There you go.
We
Well,
shall
that
see.
one is. I mean, that one is for
That would be
fans. That would
specific.
actually
I would want
bring
it
the
to
pin
only
set
be
to-
for fans. I wouldn't want it to be something that was just sold at Disney World. That'd be
weird.
That would be weird because who would buy
Yeah.
a logo of something they didn't know
It
what
needs
it was?
to be at an event or through the mail.
It is a cool logo. I can't
I
take
love
complete credit for it. It's loosely based off of my signature and my terrible handwriting, but the logo is designed by Sonia Andrews, my stepsister, who went with me to Vietnam. A lot of you might know her as admin at
We'll see you on
strangeling.com.
We'll see you on the 21st.
Is that in the...
It's Tigger.
Oh,
they
yes,
said
we
hi
will.
to
We
me
will
at
indeed.
Disney Springs.
Excellent. On the 21st, let's see. You're saying we will see them on the 21st?
Yes, they're going to be.
They'll be
there at the 21st.
Epcot.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yay.
Yeah, Epcot it's a fun show to do from an artist perspective because it's basically you get to go to the theme park that day and go out to dinner, go enjoy the rides or walk around the gardens, etc. In addition to signing my name for a couple hours, so as opposed to like going to a convention center or a warehouse, which might not be as exciting. But Epcot, it's like, oh, people pay money to get in here. I'm gonna take my time. Guaranteed date night.
Yes.
All right, Manny. Okay, so as you can see, I've kind of taken that same dark color that I was working on at the bottom by the little demon fellows, and I've filled in her hair there. So folks who are asking what her hairline's going to look like might see a little bit more what I'm talking about, how I'm reiterating the shape, the spiral sort of shape of the ram goat horns here into her hair. So that will kind of look like a repeated visual interesting. That's just something, again, just for visual interest. It's not necessarily symbolic, or it doesn't mean that her head's bumpy there. I thought about giving her horns, but then I thought it'd be too obvious, and I thought about visually it might kind of block out the parts of the sigil that are there, and I didn't want it to block out the red. Oh, thank you, cashews. Yay. Some food. But so I decided not to do horns. I think last time I talked about maybe doing that. So I've drawn in the little goat with the horns instead. Sorry, I've got cashews here.
Cashews and kitties together. You guys are mad. Let's see, 1, 2. I need 10 people in a row to say something about kitties or show a kitty icon or something. Has to be in a row.
Oh, what if somebody else said something else that would ruin it?
No, they have to do it over.
Manny!
How bad they want to see a kitty?
Well, you know who's coming now? Somebody's coming of her own volition.
I think, yes. Actually, I think that sounded like treats. One,
I was gonna say
1, 2, 3. Oh, wait. Kitty's one. It
doesn't matter because she's here. Come here, baby. Look, I'm not even picking her up.
Oh, Sunshine needs love.
She's right here. Here, baby. Look,
Aww.
I did not even pick her up. She came because you guys summoned her.
Good little kitty.
Didn't they? No kitty has come up to me at all today.
She's been a sweetie
now
lately.
She's here. She is, except when I was looking in the mail and kept jumping on my shoulder. You can jump up there. Oh, can you see her? I don't know if you can see her.
Yeah, they'll be able to see her.
I don't know. Here you go, baby. My David's painting. Oh, you rub your face on it. No.
Sunshine is like most cats, she's symmetrical, but her coloring's you probably can't tell.
Yeah, she's
if you look at the left side,
calico thing.
The left side of her face, it's a little bit
orange,
more orange, and we say that's where the sunshine is.
The sunshine.
That's where the sunshine hit her when she was a kitten and came out of her mommy.
Yeah, we found her in the yard.
You don't need to eat at Spice Road. They have fried hummus sticks. Phantom Fairy, I have probably had those about 300 times. And I've had those
a lot because they are fantastic. Sunshine, look, I can't believe
I
she
love
came
Spice
when
Road
they're talking
Table.
about kitties. Yeah, Spice Road Table is a wonderful place at Epcot.
I know it, Phantom Fairy.
Good little tapas. And it's all... And
they have Lilette.
Oh, they do have Lilette there? That's what Hannibal Lecter drinks. Yes, it is.
Oh, would you mention Kieran's channel?
Oh, yes.
I put up a link earlier.
Put a link, yeah, YouTube, if you want to see. He also did some end-of-year ones. If you guys are relatively new to Twitch, he kind of did compilations of a bunch
I'll put it up
my,
again.
Twitch broadcasts.
Fluffy Blue Unicorn says, how are you guys? We're
there.
Great. Thank
doing
you.
Good, and Sunshine's doing good, too.
Oh, we got like a minute till the thing.
Is this the second of the...
Yep, and this should work out perfectly, guys. Again, I'll do a random number generator if it doesn't, so...
Yeah.
Either way, I'll hook you up.
And this was the Kansas City Renaissance Fair's exclusive for 2018, so you can't buy her now, so she's kind of rare. She's based on my painting called Strangely Lonely, a little Celtic cross.
I have Sunshine's keychain made by Carrie. I guess I'm a Sunshine fan. Aw.
Uh-huh.
That's hard to be. She's a cutie little thing.
She's a tiny little cat, though. She's wee. She's a person.
She's a good kitty to play with.
Yeah, she's one I'll let children get near, but not the other ones. But she totally came when people were asking for kitties, didn't she? I didn't entice her. She just showed up. And usually she's kind of shy when she hears us talking and gets the cameras out. Oh, going away now? She says it's time for the giveaway, and she wants nothing to do with that. So
I gotta wait for my little buzzer thing to go off.
Did you set your alarm?
Yeah, I set an alarm.
Okay, after that goes off and we find out the winner, I'm gonna run up to the bathroom real quick too.
Sounds good.
Oh, there it goes. Okay.
Don't hit snooze.
So don't hit snooze.
So I will see if this works perfect, and hopefully it will work.
Again, yeah.
Grand.
If not, we'll do the random number generator thing. Make her hair a bit longer. I want her hair to get kind of red at the end. Yeah.
Oh, this works perfect.
Yay!
I think.
Well, it'd be sad if they changed it and it didn't work well anymore.
Oh, it works! Yay! I'm so happy this works.
Well, we
So in
weren't
the future,
sure,
guys,
yeah.
just like the old days, you only need to enter in the first part.
Okay, and that will enter you for
what
the
I'll
whole,
do is I can
the whole
run.
evening.
I can run one for the full 4 or 5 hours that we're on.
I see.
So
Okay.
it looks like just Rihanna 27.
Just Rihanna.
Won. Oh, yes,
Rihanna,
you won.
like
So
the
cool.
singer?
So just Rihanna, you did
Yay,
win.
you won.
I'm going to put up a little message for you.
Yes.
And
So you
just follow the
can contact
instructions.
us.
It's super easy.
Yeah.
Basically, what you're going to do is email us your info.
Yeah, but we
don't
do
want you to
need
put your
you to email us
Right,
because we don't want you posting your personal information here at Twitch, and we don't know
Right.
your email address. They don't tell us your email address, so you have to contact us.
Correct. So I will put that info in there.
Call us, we'll
for
call
just
you, but
Rihanna.
the
And congratulations.
Congratulations.
And I think they
yeah.
are they're new.
Oh, excellent.
That
Wow.
worked out nice.
It happens sometimes.
So you'll see this.
See. Any rate, I'm gonna run up to the bathroom real quick now. We've
Take
got
your
a
time,
quick
sweetie.
break and get some of this
I'll
purple
talk
off
about
my
movies I
hand.
saw or something.
Sure, you've seen.
I
all the
was
movies lately,
chatting
haven't you?
with some people on Facebook. I saw 4 movies when I was in the Kansas City
Since you were
area.
here last. Wow.
So yeah, you'll see the message up there, just Rihanna. Nope, I changed my name. I'm not sure.
Oh, so they're not new. They just changed their Twitch name.
Okay,
I see.
that's fine. I'm sorry, people change your name. I can't tell. So
That's
perfect.
true. Twitch
Just
doesn't like tell us or anything. I'll be right back, guys.
let's see. The first movie. Okay, so here's the deal. I really, really wanted to see Creed 2. So I told Jasmine, "Hey, I'm gonna go see Creed 2." She's like, "I'm gonna paint." So no problem. That happens usually. Okay, bye, Pam. Nice to see you.
Bye, Pam.
If you win, you'll see it later. I'll send you a message if you win one of the other raffles. So I went to see Creed 2, and the local theater in Kansas City, I looked up the time. It said 2:30, but they lied. They didn't have a showing at 2:30. It was at 6 o'clock. So I looked up at what was showing next, and there was a 3:20 Aquaman. So I was like, okay, I'll see Aquaman, and then I will see Creed 2. So I saw them back to back. I texted Jasmine. I said, hey, I'm going to see a Maddie double feature. So I saw Creed 2, I saw Aquaman, then I saw Creed 2. Of the two, I prefer Creed 2. I'm a fan of Rocky movies, and I think the Creed inclusion in the Rocky universe is really, really well done. For those of you who don't know, Apollo Creed's son fights, remember the Russian guy, Ivan Drago? Ivan Drago also has a son. Ivan Drago killed... I have Mary Poppins love. Be quiet, that Nintendo guy. Ivan Drago killed Apollo Creed. So there's a vendetta there. You have Ivan Drago and his son versus Rocky, who trains Adonis Creed, the son of Apollo Creed. So it's really good. I'm a big fan of Dolph Lundgren. I'm a big fan of the Rocky series. So it was a movie made for me. Excellent. So the Ivan Drago character is fantastic. He's like a brick. So Dolph Lundgren is fantastic. Aquaman, I did not enjoy that much. I thought it was not that great. One of the things about Aquaman, I feel that particularly the armor that the sea people used looked like plastic toys from the 80s. I mean, that was just this feeling I got from it. So, I don't know. The actors, though, are good. I like the actors in different things. But not so much in Aquaman. I think it's, compared to other DC things, Aquaman is definitely better than certain DC movies. But I also saw Mary Poppins, that Nintendo guy mentioned. And I also saw the Spider-Verse movie. The Spider-Verse movie was hands down the best of the 4. It was fantastic, heavily stylized. Perfect. I would recommend it to anyone, even if they don't like Spider-Man. It was very good. The Mary Poppins movie. What's that? I'm not going to mention Venom. That was something I saw on DVD. Oh, if you like Spider-Man, the Spider-Verse was fantastic. Thank you so much, Rihanna. So, yeah, you have heard so many good things about the Spider-Man movie because it's amazing. I really hope that they have a sequel. And the Mary Poppins movie was a fantastic job, I thought, of a continuation of the original Disney film. I think that Emily Blunt did a very good job of emulating the Julie Andrews character from the 1960s version. So, yes, Dolph Lundgren was a king in Aquaman, which kind of was weird. It took me a while to realize that Dolph Lundgren was one of the kings of the little sea kingdoms. But I was like, this is weird. I'm about to see him in Creed 2. So it was kind of a Dolph Lundgren cuddle for 2 movies. So
Dolph Lundgren Christmas.
Yes, it was a Dolph Lundgren sort of Christmas. I'm just happy to see that he's acting. He's a phenomenal actor. The guy's brilliant, actually. If you ever look him up on Wikipedia,
he speaks like 6 languages.
He has like a degree in physics, and he speaks 8 million different languages, and he's all buff and he's just kind of a superhuman. So
how old is he? No, he's been doing stuff for quite a while.
I don't know how old. You need to see the Spider-Verse, that Nintendo guy. You really do. You'd like it.
I didn't get to see that. I got to see the Mary Poppins.
But Mary Poppins was good.
I
do have my own criticisms of it, but they're very light criticisms.
I think it's very much along the same lines as the original Disney Mary Poppins. So if you like that one, you would probably like this one too.
Dolph Lundgren was just on Ray Donovan. Everyone's spelling it with an F. It's a PH.
Well, is it approximating a different language with a different alphabet? Where's he from?
It's like Dolph, the first part of
Dolphin. Yeah, I know, but where's he from?
He is from Sweden.
Oh, okay, so it would be the same alphabet. Well, sometimes if it's from I don't know if it's Cyrillic or something, it
unless
would be
Dolph is. Well, someone said Dolph the wrestler, unless that's a different Dolph.
Oh,
I don't know.
Oh, I don't know from wrestling.
Oh, I love the Doc Ock. Actually, that was great, Phantom Fairy. I won't spoil it here. I'm not going to give away spoilers here. No, that's for.
Has anybody else read any of the Mary Poppins books, the original P.L. Travers books?
Jasmine really is fond of that.
I loved the books a lot, and I feel like the movies don't really show the interesting, odd things that happen in the books. Again, no spoilers, because they have some very strange things that happen in them, and that are not at all addressed. I mean, Mary Poppins is more like a Doctor Who sort of character in the books than she is in the films, really.
Oh, Mono's read them.
Oh yeah, those are great. I always thought it was funny because the twins were called John and Barbara, and those were my mother's parents' names. Yeah.
Hey Daniel, how's it going? Happy to have you here.
Howdy. I'm taking some of that same purple, gray, brown color and going over on her wings. Again, even though I've showed the circles, these kind of shaky yellow circles I put around in the demon sigil thing, I've painted them all the way solid, even though the wings are actually going to be in front of them. Because I want the wings to be kind of transparent, like they are bat wings, like they're made of fleshy skin, kind of stretched taut. So you're going to be able to see the light through them, but these are going to be covered up, the parts of the light going through there. So I'm using some of the same background color that I put on her hair and on the background around the little demon fellows at the bottom. And I'm shading in the wings to kind of show the areas. This is kind of a shorthand to me to say, hey Jasmine, remember when you paint the wings in front, this is going to be the shadowy part of the wings, because I want the wings to look three-dimensional. I don't want them to look like a little sticker they added on Instagram or something.
Yeah, Saving Mr. Banks was great. I really like that movie.
That was an interesting
someone was asking in the room.
I like how they show Disneyland from the 1960s in it, because they only show parts of Disneyland that would have been there when he actually goes to the carousel and stuff with her.
Yes.
I also like the part when she's in her hotel room and there's all those Mickey Mouses in the closet.
Jasmine, Princess Bullet asks, this is a good question.
What's that?
Would you ever incorporate glitter or metallic paints into your paintings, or do the paints not look good enough for that?
You know, I did when I was younger, which is a statement I could say about a lot of things. But I used to do like mini paintings back when I sold mini paintings for like $50, and I was probably like 22 or something. I would go to Michael's Arts and Crafts and I'd buy glow in the dark paint and glitter paint and iridescent paint, and I would, on these little tiny little paintings, it was kind of more like almost trying out the paints to see how they looked. Like the interference series of golden fluid acrylics, like interference green, interference violet, interference red, all those, I used them kind of to make things look pearlescent or make them look like they glow. But I do not use them, and I haven't done probably for 10, maybe 15, God, maybe 20 years. I don't know. Time escapes me. But I haven't done since then because I don't know as far as archival quality. If you ask like $25,000 for a painting, you want to make sure that it's going to be around for those people's grandchildren. And I'm worried that if I used glow in the dark or glitter paint, that it would fall off after 50 years. So I put a lot more thought into what materials I use now. But if they pop up on eBay sometimes. You might see a painting from like 1998 or something that has glow in the dark and glitter all over it, because I wasn't necessarily doing it for posterity then. I wasn't thinking about future art history. But there probably are types of paint out there, you guys might know more about than I do, that are archival, that use elements like, I could see maybe mica-based ones or ones that are ground up. I mean, even like the old blue paints made out of ground up lapis lazuli or something, or pearlescent ones out of mother of pearl. But I don't know enough about it to pick ones that I know would stay that good forever. So if something looks glowy on my paintings now, it's just me using clever art tricks. It's not like glow-in-the-dark paint. Yeah.
Daniel found some glow-in-the-dark paint once and did for a bit of everything, made everything glow, but he says he didn't like that glow-in-the-dark paint, only in the green and the dark.
Ah, yeah.
So it's probably a lot of messing around with
That's
what
the thing.
works.
It's me worrying about devoting 3 months to something that I'm going to sell to somebody that they could have bought a car for, and then I feel bad if like the glow-in-the-dark stops working after 5 years or something. I pretty much stick to brands I know and that I know have lasted a long time and that have the chemical makeup of them is something that I know is going to be okay for a while. But there are people who do that sort of thing and they probably know more about it than me. That's just me being weird. It's not me being judgy about things. I just don't know enough about it. I think it's kind of more of a challenge too to make things look like they're glowing in just painting with regular paints. Like with any of the bioluminescent ones I've done of like mermaids under the ocean with anglerfish and stuff like that, those are not glow-in-the-dark paints. A lot of people think they are. They are not. They just look like they're glow-in-the-dark.
It's an illusion.
It's an illusion. I've just taken my fingers and put white paint and kind of smudged it around and then put some yellow and put some blue. And I think it's kind of more fun to try to do it that way than the other way, but it might look cooler. I mean, if I was a teenager and I was picking out a poster, I'd probably go with the black light one, but it depends what you're going for. But for something like the original painting, I tend not to do that. But I do like the ones with the enamels for the pins. Again, a pin is going to cost like $10 or $15. It's not going to be something that you necessarily... I don't know now. Sometimes they go for thousands of dollars. But
I'm staying away from that one.
A pin is not going to be in a museum someday. Not to say any of my artwork is going to, but if it was going to, it would be a painting and not a pin. Probably.
Daniel says their glow-in-the-dark painting is from high school about 20 years ago. Do you have it still, Daniel? Does it still glow?
Do they still glow? Because I don't have any of mine. Because like I said, I did some in my teens and my early 20s, and I don't know if they still glow. I saw one on eBay that was one of the, it was the golden fluid acrylic series of the interference green, which is a magnificent color. I still have the tube of paint I did with it. Yeah.
Daniel says it still holds a charge.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. And Avaznan says that's your glowing is a sign of an amazing artist being able to create an illusion like you do.
It is. It's more of a Trump loyal. Not to say I'm amazing, but it's more of a Trump loyal, like a fake effect than a real
Jasmine's
effect.
modest. I would say she would describe herself as well practiced.
I am very well practiced.
There you go.
I'll say that.
I
know people joke about 10,000 hours, and I can probably clock 100,000 hours by now. I don't know.
Mimi says, I love how Jasmine manipulates her paints to make them look like they glow.
Yeah.
You don't need it to dark.
Actually
you don't need
glow.
it too dark to glow.
Yeah.
It glows all the time.
Exactly. But I would totally do that with like a t-shirt or maybe a poster or like
but
the
some of
pins
them,
or
what's
a
weird is
figurine maybe, but not
having the originals on the wall sometimes they look like they do literally glow, and that's what's weird.
They do, and
that's
it is
spooky,
weird
almost.
because even if you turn the lights off, there are some of them. I think it's probably just picking up particles of, like, if you have the titanium white, it has a lot of opacity to it. So I think light is like bouncing off the blinds from the moon onto it and going on it, and
Yeah, it's weird.
it is kind of weird.
But I
And
think
they might be
that's
magic also. So
I think that comes with practice.
Yeah,
I certainly
definitely.
wouldn't be able to figure that
Yeah.
out, but if I had somebody over my shoulder like Jasmine teaching me, I might be able to.
Well, y'all can do that here at Twitch.
Yeah. That's another thing if anybody here is looking for tips on painting.
Yeah. Well, when I talk
There you go.
about glowing, a lot of what people think of when they're like, "How do you make that glow?" It's not the actual thing. Like the circle here. Like, oh, it doesn't look like it glows yet, or it might on Twitch. I don't know. But it doesn't yet, because what really makes something look like it glows is not the thing itself, but the things around it and its environment that's affecting. It's like if you have a match, you could like paint the match, could have like a white stripe down the middle of it with a bit of yellow. That's not the magic part of it. The magic part is when you see the face and you see part of the eyelashes are red and part of them are slightly gray and part of the cheek is orange and part of the mouth is blue, and that's what really starts to affect the painting. And that's why I like to designate my light sources ahead of time. And that's really where things start to look like they are being magic, not the actual, oh, that's a bright yellow stripe right there. Yeah.
A fluffy blue unicorn is so happy that Tiana's coming out.
Yes.
And me too. That is of
I have
the new
wanted to
three.
paint her
That's my
forever.
personal favorite.
I think she is probably, again, you probably put them away in the art cabinet, but she's might be my first or second favorite Disney one I've done so far. A lot of it.
I want to live up in Grandma Odie's house.
I know Grandma Odie's got a good house, but
Can you imagine if we were up there watching Netflix or something?
wouldn't that be
cozy?
great? Yeah. I also, it's probably living in Florida, but I like the whole froggy, swampy sort of look to that. It doesn't look like you'd be cold there in Tiana's world. And she's also a Southern businesswoman, and I have talked to her at Disneyland about that, or Disney World actually. But
Yeah, from Princess and the Frog. Yes.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah, from Disney's Princess and the Frog. And Prince Naveen is in the painting if you didn't see it earlier, but it is him in frog form. As people will point out, over half the film, I think Tiana is a frog. But I didn't want to paint. I do paint a lot of frogs, and I do go by Jasmine Toad sometimes because my great uncle was Mr. Toad. But I didn't want to paint her as a toad because I mostly paint female figurative artwork, and I wanted to paint her as a person.
Jasmine,
And she's a frog. Not a
Ian
toad,
Chica says
yeah.
for Patreon members, it used to say members got a permanent 10% discount at a certain tier.
Yep.
However, since then I thought it was only when you subscribe. I was part of that tier once, but had to lower my subscription.
Patreon, it's always been the $10 tier. I've never changed it. It's always been the $10 tier.
Is that discount no longer permanent, or is it tied to the account?
It's permanent, and it's permanent tied to that tier because the login is tied to your email account. So, for example, it's as long as you are that $10 tier on Patreon, you get 10% off. The reason is a lot of people just sign up to buy one thing. Let's say they buy an original painting for $7,000. They're like, I'm going to sign up for Patreon for 1 month and save $700, which is fine, and you can do that. That's legal. You can do that all you want. But that is why we do it that way. But it's always been the same. It's always the $10 tier, and you get 10% off.
There you go.
If there's ever anything weird and it's like the last day of the month or the first day of the month and you didn't do it or whatever, just email us and we'll
take care of
make it happen. But I mean, all this is controlled by me and my family. It's very nepotistic.
It's not necessarily nepotistic.
It's cronyism because my only friends are my family.
Yeah, it's just. It's just who's there.
Yeah, it's like, hey, who's close by and needs a job? Not looking at you, Matt. But now you can probably
that's okay.
see.
Who was your favorite Disney princess, Jasmine? Is it?
I mean, it's really obvious, but I do like Princess Jasmine a lot. Not just because her name's Jasmine and she loves kitties and his long black hair, and is kind of married to Aladdin guy. But I don't don't know. It's also obvious, but I like Elsa a lot. Elsa's pretty great.
I like Rapunzel.
I like Rapunzel too, and she actually paints, and I like that part because I kind of identify with Rapunzel in Tangled more when she's like in her little room and she never leaves the house and all she does is paint. She has long hair also, but I don't know. That's a hard one to say. A lot of them are very good characters. I like Merida a lot. If you're really gonna think of somebody you like want to be friends with, I think Merida would be a good friend. I'm probably most like Elsa though, but I think that's probably not nice.
Are you going to add some bright colors to the wings?
I am going to when I start shading them a bit. Oh, well, when I start highlighting them rather. I've started to add some shading. We can look at kind of like the shadows I put in. Again, the sigil is meant to be behind her, so this part of the rune here is going to be kind of covered up with some green leathery covering, but you'll be able to see it's there. When it's done, people will be like, oh, did you do that in Photoshop? And I'm like, no, I did it with paint and water, and it will look super cool, I promise. Yeah. I don't know if next Sunday if I'll be working on this one too, but I might be working on a new one by then. Yeah.
Got a lot of Merida lovers.
Oh, yeah.
Merida.
Yeah.
And Nintendo guy saw Adventures of Mr. Toad and Ichabod, and it's been a long time, and he says Mr. Toad is so awesome.
I love Mr. Toad. He's my labeling.
Jokey Mom likes the newer princesses. They're more independent and strong female
characters.
They
have stronger characters. They have a lot more character development, a lot of the more newer films, which actually all the characters do, female or male, but they definitely. Well, that's why I like Tiana and Elsa and Merida. They're pretty great.
Yes.
Because, I mean, I love Snow White, and I get compared to her a lot. And usually when there's squirrels, like, climbing up my arms and stuff like that. But she doesn't, in the film, she doesn't have a whole lot of character development, I would say. You're a writer, Maddie. What do you think?
Who's that again?
Snow White, from the original film, the Disney cartoon animation.
Yeah, I have no comment because I'm not messing with the classics.
Oh, no, I love that movie and I love Snow White. I'm just saying of ones that I get compared to, but I don't necessarily identify with, except Jasmine. She loves her animals, yeah.
Ruhama asks, how do you choose the print of the week?
The print of the week is actually not chosen by me. It's chosen by my sister Amber. So if anybody's trying to convince her to pick one, tell her which one you want.
There you go.
Usually they tend to be ones that are either recent and very popular, or older ones that we consider classic. Like, wow, we still sell a lot of these, but you painted that back when you were in college or high school or whatever. And part of the reason is, you can probably tell by looking at them, we don't choose prints of the week that still have masterpiece or limited editions because we're not really able to control the quantity on those. If I make them a print of the week, they get very, very, very popular, and I can't sit there and babysit the quantity of how many limited editions are left, if that makes sense.
I think
because we only make like 5 masterpieces, or if it's the traditional 11 by 14 size limited editions, there's only 25 of them, and if I painted it 10-15 years ago, I couldn't. If I was painting, I wouldn't be able to look at the computer and see if people bought them, or so we pick ones that are already sold out on masterpieces in limited editions. That also means if it already sold out, it was either around for a long time or it was a popular print to begin with. Rio.
So, Dory Rose knows their stuff.
Oh, nice.
This piece you're making is very Dante's Inferno.
It is.
I hope you do more along these lines. The Levels of Hell could be a cool set of art pieces for you to explore. Dory, that was a big part of my my creepy late teen years.
Yeah, my creepy late teenage years have not ended yet, and that's a big part of my life still. But here, this is actually the one here that's I don't know if you can tell in the camera, but in the upper right hand corner, again, I'm kind of doing a thing where I'm referencing several art history pieces in here. This is from this is a Marta one that is from 1800s, I think. Unless it's 1700s. It's an etching that is from Canto 36, 37. Did I write it down here? 34. Oh, I'm so wrong. 34. Oh, of course it is. There's people frozen. There you go.
There's all the frozen.
Lowest level. Is that the lowest? Yeah, that would be.
Lowest level of hell is, I think, completely submerged in ice, head bent backwards.
Yeah, there you go. And, well, he's kind of bent sideways, but yes. anyways, that's when we were doing the tarot, when we were talking about deciding what to do for the elemental deck. This is for those who are joining us. This is for the 78 Tarot Elemental Deck project. I have the Devil card, but the cards are also supposed to, in addition to referencing the Rider-Waite Tarot deck, there's the Devil card. It's supposed to pick one of the 4 elements to go as kind of like a. It's like if you had regular cards. You've got clubs and spades and diamonds and hearts. These are going to be the 4 elements, one of which is fire. But then I thought about the idea of things being ice or cold, because, as Matt is saying, if you get to the lowest level of hell, at some point it turns cold. And if you
according to Dante.
According to Dante. Oh, also according to a lot. If you look at a lot of medieval or altarpieces and things, or in old churches and things, you see the Satan character, and he looks like blue in the face.
You know, I think the reason is it seems more desolate.
Yeah, I'd rather
Ice
be warm than cold. I was already complaining about being cold because it was 71 here in Florida today. You know, I'd rather. I don't know. I'm betting that freezing to death's better than being burnt to death. But
Frozen Lake.
Hopefully, I won't have to choose.
Mimi gave us
but then I just said I was also
500 bits.
Oh, thank you for your bits.
That's Mimi.
Thank you, Mimi. But yeah, this is specifically, I am referencing one of the etching illustrations from right on.
Well, people are getting these references, which makes me happy.
That makes me very happy.
A lot of detail, and
I'll
doesn't always explain everything.
No, I that's why I need somebody like Matt here to talk about movies or something, because I'll just kind of art nerd out, and then everybody will slowly leave, and it'll just be me here in my tower. But yeah, so I thought about originally choosing the cold, icy sort of element instead of the fiery one. And I was like, well, you know, it's a devil. You kind of got to choose fire. So I've looked at the, I have this book about different representations of evil throughout the centuries. I'll say that much about it. And I really like the idea of a whole bunch of swaths of people. And you see this a lot. You'll see this in Bouguereau paintings. This one's from a Boulanger one, but you'll see it in a lot of early paintings where there's just like these masses of people writhing together and turning into these forms, which is kind of make like a spiral. If you look at the spiral that's darn this camera, again, when I do bigger paintings, I might start doing them over on my giant cool easel that I'm planning to do bigger paintings on in the future.
Jasmine?
And I might set up my Twitch over there. Yeah.
Are you going to work on Piano Boy asked if you're going to work on a mini today or not.
No, I don't know if I will. I have one I started yesterday, but I am technically on a deadline for this one. So okay. I'm not sure if I
Maybe
will.
Next time?
If I don't today, then I definitely will be next Sunday.
Okay.
I'll put it that way. Because I do really need to get this one finished up. But if you look at the little curl in the goat ram horn up there that I'm mimicking in her little curl in the middle of her forehead, that's going to kind of tie itself into a little curl there. And it's also going to tie in to the big spiral of all the people, the little demons and awful little beasties that are going around there. It's not something you would notice intentionally if you're just looking at a painting, but it's something your eye would see and something your brain would kind of tie together, like, oh, there's a spiral, there's a spiral, there's a spiral, and it keeps your eye looking around it. And then you hit the circle, and your eye keeps looking at the circle, and that's what makes it kind of a pleasing painting. That and the two different cold versus hot color tones on it will really kind of tie it together. And I will definitely show you guys, if I do finish this before next Sunday, and I hope to, because I'm going to have a few days here where I'm just probably painting about 24/7, and I think if I can get another 80 hours into this, this will be done, and I will show you on Sunday. And if that's the case, then I will totally be working on a mini painting next Sunday.
I forgot you were twitching tonight, says Teresa.
Oh no!
That's such a weird statement.
I forgot you were twitching tonight.
Lust is my favorite level of Dante's story. Oh, we won't go into that now, Dory.
Good one. Well, I have done not quite like this series here, but the Unseelie Court, the Seven Deadly Sins. I know I still have one to do. I will do Pride Vanity eventually. Lust might be my favorite of the sins that I have painted. As far as my paintings go, I'm not going to speak personally about my favorite sins, but the painting Lust I did, that was that one I did for Corey Halford? No, I did that one for myself, and that was for the Seven Deadly Sins Unseelie Court series. That is my favorite of all the paintings I've done for that series. Yeah.
The Anum Fairy says, tell Jasmine and feel free to art nerd out.
Aww.
Who's your favorite artist?
Oh my
Fairy's favorite artist is Artemisia Gentileschi.
Gentileschi. Yes.
Leshy.
Oh my,
tried.
she is magnificent. You've seen many of her works. She
I
was
probably
really
have.
cool because she would do paintings at the
Goodness.
time. We're talking like 400 years ago, roughly. She was, and she would kind of do feminist paintings in a way. It's like she'd do like Judith in Holofernes. It was always like some lady cutting some guy's head off or something. And then if you know her story, there are a couple of books written about her. Some are more dramatized than others, and I always have mixed feelings when people make up dialogue to go with stories that they don't know what happened and it was a true story, because I wouldn't like people do that with me, but if it was really cool, maybe I would. But she's a very good artist, a very interesting person, and in some ways really had a horrible life, but she was one of the few female artists at that time that you could really mention now, because she's one of the few people you could see in a gallery and say, oh, here's art from Italy in the 1600s. You would not be able to see a lot of female artists because you weren't allowed into the whole sort of system of having an apprentice and the whole guild system. Women were not allowed into it, which would have sucked for me. But her father was a painter, and so she kind of lucked into getting an instructor. But he was they would make a whole Netflix original true crime series about her now if she was alive today. But if you don't know her, look her up. And she's got a great name. Artemisia Gentileschi. The SCHI. She's fantastic. We've also seen, I'm trying to think, we've seen a couple of her originals in person. If you read the transcripts of the court case she was in, it was at a time where they thought that women were too emotional to talk to honestly to people, so they had to put your hand in this horrible thing, kind of like in Dune, like while you were talking, so they'd make sure you're telling the truth, like instead of like giving you truth serum or something. It's a very strange story. I'm probably not going to tell it right, but it's very, very odd. It's like the
Pain is the mind killer.
That's what
right
I'm
there.
saying, like in Dune, where you put your hand in this horrible contraption, and they made her do that the whole time she was in court, and very, very strange stuff, but fantastic painter. Her dad was a good painter, but in some ways I think she was better. Also, it was later on. I think people knew more about perspective and stuff, but I'm surprised people aren't more interested in her, because she seems like somebody who would be considered a feminist sort of role model now. But
that Nintendo guy says Judith and her maidservant is amazing.
There you go. But she mostly did academic style paintings of religious or fables or some sort of mythological stories, and as people did back then, that's basically what you did. But
as one did.
She wasn't part. Yeah, I mean, look what I'm doing now. Here I am looking at paintings and stories from hundreds of years ago. Worried about the archivalness of my paints. I'm taking a bit of the same color I used for modulating her flesh tones, and I'm using it to try to do some highlights, or where I think the highlights are going to be on her bat wings. It might look like pink now. It's not going to stay pink. This is just a light color that I'm going to use as reference to myself to say, hey, this is where the bony parts of the wings. It's like if you're a bat, you've got the bony parts that used to be hands, but they've turned into big bat fingers and turned into wings, and then there's the leathery bits in between, and these are the bony bits, so I'm kind of using it.
Oh, I've seen Caravaggio's John the Baptist.
Oh, yeah, I sure have. I'm from Kansas City. It's at the Nelson Atkins Museum of Art.
Yeah. That's a fantastic. Caravaggio is.
I love Caravaggio.
Now, see, that's a person I can.
I gave a talk at Caravaggio's John the Baptist at the Nelson Atkins Museum of Art when I was 19. I talked about his dirty feet and how it showed that he was humble and how he was living out in the wilderness and such. I love that painting. Especially when I was younger, that whole chiaroscuro, really highly lit, dramatic sort of Caravagist is the term I see people use now. You go to museums and they're like, here's Caravaggio, and here are the Caravaggists. Like, they're his friends or people who liked him, who painted like him, sort of.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Phantom Fairy says, didn't they think she did some of her father's paintings?
Yes. They think, especially when he was older, and maybe, I don't know if he had some sort of physical or mental decline, they thought that she might have helped out with some of his artwork. Which was very likely the case, because they worked. The thing about that time, again, it was very guild-based. Here's the master, here's the apprentice. You've got to get into our union system. Unions were in despair back then. They wouldn't let ladies in them. So if you had a woman in your house who was your daughter, who's taking care of you, and you were maybe early
Nikki.
dementia. Oh, thank you, Nikki. That would make sense. Just looking at it from a realistic perspective, it'd be like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Why wouldn't she do that?
The Taking of Christ by Caravaggio.
Oh, that's a good. I've not seen that one in person.
I think you have that in a few of your books.
What's that?
A few of your art books.
My art books? Oh, books I own. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I also make art
Wow,
books.
thank you.
Gotcha.
9 months in a row.
Oh, for heaven's sake, who did that? Thank you.
I don't know. I don't even know if we'll be alive in 9 months.
No, that was 9 months from now. Yeah.
Aha!
I'll still be painting if
We
I'm
will
alive.
collect it from beyond
Yeah.
the grave.
I promise if I am still painting, I will do my best to be here. And if I'm alive, I will definitely still be
So
here.
some of the other things we're talking about in chat is much like old school South Park.
Okay.
Somebody just stole a kitty. Just stole a piece of somebody's pot
A
pie.
kitty stole a pot pie?
Yeah.
Really? Oh my
That's
gosh.
my pot pie.
That's the best story I've heard today. Oh,
And then
that's lovely.
we're talking about Impossible Burger. And,
Oh, okay. So you're
I've
telling
had a
me the
lot of
more
it
highbrow artistic. Yeah, I have too. We were among.
we talk about
okay,
like 4
talk
different
about
things.
early adopters. We were one of the very first people to have the Impossible Burger because we went to David Chang's Momofuku Nishi in January of whatever year I did that Jonathan Levine Gallery show in New York. We took a cab in the blizzard at 10:30 in the morning to be the first person in line at lunch to have the Impossible Burger at David Chang's Momofuku Nishi in New York. That was like my goal when other than a billion other paintings to look at, that was my thing to do in New York. I'm going to go there. Terrible blizzard. We took a cab. It was okay. And the burger was great. It's a vegetarian, it's actually vegan burger.
Yeah.
And we were worried.
If you leave the restaurant with it, apparently they chop off your head.
Yeah. Well, at the time, now you can get them everywhere. You can get a hot crust and get an Impossible. You can
Now
go
I
to
eat 'em
Disneyland
on
and
the
get an
street,
Impossible
and I
burger,
chew 'em in
but-
front of
No,
people.
this was like in the Greenwich Village, or wait, is that Greenwich Village or is that in Chelsea?
I don't
forgot.
know my New York very well. I'm
Part of
ashamed.
the reason you don't is because when we were there, it was a whiteout blizzard, and we took cabs everywhere instead of like taking the tube. Or
So we
something.
really had it 2 years ago from right around now.
Yeah. Which was the first restaurant to serve the Impossible Burger, and we got there at 10:30. So it's not that I want to brag about it, but I was a very early adopter of it. We
Jasmine.
had it in what's that?
Someone said you did your own girl with a pearl earring painting.
I did.
Have you ever been to see the original in The Hague?
I have never been to The Hague. I would like to go. I would very much like to go. I have not been to The Hague. I have not been to the Prado. I have not been to the Hermitage in Russia. I have. I've been to a lot of the other ones you can probably think of, and probably a bunch you don't know about. But as far as famous museums, those are 3 that I would really like to get off of my bucket list. I don't know. I'll just have. I do have an odd habit of just randomly going places intentionally to say, hey, I'm going to go see this specific painting at a specific museum.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Fluffy Blue Unicorn wants me to let you know that your artwork is so pretty.
Oh, thank you very much, Fluffy Blue Unicorn.
Okay, so Dory Rose now,
Mm-hmm.
her sister is vegan,
Okay.
and her sister loves the Is that Gammy?
Gamera. Yeah.
My hand.
Oh. Gamera's trying to get you.
Back,
Anyways.
her sister is vegan and loves the Impossible Burger and
Yeah.
has created it from a recipe.
Has made her own Impossible
Yes,
Burger.
and Dory Rose is asking
you
if
can't
we want
buy
the
it.
recipe.
I would love to give it a shot.
Okay,
because I've
I'll
tried
just
to
put
make
our
a lot of
email
my
address
own
in there.
fake. Please do, because I've tried to make a lot, or I have successfully made a lot of my own alchemical Impossible meats before, just using very basic ingredients. Like I'll take whole wheat flour and I'll rinse it and rinse it and rinse it until the gluten is there, and I'll use the gluten. I'll make it like a stripe of fake fat to make it and wrap it in something. Matt knows about my cooking. It's very weird and very vegetarian, but
Jasmine and I have not been to Giger Museum.
I have not, and it's so dumb that we haven't, because it seems like someplace we should be.
The last movie that was the last documentary made about
There's
him
a
was
very good-
phenomenal.
The most recent one, yeah, that was it was actually made. It was released posthumously after he passed away, because I think it says like in memory of H.R. Giger at the end. But that is fantastic, and I love how they show his actual working studio and house, because I think, don't you think, Betty, it's one of the best representations of an actual artist studio?
Yes,
It's like, here's this is supposed to be our hallway, but it's filled with filing cabinets with old pieces of paper that we don't know what they are anymore. And
although I think at least on the lower level here, we've done leaps and bounds to keep it out of the places where we relax.
Yeah, my place here I've kept it very kind of.
But for
regular,
the amount of artwork you do,
until we got our other house, it was
we do what we can. It's very difficult.
It is. I mean, there was a few years there where I did not want photographs of the interior of my house shown at all.
Okay, so Dory Rose is going to get a recipe and a photo to send to us.
Please do. I'd like to see that. Yeah, that sounds great. Well, it's not like a picture of a cow and a meat grinder, is it, or something? I've seen memes of it.
Well. Who's in the room?
Is Shaylee in the room?
Yes.
Hey, Shaylee! Happy New Year!
The camera just zoomed in on you.
Well. Yeah.
Or me. I've never figured out, Shaylee. Am I Ray Purchase or are you Ray Purchase?
How
am I
would
toast?
you even know?
I don't know. I've never figured out. Maybe we
I don't
switch.
know. I think you're a combination of the two. Maybe it depends what mood you're in.
That's true.
Actually, our nephew Theodore looks a lot like Harry Peacock, the guy who plays. I know it sounds like a fake name, but he's the actor. Especially with Toast. I mean, no, his real name is Harry Peacock, and he plays Ray Purchase.
I don't know how many people know Toast of
I don't know, but
we
more
mention it a
people
lot
than
in the
used to.
room.
It's on Netflix now. It used to be something you had to like watch on BBC 4 in the middle of the night in England. Now you can watch it on Netflix.
Jasmine and I are vegetarian. We are not.
I'm not vegan.
But we love the Impossible Burger.
I love. Oh yeah, I.
So I like
eat a lot
cheese
of
in my
vegan.
Impossible
I eat
Burger.
cheese.
There we
I
go.
don't like eggs, but I eat cheese. So I'm not a vegan.
How long does it take you to paint? Asked Fluffy Blue Unicorn. Probably talking about the average painting, I'm guessing.
Average painting. Well, this one here. I think of things in terms of hours because sometimes I'm working on multiple paintings as opposed to however many days. Something like this is a lot more complicated than I'd usually work on because it has a lot of very specific art history references, and it probably has maybe 35 figures in it, and so I'm going to eventually have to paint all them. But I would say around 60 hours for maybe a 12 by 16 painting, which might sound like a lot of hours because you think, oh, 40-hour work week, but I do not keep a 40-hour work week.
Jasmine.
Yeah, I keep I don't know, how many hours are in a day?
I don't know.
I go to bed at 1 and I wake up at 4, so that's 21 hour times 7, 154 hour work week. Sunshine! What's up?
Vaznon's asking about an Impossible Burger. She's they're a vegetarian also.
Oh, okay.
So can you explain the science and what it tastes like from your memory? It's kind of amazing.
I have not had
I'm gonna grab a soda real quick.
Let me think. I haven't had meat for 27 years, so I'm probably not the best person to ask.
Meat eaters have
But
been like,
meat, I have been with meat eaters, omnivores, dedicated carnivores who have liked the Impossible Burger. It uses a material called heme, H-E-M-E, which is a lot of people. I think it's very soundbitey as far as news goes, or clickbaity to say, oh, it's vegetarian meat that bleeds because it has heme in it, H-E-M-E, which is found in an iron product that is in blood. So it starts off red and then you cook it and it turns brown. It's kind of like the Beyond Burgers, which kind of mimic that by using beet juice, but the beet juice evaporates and those are good. I love those. Those are actually coconut based as opposed to the other one. Thank you for the cashews. But the heme is derived from lentils in the Impossible Burger. So people say it bleeds, but that's found in a lot of proteins. It's found in legumes, it's found in cannellini beans, it's found in a lot of the darker sort of beans and lentil type products. Anyways, so they take those, they mix it in with various other, I think they use pea protein, it's not peas like garden peas, like you have pea soup, it's more like field peas like you get in Jamaica, like with field peas and snaps sort of thing. And they kind of grind it up and they do a lot of stuff to it, and that is why it starts off red, from the heme, from the lentils that they've extracted, and they've done it in a laboratory somewhere. And that's why it looks like it bleeds. It doesn't really bleed. It's the red stuff from the iron in the lentils. It's like how you eat lentils and you get a bit of iron if you're vegan anyway. So, but Beyond Burgers, which are the ones you can actually buy as recipe items at places like Whole Foods, they look like they're doing the same thing, but really they are using beets, which, are very red. If you've seen Portlandia, you know they're very red. But they are red and then they evaporate basically when you're cooking them, so when they get heated to a certain point, they turn brown. So that's not them being pink inside because of the reason mammal meat is pink inside. That is because they have beet juice in them. But Impossible Burgers actually have heme in them, but it's taken from lentils instead of meat. And it doesn't bleed. It doesn't have fake blood. I've heard so many people say so many weird things about them, but again, I think it's because it's very clickbaity to say, oh, it's the vegetarian meat, but it's got blood in it. But no,
Jasmine,
it doesn't really. Yeah.
Have you heard of it? Vegan ink for tattoo art?
No, I didn't know that I don't have any tattoos. I didn't know that regular tattoos weren't vegan.
Yeah,
It probably depends on what it is.
I'm confused.
It's like how, you're looking at that black spaghetti at the grocery store and they're like, no, it's got squid ink in it. Maybe there's types of animal products that are used. I know in some paints, not the ones I use, or paint brushes even, sometimes they have animal products in them, but I get the veggie ones, but you never know.
Fluffy says this will be so pretty when you're done.
I hope so.
How does the vegan ink compare to regular tattoo ink in terms of fading and quality? Angel Girl's asking this. Gosh,
I don't have any
it's
tattoos,
new to me.
and I don't really. I just heard about it about a minute and a half ago, so I don't know.
I really am in the.
Well, you know what? I bet it is. I bet it's because a lot of carbon-based inks and paints are made out of bone. Like if you get oil paints, you get the carbon black or bone black.
I don't know.
It's made out of burned up bones. It's like some people who won't eat refined sugar because carbonized mammal bones are part of the processing.
The filter purification or whatever?
Kind of, yeah. The carbon purification process that's on some types of sugar.
That sounds so primitive.
Yeah, well, apparently it's hard, so I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't have any tattoos. People always ask me if I will tattoo them, and I'm like,
but we're kind of in the minority, aren't we, as far as our friends go? You and I.
Oh, I don't know. I hardly know anybody who doesn't have tattoos.
I
know it's like now it's like a risque thing not to have tattoos. I don't know.
So
I might get one.
Have we become cool again?
Maybe so. Maybe it's come around.
I doubt it.
But no, it's not that I don't want any. It would take me too long to decide on one, and I'd change my mind. I might get one someday. I might get a whole bunch someday. So don't hold me to that. It's nothing I don't want, but I just don't yet. And I really liked a lot of the tattoos that people send me pictures of my artwork. There was a magazine. What was it? It was a British tattoo magazine, and they had like the top 10 most tattooed artists, and I was listed in it, but they weren't talking about artists who had tattoos on them. It was like people who have had their artwork tattooed on other people. It's like how many send-in photos they got or whatever that year, and that's the only thing I think it was based off of.
Jasmine?
Yeah.
Can you say Happy New Year, blow a kiss to a person named Ben?
Happy New Year, Ben.
There you go.
There you go.
That's Shaylee's friend.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if it's somebody I kind of know, I'll do that. Otherwise, the whole Twitch thing's going to get weird.
Yes.
Like, I don't know. How much money are you going to give me?
I'm going to need to find a new tattoo shop in the Orlando area. I'm moving down there.
Oh, I've got some very good recommendations. If you don't mind driving, I've got a few, actually. Yeah, if you want to email me.
One of them actually specializes in Jasmine.
Yes, that is actually in Vero Beach, Florida.
And hey, while you're out there, why not have a nice beach time,
Why not go to Vero Beach? Yeah. At Black Lotus Tattoo, my friend Raven Barnhill she's probably done more tattoos of my artwork than anybody else in the planet, as far as I know. She's done loads of them.
Unless you count Sharpie tattoos, and I've done it on our nieces and nephews more.
Yeah, well, or I've signed my name. Like when people get a tattoo, they'll ask me, "Will you sign it in tattoo?" I'm like, "No, I'd mess it up and I'd ruin you for life." So I'll sign it in a Sharpie and say, "Hey, go take your arm to the tattoo parlor down the street. Go have them do that," because I've not practiced on it and I don't have any, and I want it to look good. So don't ask me to do your tattoo. And I've had offers of people say, "Well, I wouldn't mind if you tried it out." I mean, like, no, what if I just scribbled and just, like, burst your blood vein and dug a hole in your bone and that was the end of it? That'd be horrible.
Yes.
I could see
102 viewers. You know, we've been sitting at 100 about the whole time.
Really?
That's so nice to
start to the new year.
After such a long wait. I'm just
happy this many people showed up.
Yeah, you guys are sweet.
You guys are.
Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. We thought we didn't know if it was gonna be lonely or not.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
This is funny.
What's that?
Girl in the Mitten says, "Is Jasmine still planning on doing a bigger painting of Elizabeth I?"
I sure am.
Yes, you keep getting. You were asked that recently in an email.
Twice on Facebook in the past 3 days, and I've gotten 2 emails about it and now this. So yes, I am. The reason I am not working on it now, originally I was going to do it at the beginning of January, but then I realized, I need to finish this devil painting. So for the tarot card deck, because that one actually is a deadline with 77 other artists, and I better hurry up and do that before I paint any of my own stuff. So I definitely am. It's going to, for those of you who saw the one I did I do her on Twitch? No, I painted her in Kansas City, but it wasn't on Twitch, was it? It was when I was working on the Corey Hufford Gallery show still, Magical Thinking. My little, it was a 4x6. I painted her in
she went to
Kansas
Corey
City.
Hufford.
No, it wasn't Corey Hufford.
No,
it was
you
for,
said
it was for Her Majesty at
New York.
No, Modern Eden, right?
San
Haven Gallery, San Francisco. Yes.
Anyways,
thank you, Haven Gallery in San Francisco.
Oh, our Christmas was excellent, Fluffy.
Our Christmas was very good.
We have a bunch of cute nieces and nephews.
We sure do.
Ranging from, who's our
Wensleydale is the littlest, and Theo. Wait, well, if you're talking about your nephews,
Cielo?
Jesse, Danielle, John. We have great nieces and grandnephews, and on my side of the family, the youngest one is Wensleydale, and she is.
We got a baby.
Her
in the family.
6-month birthday was on Christmas because
you're watching Sonia. Hi,
Sonia.
Or if anybody actually that knows Sonia is watching, say hello.
Ask her where are the coloring pages for this month because it's January 6th.
I'm not gonna say anything.
Just kidding, Sonia. I know you're busy. But anyways, that's
Jeez,
very passive aggressive.
I try not to have that sort of. Yes.
Well, you don't hire your relatives so much. But anyways, that's her. Anyway, she has a new baby, so that's why.
Shayla was asking about Vietnam too.
Oh well, golly, yeah.
I might write you Shayla, I might write you a nice Patreon.
You know what you should do, Maddie? You should make a post on Patreon because I'm going to also with our Vietnam pics and like talking about the trip more. I've been slowly.
Guys, this is how much do I suck, Jasmine? I took a whopping 12 photos while I was in Vietnam.
Wow.
But you know how many Paul took?
Well, he's a professional
over
photographer,
800 or something.
So, yeah, I bet he took 8,000.
He probably did.
He's my brother-in-law. He's Sonia's husband, my brother-in-law.
I tend to express myself through the written word. I'm not a very visual.
Well, that's what I was saying about photographs. When I take photographs, it's like, oh, weird. Look at how the lights hit in the water funny. I'm going to put that in a mermaid painting. And, it's not necessarily like,
I took a video of a jellyfish.
He's dead, and take a picture of him,
Now, if I see an animal, I start freaking the F
so
out.
you take pictures of the kitty cats.
Yeah. I'm one of those people who get excited about animals, not so much about people. I don't know. Although I will say that people generally are awesome there.
I would say, yeah. Also, too, often I don't know, when I'm traveling somewhere for the first time, I'm less likely to take pictures because I feel like if I'm looking through a camera, I'm not really looking at it with my eyes. I know that probably sounds cheesy, but I feel like I'm not experiencing it as much if I'm not actually interacting with it as opposed to looking at it through a lens and then putting it in some sort of context later. But
Ren Girl hasn't said anything all night, but she said one of the best things.
What's that?
Animals are better than most people.
That's true.
I agree with you, Ren Girl.
I like most
and you get a hug from me
I
for
have
that.
seen, but I don't know if I could say the same about people. I can about you guys, but I mean people.
That's funny. Men tend to be more visual than women. That's funny because Kitten says Bob and I are the same. I'm so visual, Bob not so much.
Yeah.
Men tend to be more visual.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell I am.
That's true. As a consumer, I would say men tend to be more visual.
As a consumer, I am visual. I am, because if I see like a preview of a movie, although I look at the depth in it, and
But as far as
I pick apart
things, it's hard to say. But I would say as consumers, men tend to be more visual, and you could extrapolate that and
we are
say
kind of dumb.
Not
as far as
dumb, or you could talk about porn or talk about ladies or whatever.
Yeah, but not on this channel.
But not on this. We won't talk about this.
We don't talk about that.
Yeah, this is PG rated, so so you could extrapolate from that, but I don't know.
Men appreciate the female form often.
So
if that's what you're talking about.
That's what I do for a living.
No, but still. No, but the thing is,
that's what everybody here is here to see.
That does translate well into art.
I don't know that you necessarily have to gender things like that.
But then if I go to a gallery, I start going gaga over paintings.
Yeah.
So I'm visual. I just don't like to take photos.
You don't make visual things yourself.
No, I don't.
To give to other people.
I don't.
Like photos. You don't. I don't take pictures and like mail them to relatives or things. You don't, Matt. Other people do. I put a really
funny picture of my nephew Milo up on Instagram.
Yeah.
I haven't checked to see if there are any comments or not, but
oh my,
he's so funny.
He's a honey. He's hilarious. He's
cracks me
only
up.
like 3, so he's
Yes.
gonna be great.
I love funny children.
Yeah.
Funny children.
Yeah, we had a heck of a time at Christmas entertaining.
I'm telling you, guys.
Again, I sat at the kids' table.
Yes.
So,
if you want to have a trip, sit at the kids' table during Christmas. It's way fun.
Always try to be argumentative enough that you get sad at the kids' table whether you want to or not.
You know, I think the adults in our family are just kind of done with us.
They're done with us. No, they're probably all watching us and they're fine. But
I'm
no,
kind of bitchy.
No,
I
think it's because we do not have offspring of our own, so I think we get relegated to sometimes, hey, hang out with the kids. But the kids are fun and they're very open-minded people. They are very hilarious people.
It's true. And then I put on a constant stand-up routine for the children.
Yeah, basically.
All I do is I make them laugh for like a half hour.
I'm not
it's
a very
so much
funny
fun.
person. Yeah.
Well, you are funny though. Your humor is subtle. You've made me laugh harder than most people ever will.
I bet.
So yeah, animals and kids. They're like the best things ever.
Hey, that's like 90% of YouTube, isn't it?
I don't know.
Cats aren't cats
funny.
like 80%
yeah,
of the internet? They're animals, and they're kind of like kids. They're my kids.
Agreed. 4 minutes till the next raffle.
So
now,
next
guys,
is, Allison and Dally Dreams.
it's hashtag giveaway.
Hashtag giveaway. Again, if you're just joining us, Twitch and MoveBot changed their thing while we were gone over New Year, so it's now hashtag giveaway. All one word.
I found this out
hashtag. 3 minutes before we started Twitch.
Very shortly before we started.
2:58 we started.
So I had to make these weird. I had to mess with MoveBot a little bit.
Yeah.
But you know what?
Here's what
Everything's worked out perfectly so far.
Yeah, so far so good.
Yeah.
Here, and you will be the first person other than me, because this is the one I got to look at to color proof, is the Allison and Dally Dream, who will be the special giveaway exclusive pin at Epcot coming up on January 18th. And except for one of you guys, will get her early probably. And if you don't live overseas, you might get her before everybody else.
Yes.
So that's kind of neat. You can pop her up on eBay and be fancy. I'm taking bright red right now. It's actually vat orange mixed with quinacridone magenta. And I'm going over around the lower part of where her hair is going to start to turn into all the little swathes of demon critters at the bottom. You see, it starts to look really red that I painted on here. And I've kind of gone over the back part of her hair also, since the light up magical sigil here in the back is going to be glowy. So the part that's showing through her hair is going to be red because she's going to have dark hair. But the bottom part of her hair is going to be red. Or I'm also thinking about, might sound weird, I've never been to a hair salon to get my hair cut or dyed or anything, but I'm thinking about kind of doing my hair this way, so I'm trying it out on a painting first. I'm thinking about doing the lower part of my hair kind of red, like an ombre sort of gradient into black at the top. Keeping it mostly black and then red at the bottom. But I've not been to a salon.
I'm in total support of this.
Matt is very much in support of this idea, so we'll see.
I love Jasmine.
So if you see me with red hair,
the cuter it gets.
Yeah, there you go. We'll see. I tried to do it once before myself, but I will not try that again. It was not successful. So I'm going to think about... I'll see how it looks in the painting first. Would it be cheesy if I brought the painting to the salon and said, hey, can you make me look like this? Or should I find a picture on Pinterest or something?
Don't bring the actual painting.
Not the painting. That's going to be a spectrum. Like a printout of it.
Oh, everyone's saying, God, yes. Okay.
The red? Okay.
I should, after I figure out polls,
okay.
yeah.
All right.
That'd be hilarious if you put it on Patreon.
Oh my
Made
gosh.
a poll.
Well, I don't care that much. I gotta do something on my hair. I've just been putting that black henna on it for 25 years, and I've never
said
cut
it would be cheesy, but do it.
Okay.
It would
I
be
think
cheesy
it
for
would
Jasmine.
be cheesy. No, hey, what? You think I'm usually pretty cheesy?
No.
Okay. I've never been to a salon to have my hair dyed or
Google
cut. I've always
and then
done
take
it
the pic to
myself.
the salon.
Okay, that's what I was saying. Look at Pinterest and look ombre black to red.
Well, the salon, Jasmine, I won't mention any where the salon is, but the salon that Jasmine has been to in the past is this crazy, awesome Brazilian place.
I've never had my hair cut or dyed in a salon before, ever.
Yes.
You're talking about the one time
this
I
is
got
a nice,
it blow
bold
dried.
step for you.
I have once had my hair blow dried once, and that was at
Fire
a salon,
truck red, someone says.
And it was, fire truck
People
red.
Have her bring a swatch.
Yeah, I'll bring a Pantone color swatch. That would be.
Yeah.
No, I just want it to
when I heard
turn
swatch,
up to black, because then I can just not worry about the roots and just black up the top
80s.
and turn into red, and I think it would help get. I think I don't know. I don't know if it'll make me look more pale or less pale, but it would be interesting. It'd be something to do.
Oh, everyone likes this idea.
Okay.
I think Matt should go dark hair and Jasmine. I've
Matt's
been dark
had
hair.
dark hair. Matt used to have black hair, like
I've looked like
down to,
I've
like
had
mine.
Trent Reznor
Yeah. Oh yeah,
phases
There's a
and
Trent
Rob
Reznor
Zombie
phase.
phases.
Rob
so
Zombie phase was
I've done
interesting.
that.
Yeah,
I've done it.
And I have that.
Now I dye my
so-
hair blonde.
Yeah,
because I'm a
Matt's
Florida
just
guy.
blonde. Yeah,
I'm a
It
Florida
look like
guy.
my nephews. Yeah.
Actually, it looks like when I was a little kid.
It looks exactly like my sister's kids.
Hey,
But
shut
I'm
up.
not.
I have nothing
I'm
to
not
do with
passing
that.
comment. You do. You look exactly like Kachina's kids.
Shut up.
4 of them.
Oh.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Saved by the Bell.
Yes.
I am.
My gosh.
Hmm.
Hopefully they're not listening.
Why? You
I
do
did.
look like
I
them.
didn't do nothing.
You look like them. You just hang out with her a lot.
Yeah.
I'm
All
teasing
right.
you, love. Okay.
Ooh.
Who won?
Wild Elf Fairy. Let's see.
Oh my gosh! Is that Shaylee? Wait,
No.
I don't know how it's
Wild
written.
Elf Fairy.
which one? Sorry, I don't get to see the computer, so I
No,
missed her.
she'll see it in
Okay.
chat.
Yay! Okay. See it in chat, Wild Elf Fairy.
Woohoo!
Ooh, this is
She might not be in chat though.
Oh well, well, she's a regular, so you can probably tell. I don't know if you can see, but I can still kind of see my original painted sketches of the little demons and things going back that are gonna turn her hair into the little guys. Again, mimicking the spiral that's in the ram's horn, mimicking the spiral that's in her hair there, chains, spiral, circle, like that. And that will be a nice visual guide for that all to move through. So they won. They're the first person to have Alice in a Dolly Dream. Don't put it on eBay yet, but you're the first owner. Yay! And that means the last one will be Seashell Collector, which around 200 people have, because she was the special one we did in December at the Pop Gallery at Disney Springs. That was a giveaway pin, and you can't buy her now. She's very special.
Yay!
Oh, did they contact you?
No.
Oh,
I'm just happy.
You're just happy because Seashells. Okay, awesome.
If she's not in the room, I'll contact her. I have her email address. I just don't want to say who it is.
No. I don't.
Yeah, I don't think
I
Shaylee
need
cares,
to be more careful
but
about
yeah,
that.
I'm trying to be careful because it's someone we.
Yeah, when I don't like,
Yeah.
and I know how I don't like to give a lot of my personal stuff.
Well, I
out.
can kind of tell in the room who cares and who doesn't a little bit.
Well,
I'm not
that seems
sure
very
about them,
omniscient of
so
you.
yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna take a little bit of the red, even though she's gonna have black hair. I'm gonna reflect it up around her face. I used to do green highlights in my hair, and I did it myself, and it was horrible to try to keep up with. This I'm talking 20 odd years ago. I think red would suit me. Again, that might make me look very pale. Hands already look like they've been dead and underwater for 20 years.
I love it.
Don't they? Don't they look like some dead kids' hands that they found in the water?
Sadly, I like that look. I
Well,
don't know
there
what's
you
wrong
go.
with me.
It's kind of hot, but. Let's smudge a little bit of, even though the little demons aren't, I don't know if this is on the screen. I'll just scoot her up a little bit. Even though little demons don't really go around on her right-hand side or left-hand side, I'm going to put a little bit of red there. So you kind of get the idea that they're kind of going around like a snake wrapped around her back almost. I'm going to take this brush. This isn't a fuzzy brush. It started off as a pointy brush, but it's turning into a fuzzy brush.
Okay,
Yes,
so
but-
Angel Girl is Megan. So some people care and some people don't.
Oh, okay.
I just like to
that's-
respect people's privacy.
Exactly.
Yes.
And we do have a certain amount of kind of and very celebrities who come in here, and I don't want to give private information out there. I wouldn't like people to do the same to me. It's the internet after all. I'm putting a bit more magenta over on this side, on our right hand side. Let me scoot this over.
Princess Bullet's after me tonight.
That's okay. What or I think so. What did
I
it say?
said there, and but
Maddie, did you use the wrong there? Because I will yell
no.
at you. Okay.
It was
Okay.
there. I spelled it T-E-R-E. It was
That's
supposed
not
to be
even
T-H-E.
You
Yes,
have
they said-
multiple choices for there,
Yes,
and that
they
is
said
not
tear
one of them.
indeed. So they're mocking me. People don't.
How
love
did you
me
spell
anymore.
it?
T-E-R-E. I just
Oh,
typoed.
there. I can
I know my there's
it.
pretty good.
Oh, yeah. Not
I thought the
terrible.
cat purring was my belly rumbling for a minute.
Aw. I'm putting
What? Oh, wait a second. Okay. I'm going to
Sorry.
step away because Sunshine is very active at the door. I gotta
Oh
see
my
if there's a raccoon.
Oh, is there? Hey, you should put birdseed down too.
You know, if I could post photos immediately,
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if there's a
Can
way
we?
to do that in
There
Twitch.
probably is.
Because I would love to do that if I can.
Well, because there are things
there's
in
some
there.
hilarious
There are things that
happen.
happen around here that would be fun to show people.
Let's see what we
Yeah.
got. What do you got, Sunshine?
Is it raccoons? They're gonna be citrus rats. I only saw one yesterday. There might be that. Is there other kitty out there? There's that.
Sarah saw Black Kitty.
Well, there's two black kitties who live in the alley, and then there's that one that looks like Quanyan but has a fluffy tail.
Mom said she came over and she saw the black.
And the great. Well, there's multiple black kitties that live over there.
I'll ask.
That one
with
with the one. Well, there's a scrawny one that has a hurt arm that I want to take, but I have a lot of kitties. I know.
But we can take care of it.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
We
Just
have to
take
catch
to the
it
vet
and
and
take
get
it to the
fixed up. I don't know if he's been the cats that we've trapped and that we've taken as our own cats. Sometimes they've already been fixed. Like if you take them to the vet and say, "Hey, can you neuter this cat?" and they shave their tummy and they knock them out. And they're like, "Somebody spayed this cat 5 years ago." And we're like, "Okay, never mind then."
Everyone's saying their name in the room.
Tripping the cat out. Okay, that's fine. Well, some of these people might know each
Some
other
people
too.
do care.
So
That's-
yeah, no,
I know
also,
Sheely doesn't.
Also, too, if you
Well,
really,
Nikki doesn't. Obviously, you're Nikki of Hawaii, Nikki
Well,
Nakagawa, and she
oh,
likes
yeah, we know Nikki.
NakaCon.
Yeah. Hey.
Actually, we were talking about you,
NakaCon?
Nikki,
Oh.
because of NakaCon, and I think it was, I forget who,
Uh-huh.
but we were saying, yeah, she should go to NakaCon because of that. Sadly, Jasmine won't be there.
I
But
have
her awesome art will
been
be.
to NakaCon. My artwork, my sister Amber will be there at NakaCon, but at any rate, I was saying before you're talking about Sunshine, I'm switching over from doing that orange into quinacridone magenta. Is this one here, but with a bit of that orange mixed together, because on the side of the painting I'm keeping the background like lighting kind of blue, so that will be cooler tone. And if you're gonna look at something like bright gleaming red orangey, when it hits blue, if blue lights on it, it's gonna look just a tiniest little bit purple. And quinacridone magenta or quinacridone or however you say it, I don't know. I'm an autodidact. I don't know how to pronounce anything. You mix it with that, and it kind of makes kind of a violet red color that will look a little bit blue, but will look red as if blue light was hitting it. If that makes sense. Anyways, what are you saying, Luke?
Oh, I'm talking in the room. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Wild Elf Fairy. Go ahead and tell her if you want to tell people who you are.
Gosh, this isn't
Everyone's saying who they are. I just don't. Yeah. I don't necessarily want to give away people's names.
No, secret identities, Ian.
My name is Matthew.
I'm Jasmine. I'm a painter. I don't have that option. Even in public, I'll wear a big hat and sunglasses.
And I know you, Costler Chick, because you're a very new Patreon person.
Yay, patron.
Ooh, the Worm Giver.
That's a great name.
That's cool. That's very Dune.
Oh. There's a lot of worms out there, but maybe so.
So we have about another hour, folks.
Oh, okay.
Jasmine's just going to town on this.
I think I'm probably going to work on this one.
Originally,
I thought I might. I originally thought I might try to do that mini, but I might work on that mini next Sunday. Well, I will for sure be back next Sunday around 3 o'clock Eastern Time, noon Pacific, 20:00/8 p.m. UK time, and etc. You've got Google, you can see what time zone you live in. I like it when people send me a message that says, "Hey, what time is 3 p.m. my time?" And I'm like, I don't know where you live, and I can't help you. Yeah.
Quick room poll. Do you guys? I think I can change it back to exclamation raffle.
Oh, you can? Did you find out for sure,
that I'm
or do
able
you
to
just
do that.
think this?
Well, what I have in there right now is a Moobot default.
Okay.
Do you guys prefer the exclamation raffle?
Please do. If you can change it back, I think that would be helpful.
Okay, I just want to know if the room wants that, because 103 people are in here right now.
Oh, that's a...
If they want it to be exclamation
that's
raffle, they can vote on it. Or we might be able to make a Strangeling specific one.
No, make it. If you can make it the one that everybody sees.
Okay, exclamation raffle. I think I can do that.
Okay, now if you can't, this is very misleading of you.
I think I can.
Okay.
I think I can.
You keep saying it.
Okay.
I thought you
people
could.
say switch it back if possible. Okay.
Okay.
I will do that, and I will let you know,
too.
folks. I'm not going to.
If we had known more than 3 minutes before we set up, we would have never troubled you with this, and would have just kept it exclamation point raffle. But we didn't know.
Hey, Diana, you can still enter.
Yep, you sure can. And this will be for the seashell collector.
The rarest of the
four. Well, the rarest of the ones tonight, not of ever. But if you do already have seashell collector, You can go trade her at the pin group at Facebook. People would love to have her. Or you can put her on eBay. Or you can keep her as trading fodder. If you like have a lanyard and you go to the public events and you do trading in person, that's a great one to have because she was only available at the Pop Gallery or at a giveaway at something like this. And it was only Pop Gallery that one night. You can't like go buy her there or anything. It was to the first 200 customers, and that was December 22nd.
Whatever makes my life easier. Actually, what makes my life easier is usually what makes your guys' life easier.
That's true.
Honestly.
It's a win-win.
Streamline.
We need some more magenta.
When we the volume we do, Streamline is the only way to go. I think we do pretty good for a motley crew of
Yeah,
folk.
I think some people think we're like a big company or something, and they
I don't know how
they
the
really
heck
don't
we do it.
understand that I'm like sitting in my kitchen almost here. Yeah. We just sound fancier than we are.
We totally sound fancier than we are.
I know, and you see my paintings, and they're like, "Oh, that's all for life." It's like, it's not like I get all that.
Well, it reminds me of
yeah.
in the making of the movie Pumping Iron, Arnold Schwarzenegger
Okay.
talks about
Yeah.
before he came to the country, he learned about Joe Weider bodybuilding products. And
Oh,
Joe
yes.
Weider would have these little ads in comic books that showed these big jumbo jets and everything. And then when he got and he saw Joe Weider's factory, he saw Joe Weider packing up some of the bodybuilding products himself. So he realized it wasn't.
He just like photoshopped his name on the side of airplanes
Kind
so he
of,
looked
yeah.
more important.
That's basically what
To be
happened.
fair, a lot of the people I have known who you think would be somebody who would maybe own a bunch of airplanes or something, they're often working out of their kitchen and putting their own t-shirts in boxes too. So
Definitely.
that's
A lot of
been
things
my
are
experience
grassroots.
with pretty much everybody I,
I think
know
we
who
live in
has
a.
any sort
I
of
think we
name.
live in a
Yeah.
lot of
That's how it works sometimes.
small business grassroots.
Well, I think the internet.
Successful
yeah,
businesses.
Yeah,
No,
I think
no,
the internet has very much enabled that sort of thing to be possible, which is why I can do this and why you can watch me now.
There you go.
Now, when I'm getting closer to the front of her, I'm kind of moving away from the magenta and going back into the vat orange. Let me see if I can scoot her up so we can see a bit better. So that you'll see that when this part is more bright blue up here and the blue lights kind of come through, it's going to hit that part, but won't hit the part in front of her. So that will make it feel like it's instead of being a weird U-shaped thing, it'll feel like it's a donut, like a spherical sort of circle around here, like a perfect circle of spiral going around her. And then you'll know the part in front will be from the ambient sort of directed light that's on her front, and it won't be hit. And these guys really are kind of reddish as opposed from the blue on the back or the weird red-yellow on the back of that one. This will be more of a true red. And these are very minor things that you probably won't notice when you see the finished painting, but there'll be things that will trick your eye and your head into saying, oh yeah, that totally looks like something three-dimensional, but you won't actively think about it when you see it. But if you're the type of person who stays around to see the making of the painting like this, then you might appreciate it when you see it when it's all done.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
You know, one thing we haven't done, and
I've-
I'm talking to
I think
Nikki
of a
right
few.
now
What's
in
that?
chat,
Yeah.
is we haven't talked about how awesome Epcot is anyway.
Well, yeah, I talked about that for a minute when I was talking about events I like
My
to
gosh.
do. Epcot is a very fun place to go to. And that's why when Disney's like, hey, Jasmine, can you come do 8 events in January at Epcot? I'm like, yeah, sure I can. That's, first of all, it's very close to our
Super
house, but they're both our houses, and it's like it's a place I would pick to go to on a date night. If it's like, hey, Maddie, you want to go out to dinner and go have
It's
a fun
lovely.
walk? Say, let's go to Epcot. They have great restaurants, fun shopping, beautiful, beautiful gardens, fun things to walk around. Of course, rides and all the Disney stuff. I mean, even without that, it's a great place to visit.
It's amazing.
And they always have some sort of, not always, but 80% of the time nowadays, especially since they started the International Festival of the Arts, they've really turned it into much more of a sort of cultural World's Fair, which I think was part of the original intention of the World Showcase area of Epcot to begin with. Like if you look at Walt Disney's old ideas for it, it's like, oh, here's where you can try food from this and this and this. And Epcot, the World Showcase, is like that. But when you have special events that actually pull out visual artists and performing artists and culinary top chefs, etc., to come set up little booths and make them special and contemporary to right now, not something that happened in the 60s
That's
or
awesome.
80s or 400 years ago. That makes it a very vibrant place to visit. And it's worth every penny to get in there. If you're a pass holder, that's even better. I don't know if they still have it, but they used to have a annual pass at Disney that was called Epcot after 6 p.m. or Epcot after dark or something like that. And it was basically for locals who wanted to go to Epcot at nighttime but didn't want to buy a whole annual pass because they're like, hey, we're just kind of here to go to the nice restaurants and
Dory, I'm glad you asked when the Epcot event is. It goes on over how many weeks, Jasmine?
7 weeks long. It's every day for 7 weeks. I have 2 tents of my artwork there, but I am only there in person, I think, for 8 days.
Let me find that Facebook events, and you don't have to be a Facebook member to.
No, you can just click on this link, and it has all the times, all the dates,
awesome.
and I'm there from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. as a signing artist with Disney. I have contracted times for liability issues when I am there in person to autograph things, so I'm not there all day long for all 6 weeks. I can't. I've got to come paint stuff and go to other shows and things like that, but. They have my artwork there at the Wonderground Galleries, my Disney artwork, at the Pop Gallery are my pins, and all my personal artwork. They might even have, they won't have prints of this one because it doesn't come out till March, but they'll have a lot of my other, similar things to this there, even at the Pop Gallery at Disney. They'll have all sorts of interesting stuff. But those will be open all day, every day, even when I am not there. So if you're like, hey, I want one of those Dahlia pins, or, oh, I want one of those Unseelie Court canvases, you can go get them there at Epcot when I am not there. And I probably have already signed it if it's there, but if not, you can bring it back on one of the days I am there signing, or bring it to any of my other events and I can sign it.
And it's a blast.
And it's just fun. And they call it the International Festival of the Arts, and it is performing arts, visual arts, and culinary arts. So they have a lot of like little tents set up, like a traditional art fair, that are 4 different galleries that work with Disney. They have some individual artists who are contracted with Disney, and just stuff that are just there for like one weekend. It's like, hey, here's an artist from Russia and they're doing this and that. Come watch them paint and you can buy their t-shirts, or, it's very...
Hey, Jasmine?
Yeah.
Don't laugh at this question.
Okay.
But Princess Bullet says, because your artwork is at Disney, can you get into the parks whenever you want?
Oh, no, I can't.
There you go. We can't.
I can't even get into Epcot. Epcot International Festival of Arts unless I have a pass, but
we have super crazy awesome passes.
I do have a pass because I buy one every year.
Yes. But there you go. Yes, Epcot is wonderful. It's very relaxing, laid back. It's very
the one that locals
lackadaisical.
Go to. Yeah.
What's that?
It's the one that locals probably go to the most as far as all the Orlando area parks go.
Hey, Princess, it's okay. Don't worry about it.
No, you know what? Before when I was younger, I would have thought the same thing. In fact, I kind of ask myself that all the time now. No.
What is your favorite Disney? My gosh, mine's Splash Mountain.
Favorite ride?
Disney ride?
Oh, Haunted Mansion, Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, Pirates of the Caribbean. I like the very immersive kind of dark rides that have a lot of theming to them that feel like you're somewhere else.
The reason I like Splash Mountain is because it's both dark ride, thrill ride, and it's long. So
and it's like 13
cute.
Minutes long. That's true.
So it's wonderful. Second, definitely Haunted Mansion.
Haunted Mansion's hard to beat.
Then I'd have to really think about it. Pirates is good.
Pirates is great. Also, we've been to a lot of the Disney parks, even in Asia and Europe, and they're all slightly different. So it's kind of fun going to like the Haunted Mansion in France, the Phantom Manor.
Nikki says Toad.
Mr. Toad again. That's why my name is Jasmine Toad. Technically after the Kenneth Graham one, but yeah.
Soren
is very cool. A lot of them too are just neat to see the technology involved. Things like Soren, or like the
well, dude,
the new one in
the one
Animal
in Pandora.
Kingdom and Pandora. Yeah,
that's amazing. Space Mountain's fantastic.
That's one of the neatest bits of technology I've ever experienced in real life. It's the one.
Haunted Mansion is good, Husky.
Haunted Mansion is awesome.
Rock and Roller Coaster is a lot of fun.
Yeah, they're all good rides. But I like the ones where you go in and you really
Captain
feel like
EO
you're in the middle of something.
awesome, Princess. I don't know if you're local,
it's only
but
there
they brought
sometimes.
That back,
yes.
For several
they bring
years
it back for
Epcot,
limited times.
I went on it like
Jackson, yeah.
I don't know 20 times.
Yeah.
Because I like Michael Jackson, and those are good songs. The Merry-Go-Round, yes, right by Arthur's Sword.
Oh, the carousel, yeah.
Rite of Passage is amazing. We love it, Tigger. I definitely recommend it.
And so you're talking
Winnie the Pooh in Tokyo is great.
Winnie the Pooh in Tokyo,
yeah,
you wouldn't think that there'd be that much of a difference from the Winnie the Pooh ride in different parks, but that is a very interesting level of almost social media conscious technology when you go through it. It's very intuitive and it changes every time you ride it. It's very interesting.
You know what's
It's like a choose your own adventure almost, but it's
two rides that might be overlooked that I definitely recommend if you're a bit tired and you are at the Magic Kingdom. You can do them one after the other. Carousel of Progress and the People Movers. both a lot of fun.
Both easy to get onto, and
Yep.
you can sit
And one's
down.
air conditioned.
If it's raining, they're both covered. So
I know you
if
guys
you're
are probably
during
all in the cold
monsoon,
place right now.
I know.
But AC feels good on the carousel.
I don't know. I think we overuse air conditioning here in Florida, and it drives my bones crazy.
But people that are visiting are
I know
are
that's
hot.
that's very
They're so
true.
hot.
I know. We got a lot of hot.
Now I've got
tourists.
It's a Great Big Beautiful Tomorrow. Such a good song.
It's certainly
Escape
an
from
earworm.
Drinks. That's a totally different thing. But
That's
there's a
that's
Phantom
not
Fairy.
Disney, but there you go. That's
Who
Harry
doesn't
Potter.
love Harry Potter?
I love Harry Potter.
We all love Harry Potter. Mom and I talk about Harry Potter like that's half of what we
That's a
talk
lot
about.
of what I talked about with your mom also. Yeah.
All of Presidents when it's raining.
That's probably a good one to duck into. You know, I have not been in the Hall of Presidents for several years. So I
Yeah.
don't know. Don't know why.
Sarah and family went on it and they said it was great.
Huh.
Sarah said she was a bit choked up about how historical it was. And
Oh,
they did a
really?
good job
Oh, okay.
despite current regimes.
Well.
There you go. People Mover is fantastic.
People Movers is great, and I think it's funny that the Orlando airport now calls their little tram thing that takes you to luggage. It calls it an APM, and they just call it that. Where's the APM? Where's the APM? And it's like you're saying the automatic people mover. People don't necessarily know people mover technology terms as a.
Is that what it means? I thought you were joking.
I am not joking, and that is what it means.
Are you joking?
I'm not joking.
I thought you were making it up.
No, I'm not. No.
Somebody's gonna get.
I have read
later.
that. You thought, okay, the fact that Matt lives here, talks about the people movers, and doesn't understand that when
That's what that was.
I could be insane, but as far to the best of my recollection, knowledge, and capabilities, and
I'm sure that somebody has Google.
I think
If you Google MCO,
which is the airport code
for Orlando.
for McCoy, Orlando. Yeah.
Yes, and type in AP. What does APM stand for?
Tram.
What does it stand for? APM.
APM, or maybe type the word tram or Orlando Airport. MCO might bring it up, but
It's
not
for automatic people mover. You're getting tickled so hard.
Why? I did not make this decision. In fact, I was critiquing it. If you want to rewind,
Hey
2
Tigger,
minutes.
I want to get stuck on that ride for 45 minutes sometimes. I love that song.
Oh. I've been stuck on the Haunted Mansion for a long time before.
That's a good ride to be stuck
well,
on.
that's when you get stuck on a lot.
That's a
'cause
good
it's got
one. What is the best ride at Disney to be stuck on for a while?
Haunted Mansion's
I've been
pretty
stuck on
fun.
we got stuck
Kachina
on
got evacuated
Thunder
from-
Mountain,
Yeah.
and that was fun.
Kachina got evacuated on Splash Mountain at Disneyland, California, and
sounds
she got
fun.
to walk through like right by. She patted Brer Rabbit's head when he's
Aw.
got the fuzzy hair, and got to walk by like through the cast member hallways and things. I've got a bunch of the blueprints of the Disney rides, the original like '60s ones.
Oh, they're gonna build a new Harry Potter roller coaster
Here in Florida
on
or
the
in
Hogsmeade
California?
side, huh?
On what?
On the Hogsmeade side.
In Florida or California?
I don't know.
Oh.
Well, Hogsmeade side, that would probably be Florida
Oh,
because they're talking
duh,
about
yeah.
Islands of
Islands
Adventure.
of Adventure, yeah. Sorry, I don't get out to Universal as much. I've been to, in England, I've been to the film setting for Harry Potter, which looks, as far as I can tell, very much like the one here in Orlando.
Well, if you're looking for film stuff specifically, it's better.
No, I wanted to see like Bellatrix's fake teeth and stuff,
Right.
so that they didn't have that here. It's like
The Pop Gallery line ride is your favorite ride, Tammy?
I bet she spends more time there than some of the other rides.
Oh my.
That's my favorite ride too.
Yes, that's everyone's favorite ride.
No, I like the back part of Wonderground where I sign all the Giclées.
I got upset when we got stuck on the Frozen ride and saw a dead Olaf.
Oh, that does take some of the magic away, doesn't
Small
it?
World is good to get stuck on it, and we all get stuck on it on the way out because it backs up.
It's got a certain amount of boats and a certain amount of time.
You know what?
Pirates
this
is like
is
that too.
a
It's the same
sad
rating
thing
one.
about me is I still haven't gotten sick of the Small World song.
He has
I love it.
Yeah.
I'm a horrible person.
You're not a horrible
We got
person.
stuck on Forbidden
You're
Journey
a
for like
very
an hour.
good consumer. Oh,
What's
really?
what's
A
Forbidden
Yeti?
Journey? I don't. What's Forbidden
Isn't
Journey?
that
I don't
Everest?
know that one.
Oh, wait.
No.
Isn't that okay?
No.
Forbidden Journey. Which one is
Don't know.
that? I often, again,
Is that
APMs, man.
is that Japan? No.
What do you mean Japan?
Tokyo.
Oh, in Tokyo. Oh,
Journey.
Tokyo Disneyland.
Um.
I don't know. You'll have to ask them. It's not
Forbidden-
Everest, right? Okay.
What, does Everest have a sub name?
I thought so. I thought that might be it.
Little Mermaid is a great ride.
Little Mermaid is a good ride. I've been on
Little
the
Mermaid's People Mover system. Though that's not PMA.
No, it's APM.
APM.
APM. Orlando APM. I think. Now I'm gonna sound crazy, and it's gonna be on the internet, man.
Oh, that hasn't
Try to
happened
keep that
before.
stuff off. I'm pretty good at keeping my backyard clean.
Oh, it's a Harry Potter ride apparently.
Oh, okay. I was trying to think.
Forbidden Journey is Harry Potter.
Yes.
Oh, is that the one that's scary and all
I don't know. Again, I've only been one in England. I don't know. I'd like to go to it. And
the scary
it's like across the street, but
what are the guys that suck your soul?
Amount of paintings. What's that look?
I can't think of them now.
I didn't hear what you said. What was
the guys that suck your soul out?
Dementors?
Dementors. Yeah, is that the one where
that
like scared the crap out of me?
I haven't been on it.
Dementors were everywhere.
Sounds like I'd best avoid that sort of place.
Hey, but you know what? They did a really good job of kind of emulating that in the play that we saw.
Oh, The Cursed Child. Yeah, and if anybody, no spoilers. Again, this is a spoiler-free
automated people mover.
Told ya. Look, I'm not crazy, and this proves it.
So somebody is going to get tickled later. You're not crazy, Jasmine.
Anyways, the fact that you, Matt, somebody talking about people movers on an online podcast thing, did not know that's what APM is, and they never explain APM.
They don't.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That shows how
Isn't that sad?
How obscure a reference that is for every tourist who's ever been to Orlando via airport has had to hear that, and they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
And the fact you didn't know that, and you're talking about people movers, you know what I mean? I think that's kind of great. In a way,
yeah,
I like it when there's a joke that only
I do know about people movers, but I didn't know that one was. I just thought you were making a joke.
Nope. See, it wasn't a joke. It was a real thing that happened. It just took a long time to explain, and I was accused of insanity multiple times throughout. So.
Gabriel was too short for Space Mountain at Disneyland Paris by 4 centimeters.
Disneyland Paris Space Mountain is not like regular Space Mountain. It goes upside down.
That one launches you at first.
That's the Jules Verne Space Mountain that has a magnetic launch at the beginning, and it goes upside down many times. The Space Mountain here in Florida and the one in California, you don't have to be that tall to ride. And it does not go upside down.
Now,
takes you on your
the
side
one
of it,
here is more jerky, but the one in California is remarkable.
The one in California has redone rails on it, so it's very, very smooth.
Always listen to Jasmine.
Cool.
I listen.
Yeah, you listen to Jasmine. Oh, this is looking pretty great. I think since I've added the red in her hair and started coloring in some of the demons and things, it is reinforcing the elemental idea of fire, because I was worried at first it wouldn't be fiery enough, because it's the elemental deck, so it should have to do with fire, because I picked fire for the element. But I think also too, once I'm gonna zap green.
Also, Demons and Things is a local store I'm opening up. Yeah, Demons and Things.
Oh yes, that's there you go. DAF, as the locals call it.
Ooh.
Oh, or DAF.
You have to take the APM there.
You gotta take
That's the only way to get there.
Is it Demons and Fiends or Demons and Things?
Demons and Things, not Fiends.
Sorry,
that would work too.
That's a Robin Hitchcock song.
Yeah.
Speaking of, but not quite speaking of, it's Sid Barrett's birthday today.
Yay!
Yay! Everybody gets that one.
Quick. Nobody's allowed to Google.
It's going. Okay, there's a stupid.
Sid Barrett
they're gonna say the superhero show. There's a girl named Sid Barrett on it, and it's a joke.
Oh, okay.
But not in the superhero show that happens now. Actual Sid Barrett.
April Gardenia said Pink Floyd.
Yes. I sleep on his pillow every night.
100,000 points.
Yes. You're
100,000 points to April Gardenia.
Yes. What year was he born without Googling it? Maddie.
I'd say 42.
Oh, come on. That's not too far off, but 46.
Darn it. Arr. Darn those kids and their Lucky Charms.
I have his pillow on my bed upstairs. After he passed away, I bought it at auction to raise funds for...
I have to use the restroom. Would you like me to grab the pillow?
Sure, I'll show it off.
I will be back.
This pillow was featured in Rolling Stone magazine. Yes. David Bowie talked about it once. It's a cool pillow.
Okay, I will be back. I have to use the restroom.
Yeah, okay.
I'll be back with the said pillow.
When he passed away, his sister, Rosemary Breen, auctioned it off through Cheffins Auctions in Cambridge. And this is when I'm just going to nerd out. And they auctioned off a few of the possessions that were left in Syd Barrett's house. For those who don't know, he was the founder, original lyricist, vocalist, songwriter, and guitar player for the band Pink Floyd. His music that he did with Pink Floyd is very, 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 very different than Pink Floyd that came after, which I also like, but I'm a big Syd Barrett fan. And also, that's how I got into Robin Hitchcock, who later is obviously a huge influence on me and my work, and a friend of mine. Actually, if you've seen the movie, we're talking about Doctor Strange, because I was looking at some of the spell effects from it. The film Doctor Strange, it has a very good soundtrack. There is one of the early Pink Floyd songs on it. Astronomy Domini is on it, and that, or Interstellar Overdrive. Jesus Christ, I almost said it wrong. Interstellar Overdrive is on that soundtrack, and it shows it when he's getting in the car accident. So technically Syd Barrett played, that was an instrumental, and he played and wrote that song, and he would have gotten royalties from it if he had still been alive, but he passed away because he got ill not long after he founded the band and was only around for the first 1.5 kind of albums. All of Piper at the Gates of Dawn, which is also the 13th chapter of The Wind in the Willows, that's also part of the reason why I go by the name Jasmine Toad online, is because of The Wind in the Willows, and that was my favorite books growing up, still is. And the 13th chapter, and it is the Piper at the Gates of Dawn, which is the first Pink Floyd album, and it was written and sung and recorded by Syd Barrett. But anyways, his birthday was January 6th, and without him, there probably wouldn't be a Jasmine. And here's his pillow, his death pillow. It was the only soft furnishing that they had that they auctioned off. They auctioned off a lot of his, people wanted to buy his guitars, and I tried to buy a couple of his guitars and a couple of his bicycles, because he wrote the song Bike by Pink Floyd. And here's his pillow. And there's a Rolling Stone interview with David Bowie talking about Syd Barrett's pillow, and this is it. Of course, he was kind of saying, like, oh, now he's dead and people want to spend thousands of dollars on his pillow. As of now, you appreciate him that he's dead, but you never played his music when he was alive. But there you go.
I'll take it back upstairs.
Which is kind of true. You can leave it on the couch. What, the cat's going to sleep on it? Rio sleeps on it every night.
I'll
Yeah.
put it on a nice corner.
Oh, okay. Thank you, love. That's kind of true. It wasn't until after he passed away. And then even all the radio stations, they play songs, and they'd be Pink Floyd songs, but they'd be like from Dark Side of the Moon or The Wall, which are fantastic albums, but they weren't Syd Barrett albums. So this is what happens when Matt leaves the chat. It's all downhill from there. Sorry. I don't know if people are talking because I can't see the computer.
They're talking about
from
Doctor
here.
Strange.
Well, I was talking about Interstellar Overdrive. That might be a Syd Barrett song that people know. And I was talking about Doctor Strange because that was one of the circle spell effects that are in the background, yeah?
There you go.
It is relevant to this narrative I am trying to create. And I am not insane. I need to just like say that every 5 minutes. So. Anyways, I'm using sap green because I want her wings to be kind of a gray-green color. And I want to cover up, and it might look weird right now. Don't worry, it's not going to look like it's glowing green on the little sigils through her wings, or the little goat's head ears through her wings, or the circle through her wings. I'm making it green because I am making that a shorthand reminder to myself to say, that is going to be showing through the wings. That is not going to be floating in front of the wings. So you can tell that the wings, you can probably tell a little bit now. I don't know how I can tell on the camera, but I need to put a little bit more down here maybe. There we go. Sap green is the only green I think I use. I make my own greens other than that, because greens, I have like a couple of the phthalo greens. I've got the phthalo green blue shade and phthalo green yellow shade, but sap green is the only green I really just ever use out of the bottle. It looks more natural, and it doesn't have the weird kind of plasticky look that a lot of acrylic sap other greens have. Anyways, even though her wings aren't going to be necessarily very green, they're going to be kind of a gray neutral. And green is the complement to red, so if I put green on top of this one, it's going to kind of gray that out. So if you can tell in the picture, again, I don't know if y'all can see, but you can kind of see where her wings are showing in front of the circles that are behind her. So that's going to start already making it, at least from my perspective,
So is
look
green
a bit
an
more
issue,
pretty.
sweetie? Are greens usually not that great?
Green is my favorite color, so I might just be weirdly particular about it. But with oil paintings are different acrylics, watercolors are different acrylics. Acrylics that are green to me always look very artificial. I don't know if you can... Here's a phthalo green, for example, and I will use this to mix my own colors. I don't know if you can even see this. There's a billion lights here. I can't... The color's probably all sorts of off, but it will look very plasticky. It will look like a little green Armenian. It won't look like a real green, like a leaf. It won't look like a... So I like to... Sap green, though, is pretty good. The golden flute acrylic sap green, I like that. I'm not saying don't use greens. I just don't use them out of the bottle, and I tend to make my own greens out of browns and blues and grays. And I like making a lot of my own colors anyways. It's kind of like cooking, but not.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Me first.
Do I have green stuff on my face?
No, you look.
I
bad.
can't see you. There's like a light right at me.
The Beverly soda at Epcot, isn't it so good?
Beverly is awesome.
Oh,
man.
it's the tastiest. We love the Beverly
I
soda.
actually kind of like Beverly.
It's like my favorite soda. If
My
you go to
tea
the
is cold.
Coke area, you get the stuff called Beverly. It's from Italy.
It's
It's
free.
so good. I would just like
You know
grab.
what? Actually, you can get it from
So good.
Disney Springs too. They have a sampler at the Coca-Cola store across from the Pop Gallery, kind of like when you get out of the parking garage. They have the Coca-Cola store. They have Beverly on a soda sampler, and there's an adult beverage you can get with it too. I think it's like a Beverly Martini or something. I've not had that, but that would probably be a lot better. No
I don't know.
comment.
Straight Beverly is the best.
It's like having phthalo green right out of the tube, man.
So good.
Yeah.
Everybody loves it. People won't stop talking about it.
Yeah, people want, will they?
There are forums about it.
There are forums about it, actually.
There are.
There are. You think I'm joking?
No, there are.
Yeah, I know.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
there are. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Everybody loves
taking-
some Beverly.
I'm putting some yellow, and I'm kind of going over her hair because it's gonna look like the sun's coming up behind somebody and they've got red hair. It's kind of showing through there, so it's gonna turn into kind of like a yellow sunbeam, even though it's like an evil demonic sigil. And also through her wings a little bit. Since I am going with a green gray, that will look fine. Bright yellow will look fine behind red, or look good behind green. When I use yellow, I pretty much, the only yellow I buy, either for mixing or using straight out of the tube, is Hansa Yellow Medium. Not saying that you can't use all the other yellows out there. There's lots of lovely yellows. I just think that, and I could be very wrong, I don't know a whole lot about a lot of things, but the amount of pigment load that is a Hansa Yellow Medium seems to be more than that is in the Hansa Yellow Light or the Hansa Yellow Dark, or a lot of the other yellows that they just seem like they're kind of chalky. Again, I'm just talking about acrylic paints, but Hansa Yellow Medium seems to have a very vibrant look to it, where if I put a little stripe of it, not mixed with water or anything, because it isn't super opaque, even though I think it calls it Hansa Yellow Opaque. If I put it over things, it's fairly transparent, so I don't know if you can see this on the screen. I'll put one over here too. If I go over something that's red and I go over something that's green, I can use that same yellow to look as it's kind of drawing a bridge between those two, which is just pretty nifty. And these are all just tiny little things that, when the painting is done, your eye will see and say, wow, that looks like a weird lens flare or prismatic thing that you did in Photoshop, when really it just kind of like putting little stripes of things that I put on my finger and rubbed around on a board. Closest thing to alchemy.
So
Yeah,
Kelly
that looks
Sarah's
good.
a fan of
Did Barrett?
grape Fanta.
Oh, sorry. I jumped the gun on that one. Great Fanta.
We're still talking about Beverly in the room.
I see. I don't know. I just keep talking and I don't have anybody
And Hansa Stark.
here. Hansa Stark Yellow.
Oh, don't you wanna? I remember the Fantana girls.
Oh, Lord. Which one was I? Didn't we say that I had to be one and Chris had to be one?
No.
Oh.
It was someone else.
Oh, well,
There were
we're not
three were
talking
girls
about
and
that.
there was one guy.
Oh, well, we're not
But
talking about that.
Chris was not a Fantana girl,
Oh, okay.
nor was I a Fantana girl.
Which
but
one
when
was I?
The cute one.
Oh, that's a good answer, Matt.
The one was not cute. I
Oh.
won't say who they were. but there
Okay,
you go.
that's fine.
Like, oh, how is she a Fantana girl?
Yeah.
But I was
don't
when I saw the
remember them really, but I remember
Ghostbusters, the new movie that had the
I didn't see
female
that one.
Ghostbusters.
The female cast one. I didn't see
When
that.
I went there with my niece and nephew, we all chose to be one of. It was like, okay, we haven't seen this movie. I'm gonna be this Ghostbuster, and I'm gonna be that Ghostbuster.
Which one were you?
I was.
I haven't seen the new one.
I was the one with the blonde one with the funny hair.
Okay, I haven't. Do you know the actress?
I don't remember. She's on Saturday Night Live.
Oh, I haven't.
But she's
seen
not the
that
one with
since
red hair.
the 70s.
I'm sure someone in the room will say it's
Probably.
so-and-so.
Okay. Is she a comedian?
They're all comedians, I think.
Okay. I don't know, man. I just try to say things like I know what's happening. I haven't seen that Ghostbusters. I've seen the old one a bunch.
Just like the first Ghostbusters.
I saw the first one a whole bunch.
Almost all comedians.
I saw Ghostbusters 2 a bunch of times too.
Yes.
I saw that one a lot. So.
Yeah, the original Ghostbusters was a lot of fun.
The second one had a lot of painting in it, and that was nice. And I liked how Sigourney Weaver was art restorer.
Kate McKinnon.
Kate McKinnon.
Apparently I was Kate McKinnon.
You were Kate McKinnon? Okay, I don't know her, I don't think.
I prefer strawberry Czech soda.
You know, there was one soda, I'm not a big soda drinker, but when I was a young lady or a late child or whatever I was, I used to really like Canfield's Diet Chocolate Peanut Soda, which is a mouthful of chemicals and was probably banned because I'm sure it causes some sort of throat cancer or something. But it was like the only soda I liked, and it was awesome. And I saw one online maybe about 12 years ago that was for sale, and it was already old at that point. But if anybody sees, and this is very specific, there's a lot of Canfield, there's a lot of Diet Chocolate Fudge, Diet Chocolate Cherry. I'm not interested in that. I'm talking about Canfield's Diet Chocolate Peanut. Peanut as in peanut butter soda. If anybody sees that, email me a link, because I would like to purchase it, even if it is antique. Not that I think it. I mean, it probably
Jasmine
didn't
will
taste good
drink
to begin
40-year-old soda.
I will. It wasn't 40. I was like, let me think. I was like.
Oh, Kristen Wiig was another
Probably
one.
20 years ago. The last time I saw it in a store.
No, Kristen Wiig is the one I wasn't. I think.
Oh. But that was the only soda I ever loved. To a lesser extent, there was something called Diet Pepsi Jazz Caramel. Is that what it was called?
Yeah, that lasted about 3 weeks.
Yeah. Everything I love
I'm sorry,
goes away.
Jazz Caramel.
Those and Nutty Wheat Thins. Now it's like, Diet Pepsi, whatever. I don't care. I don't care because nobody makes Diet Canfield's chocolate peanut anymore. Why bother?
It's true.
Yeah, I know. It's like, why even wake up?
Why even live?
Yeah.
No Canfields.
There's plenty of Canfields, and there's plenty of, again, don't
People
send me
existed
links to
before this,
Diet
but why did they
Chocolate
even
Fudge
exist?
Soda. Well, I didn't know those people. Yeah.
Canfields never touched Napoleon's lips, and he was probably smiled when he died.
I don't know. I don't know who or what existed before I was born, but Canfields was around, and Diet Chocolate Peanut Fudge was around, and that was. But it didn't taste anything like any of the purported ingredients. I mean, it didn't taste like peanuts or chocolate or fudge. It tasted diet because it tasted like a mouthful. It tasted like how a scratch and sniff sticker would taste if you could taste it.
Mm.
I
like the pizza
cardboard and powder. Yeah,
I tried to eat
great.
the pizza when it did not taste good.
Yeah, I had the Garfield. We had the Garfield scratch and sniff one in a book, and I tried to eat all the scratch and sniffs out of it when I was about 25. Oh, this is looking pretty cool. I don't know how well it's showing up here, but I'm taking that Hansa yellow and I'm kind of going up in her hair and also going over her wings. Again, this will be covered up with things that are closer to the foreground, but this is kind of drawing in the earlier layers where the brightness will look like it's refracting, almost like a prism around her. And that will be something that will help this look more like a cohesive real-life painting because it has almost a rainbow hue to it instead of just being like straight red and black. It's going to have greens and blues and purples and a lot of other subtle color shifts in it that happen where a lot of the interstices of where the very geometric forms are running into a lot of the very organic forms. And that will, in the end, I promise, it might not look like it now, but it will look very pleasing to the eye.
I'm sure, baby.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, I don't feel like I have to justify it. I'm just explaining some of my things, my color decisions, because later on people will be like, how come she doesn't have a shirt on? And I'm like, no, I just haven't painted it yet. You know, it's, you know. Besides, why she gotta wear a shirt if she doesn't want?
You like shirt?
No. I like aprons. I want to buy like 5 more of these aprons. I love this apron. It's got pockets that I can actually put things in. It's not like a decorative apron. It's a working apron. Got to wrap it around myself like twice, so I think it's gender neutral or something. I think it's unisex. It's not for small people. Which is probably why it's a worthwhile apron. It's got actual utility pockets and things. It's got like a place I can put. I could put like a whole. I don't know. I mean, I used to carry my iPad in it, for example. It's pretty.
I like it.
And I have, when I say iPad, I'm talking about the original iPad. It's huge. It's awful. But when I didn't have a phone, I'd put it in there.
Minnie Mouse really likes how this one is taking shape.
Yeah, so far so good. I'm liking her a lot. I haven't made decisions yet much. I talked about her hair color. I wanted it turning black to red. Not just because I want to get my hair dyed that way, but also because I wanted it to turn into the little demons at the bottom. But I haven't really even thought yet, which is often what people ask, like what colors, skin tone or eye color or stuff like that. That's something I usually work on the background, work on the light sources, and see what that would make sense for her to kind of tie it together. Instead of necessarily choosing the colors and etc. for the main character and then choosing the background, I tend to work backwards. It's always easier to paint something in the background and paint on top of it than tie it together, as opposed to trying to paint something first and then wiggling the background around it. That's kind of awkward. It's like putting your shoes on before your socks or something.
That doesn't work very well.
I don't wear a lot of shoes, so...
I don't wear a lot of socks.
I wore shoes twice in the past couple of weeks. Now the red I put over here, I can still kind of see. I don't know if you guys can see. This might put a shadow on it. But if you look in the red, that's not just plain red there. From far away it might look like it, but you can see a lot of little arms and leggities and things like that, and little faces popping out. So there's some little skulls and things over there. Those will be little guys in there who are kind of looking out, and it's going to get more and more vague and vaporous and kind of ambiguous looking as it turns into her hair. It's very amorphous as it gets pure, but then when it's down here at the bottom, when you see a lot of these guys will have very specific facial characteristics, and again, some of them are based on the Boulanger painting, and put some little skulls and little ladies in there and actual figurative forms that will have a lot of detail. So when you see that at the bottom, which is towards the viewer, and those things are more in focus at the bottom, closer to you, as they go into the back and they turn into her hair and they get more into a big amorphous swarmy blob of demons and they look more vague, your mind will kind of fill in the parts that are not there. You'll like see part of a leg popping up, but your brain will say, oh, there's a whole little dude in there and he's kind of crunched up, or hey, there's 3 holes, that's probably a skull. So when I get up to that point, when I'm working on the little figures that are in her hair, those little guys won't have to be as detailed as the ones that are closer to the viewer. Like if you're driving down the street and you see buildings that are close to you, you can read the signs and the letters on them and see people in them, but far away you just kind of see these big blue pokey things. Of course I don't see very well, but you kind of see things kind of turn blue and more unfocused as they get further away. This will make it seem like the things here, instead of being to her sides, will look like they're behind her, because they will intentionally be less detailed and less in focus, and that will make it seem like they're further away. If that makes sense. I'm going to take a little bit of red and start outlining, because I kind of drew in some highlights on the outside of her waist and her arms. It's kind of an awful scrawny pale thing like myself, so I'm going to put some little red where it's kind of reflecting off. And that's going to make it look more like she is projecting forward. Also going to give her a bit more shape around her midsection. Again, I'm going to put some sort of clothes on her. She's not just a big gray column, although she is representing the column that is on the Rider-Waite Tarot. So let's see. I'm going to take some of this bright red, even though a lot of this will probably get covered up in the end, you might see some of these bright red brush strokes show through, which is the little things like that, seeing brush strokes under brush strokes, that makes it worthwhile to know that it was an actual painting that somebody did physically, as opposed to on a computer or a video game or something like that. This will make it have a little bit of something that
Depth?
not even depth. It'll make it look a little bit more. It's got more of an abstract expressionist sort of, a little bit impressionist sort of thing, where you're taking the light into account and you're a little bit of vagueness, a little bit of brushstrokery, malerisch. What do you call it in German when it's like a painterly? Malerisch.
Let's see.
Yeah. Malerisch. Like Malstick, you know.
Yeah.
MHL. Malerisch. Painterly, and it's a bit of intentional.
I'm sure
looseness.
There's some German speaker in the room.
Well, if you put some sort of intentional looseness.
Is Ricky in the room? She'd know.
Yeah. But if you put something intentionally loose, like a brushstroke that kind of overlaps where her shoulder is, that's not a missed brushstroke. That is something that is there to kind of look at the eye. It also gives a sense of movement. Like it's, this isn't not to mention EverQuest again, it's not a screenshot from a video game. It's like, this is something that is something that somebody sat with their hand and painted, and is kind of having a little after effect, like retina burn on the eye. Yeah.
RenGirl69 says, I'm learning a lot about painting by watching your technique. Thank you for always explaining.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, you gotta watch me, because I'll go on and on for hours unless somebody cuts me off.
No, it's good.
But
people like
thank you. Well, I'm happy people like it. That makes me very happy. If I wasn't me, I would totally watch this.
I'd watch it because I like the painter. I'm an awful person.
That's not awful. You can watch me because you like the painter all you want.
Like, that looks like my wife. Why is she on there? I don't understand.
Well, that would be kind of weird.
Then I'd grab you and say, look, this person looks just like you.
Yeah. And you call my lawyer because they're like, this person's knocking off my wife's paintings. Let's see, I'll show you what I mean a little bit about the red. Again, this is just pure vat orange mixed with magenta, the quinacridone magenta. So if you look like around the outside part of her shoulders, I haven't put any flesh tones on her. I can make her green skin or brown skin or anything at this point, but that red is going to show through a little bit. And that's why it's not going to have a super crisp, clear line. It's not because I don't know how to get a ruler and put a line against it. I can do that all day long. I can do it in Photoshop. I want it to look kind of ambiguous and a little bit like as if it was a photo you took when somebody was moving a little bit. And that will give a little bit of sense of realism to the scene, as well as a reminder that, hey, a human hand painted this. And that's why I get a painting that was not done by a human hand if you are wanting that sort of thing. There's a lot of great ways to make art with all sorts of stuff, but if you're wanting something that's handmade, it might as well have a little bit of that look to it. Also, since I'm referencing something like the Boulangers and the John Martin painting and the Zardo painting from Dante up there from, hundreds of years ago, I want something that kind of ties it together so it doesn't look like it's just like a weird screenshot of a fairy somebody shoved on top of a bunch of paintings from hundreds of years ago. Even though, to be fair, that one was an oil painting, that was an etching, and this one here, I think, was a graphite drawing that was later turned into an etching, but it's okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this red, too, even if not a whole lot of it stays through the end when you get the final layers on it, this red that I'm painting around her body and on her shoulders, etc., will help reinforce the idea of the elemental fire aspect of the card. So when people eventually, probably the end of this year, they do a Kickstarter every year, the 78 Tarot Project does for their card decks. When they have that one, if people are flipping through cards, I want people to know right away, that's the devil card, that's the fire card. Whatever it says at the bottom, it'll probably have a symbol on it. I think they've come up with one of the 4 elements for each of the cards. I don't remember. I got an assignment like a year ago. What is it?
Figure says they have Canfield's Diet Chocolate Fudge on Amazon, but not peanut.
I know, and I know Diet Chocolate Fudge fine. I know that one. I've had Diet Chocolate Cherry. I've had their Diet Chocolate Cherry. It is not any Diet Chocolate peanut. Yeah, but
that Nintendo guy says 2019 is your year. Tonight is the night, Matt. You win a giveaway.
Maddie, really?
Maybe. I
You
could
could
win.
put it if you want it. You could. Well, I wouldn't let you put it on eBay. I'd draw.
I said I would give it to charity.
You give what? You'd put it on eBay and give it to. I didn't. If you're saying things via typing, I can't see that.
Yes,
So
I
if you
will
don't
give
say
it
it
to
out
Charity.
loud, I can't hear you.
I used to have a little girlfriend named Charity.
Aw.
She's probably on Facebook, guys.
Probably. Hey, Charity.
Hey, Charity, here you go.
You didn't miss out, Charity.
Ah.
But no, you could put it on your trading lanyard and bring it at Pop Gallery or something.
No,
Trade it to
I
people. No, we would immediately choose somebody
can.
else.
Yes,
Yeah.
I could.
Yes.
I could
Or I
just.
don't know. I don't.
raffle
Do I
it up
have a
again.
thing like in the chat room? Does it?
No,
say me?
you'd have to actually physically type.
Oh, what?
You know, you have to join. You can be in the chat room, but you
I don't.
have to
I
actually
can't
join a
see the
thing.
computer. I don't know. It's just okay. Mhm. So there's no way I could accidentally win it myself.
Right.
Okay, that's good.
I do it by example, but it's funny that I haven't won before.
You
Because
know
I'm
what?
here every single time.
You are. You have been every single Twitch. You have been here, haven't you?
I promise if Moobot picks me, I'll put it in the thing, but then I will select someone else. Because
Okay.
that's
That would be
yes.
pretty funny. You know, if you totally
It'd
win
be-
this time,
it's
it's
still
going to seem
random.
forged. What's that, love?
It's still random, though.
It is. Well, that's what I'm saying. You have been. How many broadcasts have we done? Like 40, maybe? 50?
Oh, no.
A
Lots.
bunch. At least once a week for a year or two. Or no.
About 40.
40? Mm-hmm. Hmm. So, if there... Well, to be fair, at the beginning we didn't always have like 100 people in the room at any given time, but you would have a 1 in 2 chance of winning if you'd been there every time. If we had around 100 people, roughly. We probably averaged around 70 or less than that. The first few ones were pretty dead. It took a while to get this going. Also, it took us a while to figure it out. And who to tell, like, hey, Jasmine's on Twitch. Like, first, it was like, oh, hey, my mom came to say hi. You know, it wasn't, like, a big deal.
I'm getting people's favorite color now. I got
Oh.
green, pink, blood red, purple, pink, blue, blue, pink, purple, burgundy, blue, purple, purple, pink, gray, tealy
Wow.
green, deep green,
Ooh.
pink, pink, black.
I like kind of...
Even though it's the lack of color.
unless
blue
it's
or lilac,
ink
I
or
can't
paint,
decide.
it's all the
Aqua.
colors. If you're talking about
Red.
light, then black is the zero color, there's no color. But if you're talking about painting or printing or something like that,
It's
it's
all.
all the colors mixed together.
That's weird. Green and
It
pink.
is weird.
Blue.
I like, my favorite color is dark neutral green. Kind of like my apron, but darker and more natural looking. Kind of like the colors that you see on the background of my website or like in my logo, that kind of army green. Like you can wear it and you can hide from your enemies. Yeah, I'm gonna wipe that part off. I don't want this part of her hair to be red. I want this part of her hair to be black because it will stand out
Green,
against.
dark purple, purple and teal, black like my soul. Hunter green.
I'm starting to think about her eye color.
That's and I mean, I know we mentioned
was
green a
gonna
lot, but
say-
I think green would be good for the devil.
The problem about
Louis
green,
Green.
is the fact that I am using red so heavy-handedly on everything. It might make her eyes stand out more than I want them to, considering she's kind of backlit. Since I'm using a lot of red and green's kind of like the complement to it, it might make her eyes kind of... But I do have a lot of painting. I also don't want it to look too much like my painting Unseelie Court Envy, the one I always have for my Facebook icon, because she has super, super green eyes, and it's kind of a similar layout for painting, and I don't want it to be too similar.
Dragon green for the eyes, green. Sage green for me, yellow. A lot of people like green in there.
I might go the Kachina route. My sister Kachina
Gold-colored
has
eyes?
green eyes and has orange.
speckles?
She has orange around her pupil that kind of leaks out into the green, which is just fantastic.
She's the least devilly girl ever.
She is the least devilly girl. You would not believe she was my sister, but she's wonderful and is a great mom and is very kind and is a teacher of children and everything I'm not.
teacher
but
of
She is. She like works with special needs kids and is super nice. Anyway, she has
Alright, we have a
magnificent
minute before
eyes
raffle.
that are okay. She has eyes that are kind of like a neutral green, but they are orange red in the middle, and it kind of bleeds out into that. And a lot of my characters you see might have eyes that are kind of two-tone like that, and that's why.
Fluffy says this painting looks really pretty.
Yeah, so
We're about to end our
close-up.
broadcast, guys.
Yeah,
You guys have all been fantastic.
Yeah, thank you guys. I'm hoping.
Thank you so much for visiting with us and hearing our jokes and our silliness.
My random ramblings, but
Surely the devil would have fiery red eyes.
well, you know, there's going to be a lot of red
know.
reflections in there from the magic redness. So there's going to be red reflect. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll probably have her done by next Sunday. Our next broadcast is this coming Sunday, which
Yep,
will be
we
the
can show it off.
13th at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, which is noon Pacific, which is 20 o'clock UK time, 8 p.m. UK time. And I will probably have her done by then.
Can you make her eyes green with a orange fire look?
That's what I was talking, man. So maybe I will. So
Black
that's what
eyes.
I'm thinking. I thought about that too, just giving her solid black. I've done a couple paintings like that.
But the devil appears as the angel of light when it's Lucifer.
It is, yeah. It's Morning Star, man. Or I should
Not this
I could
level.
shave her head because the devil always shaves his head. Sorry. Oh, how many people?
If anybody got that reference, they
Matt
get 2
got
points.
it. Maybe one or two other people.
I'm the devil,
Uh,
and the devil always shaves his head. Oh, and that shut me up.
Every time it
Now I
rains.
love it.
Okay.
I always get saved by this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like you just made a
it's always
horrible
this
reference.
awful time. Okay. So this is for my seashell collector.
Yes, let me.
A very rare one indeed. I promise I will try not to get painty fingerprints on it.
I'm not as
She's
quick.
the one that is from my December Pop Gallery show at Disney Springs that just happened a couple weeks ago on December 22nd, and she is an exclusive. We gave away 200 of her to the first 200 customers, and they got passed out fairly quickly. You can't buy them unless you buy them on eBay, but you can win one now. I also have a couple more of these that I am going to be giving away to Patreon patrons. Not tomorrow, but we are doing a big giveaway with the
Here we go.
Disney Tinkerbell
Liz
Skull
3511.
Liz 351, is that what you said?
Liz 3511.
Oh, one.
Congratulations.
They won. I see.
Yes.
No, not 11.
One. It's
one.
one.
Gotcha.
One.
Yeah.
They also won.
Congratulations, Liz. Yay, you have a seashell. And if you already have her, keep her and trade her to somebody, or sell her on eBay, or put her up at the pin group and offer up for trading with other pins, because he's a hard one to get for people who weren't in Florida in December. So he will be a sought after pin. Or hold on to her for a year and then see how many people want her.
Yes.
Ha, ha, ha.
I just need to
Here's
do a
my
little bit
devil.
more,
Yes.
Jasmine. Just
Oh, sure, yeah.
add
I'll show.
paint.
I'll move this around so you can see what it's all. Again, I haven't really painted a lot in the very back. I like
Yay,
the
she's in there.
cave.
Okay, Liz, I'm about to give you some info, and please follow
Yeah,
these.
Liz, please email us
directions.
because otherwise we won't know how to contact you.
It's awesome. So far, everyone's been in the room, and
oh good.
so there you go,
Look
Liz.
at that
If you
red.
can
That's pretty fantastic.
just if you can copy paste JasmineToad@AOL.com
Jasmine Toad.
and give us that
Jasmine like the
information,
princess.
your Twitch
Toad
name and your
as in
shipping address,
frog, even
so we
though
can make sure it's you,
They're actually very different. They're just
and you will get that awesome pin.
Yay! And we'll send it to you wherever you live. As
Yes.
always, we're always happy to ship worldwide. We don't care.
And this painting's going to be gorgeous. I'm sure that many of you will also get the tarot deck that it will eventually get.
Yeah, definitely too. Once the 78 Tarot Project gets their Kickstarter up, again, they do it every year. It's like an annual Kickstarter. They do a different theme. They did mythical. They did carnival. This year they did a mermaid one. This one is elemental, and this is fire, and this is the devil.
Yep, and this is going to be a
And I'm
lovely piece.
Jasmine.
They always have a
And I'll have
fantastic
prints
artist.
of this.
That's always a good deck.
After she debuts at the Spectrum Planet Comic Con show in Kansas City, I will have prints and canvases and everything else. If you're wanting to reserve a limited edition masterpiece canvas, we're only making 5, and a couple people I think have already reserved them.
Yes.
So email me at jasminetoad@aol.com. Jasmine like the princess, Toad like a frog, AOL.com. Email me and tell me if you want one, because I think we only have 1 or 2 left other than the ones we auction
Right.
for the masterpiece editions. Even though she isn't done yet, I guess people just assume she's going to be awesome and I don't like mess her up horribly. But you wouldn't be locked into it. I always show you what it ends up like. If you're interested in the original, you can email us too. We do have several people on the list for the original painting, but we always take more people because sometimes people pass, or they think that green doesn't match their couch, or they run out of money, or whatever. There's all sorts of reasons, and that's fine. I don't want to make people commit to something they don't want to do. But anyways, we'll see you next Sunday.
Have a fantastic New Year, guys. We'll see you in about a week.
See you a week from today.
And see you online.
And see you on Facebook, Instagram,
All that.
Patreon. Yes. Instagram.
All right. Bye-bye, guys.
Bye.